Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studio. So in this video, we will see what if Harry snapped at age 8, unleashed Obscurial magic, and destroyed little Whinging to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The day little Whinging burned. The heat wave had lasted 11 days. Harry Potter knew this because he'd been counting. Counting was something he did when the world became too loud or too close or too much. He counted the spider webs in his cupboard. He counted the seconds between Vernon's footsteps and the rattle of the lock. He counted the drops of water that fell from the leaky pipe behind the wall, the one the Dursleys didn't know about, the one that made his cupboard smell like damp earth and copper. 11 days of heat. 11 days of the house groaning and sweating and feeling like the inside of a closed fist. Harry lay on his cot in the cupboard under the stairs, shirt stuck to his back, and listened to the Dursleys eat breakfast above him. The sounds were familiar enough to paint pictures: the scrape of Dudley's chair as he reached for more bacon, the wet sounds of Vernon's chewing, the clink of Petunia's teacup against its saucer. No plate had been pushed through the vent in his door this morning. That meant he'd done something wrong, though he couldn't remember what. Maybe it was breathing too loudly. Maybe it was existing. The reasons changed, but the punishment stayed the same. His stomach had stopped growling around day 2. Now it just sat in him like a stone, heavy and silent. "Bloody freaks on the news again," Vernon was saying, his voice filtering down through the floorboards. "Did you see? Some sort of explosion in Manchester. Gas leak, they're calling it. Gas leak, my eye." "Vernon, not at breakfast." "I'm just saying, pet. The world's gone mad. All these strange happenings. And we've got one of them right here, under our own roof, Vernon." The silence that followed was worse than the talking. Harry had learned to read the Dursleys' silences the way other children learn to read books. This one was the kind that meant they'd talk about him later, after Dudley went out, after the house was quiet. This one was the kind that preceded decisions. He turned his head and looked at the small shelf above his cot. There wasn't much on it: a broken yo-yo Dudley had thrown away, a smooth grey stone from the garden, and his glasses. The glasses had been his mother's. Not these exact glasses, these were cheap wire frames that Petunia had bought at a chemist's, too small for his face now, always sliding down his nose. But the first pair, the ones he'd worn when he was 5, those had been hers. Petunia had told him once, in one of her rare moments of what might have been guilt. "Your mother was blind as a bat too," she'd said. "Ran in the family. Along with everything else." Harry reached up and touched the frames. They were the only thing he had that connected him to the word mother. Not a photograph. Not a letter. Not a memory. Just the knowledge that somewhere, once, there had been a woman with bad eyes who had loved him enough to die. The lock on his cupboard door rattled. Harry sat up fast, banging his head on the underside of the stairs. He bit his lip against the pane and scrambled to his feet, pressing himself against the back wall of the cupboard. The door swung open, and the light hit him like a slap. Vernon's face appeared in the gap. Red and sweating, mustache bristling. Behind him, Harry could see the hallway, the front door, the coat rack with its neat row of jackets. "Out," Vernon said. Harry hesitated. Out could mean a lot of things. Out to do chores. Out to the garden. Out to stand in the corner while guests came over, so he wouldn't be seen. Out to the shed, where the bad punishments happened. "I said out, boy. Don't make me repeat myself." Harry moved. He'd learned that moving fast sometimes made things better. Not always, but sometimes. He slipped past Vernon's bulk, keeping his shoulders hunched, making himself small. The kitchen was bright and clean and normal. Dudley sat at the table, a plate of sausages in front of him, his piggy eyes tracking Harry's movement with casual malice. Petunia stood at the sink, washing dishes, her back very straight. "Sit," Vernon said, pointing at a chair. Harry sat. He didn't look at the food on the table. Looking at food when you weren't allowed to eat was one of the things that made everything worse. Vernon settled into his own chair, the wood creaking under his weight. He picked up his tea, took a long sip, and set it down with deliberate care. "Your aunt and I have been talking," he said. Harry said nothing. Talking back was worse than looking at food. "We've been more than generous with you, boy. Taken you in when no one else would. Fed you, clothed you, given you a roof over your ungrateful head. And how do you repay us?" The question was rhetorical. Harry knew this. But Dudley answered anyway. "He repays you by being a freak," Dudley said, spraying sausage. "Tommy Hendricks says his mum saw Harry floating last week. Said she saw him outside the window, just floating there like a ghost." Harry's stomach dropped. He remembered that afternoon. He'd been cleaning the gutters, standing on the ladder that wobbled, and he'd slipped. He should have fallen. He should have broken his neck. But instead, for one long, strange moment, he'd just hung there. Suspended. Like the air had caught him. Then he'd hit the ground, hard, and the moment was over. "Is this true?" Vernon's voice had gone quiet. Quiet was bad. Quiet was worse than yelling. "I didn't mean to," Harry said. "I don't know how it happened. You just what?" Vernon stood up, his chair screeching against the floor. "You just decided to go flying about the neighborhood. You just decided to let every busybody in Little Whinging see you doing your unnaturalness. I fell. I was falling, and then I wasn't. I didn't do anything. You never do anything, do you?" Vernon's hand came down on the table, making the plates jump. "The hair that grew back overnight, that wasn't you either. The teacher's wig turning blue, nothing to do with you. The glass at the zoo, I didn't mean to, enough." The word hit Harry like a physical blow. He flinched back, his shoulder blades pressing against the chair. Vernon was breathing hard, his face purple. Behind him, Petunia had stopped washing dishes. Dudley was watching with bright, eager eyes, the way he always watched when Harry was in trouble. "Marge was right," Vernon said. "She was right all along. Bad blood. Rotten from the start. We should have drowned you in a sack when you were a baby." The words shouldn't have hurt. Harry had heard worse. But something about them, the casual delivery, the matter-of-fact tone, the way Petunia didn't disagree, made something in his chest twist. "We can't have this anymore," Vernon continued. "Can't have you contaminating Dudley. Can't have you ruining our reputation. From now on, things are going to change around here." Harry didn't ask how. He'd find out soon enough. "Dudley," Petunia said, her voice carefully light, "why don't you go play in the garden? It's such a lovely morning." "But Mum, I want to watch, garden, Dudley." Dudley's face scrunched into a pout, but he pushed back from the table and stomped toward the back door. He paused next to Harry's chair, leaning down close. "I'm going to tell everyone at school," he whispered. "Everyone's going to know you're a freak. Tommy's mum already told everyone on the street. You're done for, Potter." He straightened up and ambled out, the door slamming behind him. The silence that followed was the worst kind. The kind that came before. Vernon moved around the table. His footsteps were heavy, deliberate. Harry tracked them without looking, without moving, the way a rabbit tracks a fox. "Stand up." Harry stood. "Look at me." Harry looked. Vernon's face was blotchy, his eyes small and hard. Behind him, Petunia had turned around, her hands still wet with dishwater, her expression carefully blank. "You're going to learn," Vernon said, "that there are consequences for your kind of behavior. You're going to learn that we don't tolerate freakishness in this house. And you're going to learn it today." His hand shot out and grabbed Harry's arm, fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. "Vernon," Petunia started. He needs to learn, pet. You've always been too soft on him. That's the problem. We've been too soft. He dragged Harry toward the front door. Harry didn't resist, resisting made everything worse, but his heart was hammering now, his breath coming fast. The front door opened. The heat hit them like a wall, thick and heavy. Vernon pulled Harry outside, down the front steps, across the brown lawn, toward the garden shed. The shed was where the bad things happened. The shed was where Vernon kept the belt with the metal buckle, the one he only used when Harry had been really bad. The shed was where Harry had learned, at age 6, how to be quiet when he was screaming inside. "Please," Harry said. The word came out before he could stop it. "Please, I'll be good, I didn't mean to float, I don't know how it happened, should have thought of that before you decided to go flying about like some sort of freak." The shed door opened. The smell hit Harry first, rust and fertilizer and old fear. It was dark inside, the only window covered by a piece of cardboard. Vernon shoved him in, and Harry stumbled, catching himself on a workbench. "You're going to stay in here," Vernon said from the doorway, his bulk blocking the light. "You're going to stay in here until you learn. No food. No water. No coming out until I say so. Maybe a few days in the dark will sweat the freakishness out of you." The doors started to close. "My glasses," Harry said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. "Dudley has my glasses." "What?" "He took them. This morning. When you weren't looking. He takes them sometimes and hides them." Vernon's eyes narrowed. "You're lying." "I'm not. Please. I can't see without them. Everything's blurry and my head hurts and Harry's voice cracked. They were my mum's. Please. They're the only thing I have that was hers." Something shifted in Vernon's face. Not softening, Vernon didn't soften. But a kind of calculation. "Dudley," he called over his shoulder. "Get over here." Footsteps in the grass. Dudley appeared, curious and eager. "Did you take his glasses?" Dudley's face went through several expressions, surprise, guilt, then defiance. "So what if I did? He's a freak. Freaks don't deserve glasses." "Where are they?" "Dunno. Lost them." "Dudley, I broke them, okay?" Dudley's chin jutted out. "I broke them and threw them in the bin. What are you going to do about it?" Vernon turned back to Harry. His expression said everything, "This is your fault." Somehow, everything was always Harry's fault. "Guess you'll just have to learn to see without them," Vernon said. And he slammed the shed door shut. The darkness was total. Harry stood in it, breathing hard, listening to the lock click into place. He heard Vernon's voice, muffled, saying something to Dudley. He heard them walking away, the grass rustling under their feet. He heard the back door open and close. Then silence. Harry sank to the floor, his back against the workbench. The concrete was cool, the only relief from the heat. He could feel the walls pressing in, the darkness pressing in, everything pressing in. They were my mum's. That was the thought that kept coming back. Not the belt with the metal buckle, not the days of hunger, not the darkness of the shed. Just those cheap wire frames, already bent from Dudley's rough hands, now broken and thrown away like garbage. They were hers. They were the only thing. Something stirred in Harry's chest. It felt like smoke. Like a fire burning where there shouldn't be fire. He'd felt it before, flickers of it, moments of it, but always small, always quick, always gone before he could understand what it was. This was different. This was bigger. This was angry. Harry pressed his hands against the concrete floor, trying to breathe, trying to be small and quiet and good. But the smoke kept building, kept rising, kept pressing against the inside of his ribs like it wanted out. I didn't do anything wrong, he thought. I didn't mean to float. I don't know how to make it stop. I just wanted to keep my glasses because they were hers, they were all I had, and Dudley broke them and no one cares, no one has ever cared, I'm just a thing they keep in a cupboard." The smoke became fire. Harry gasped, his hands flying to his chest like he could hold it in. But it was too big now, too hot, too much. It was pouring out of him like blood from a wound, black and dense and alive. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no, stop, please stop," but it didn't stop. The first tendril of darkness punched through the shed wall like it was made of paper. Harry heard the wood splinter, saw the light pour in, and then everything became very loud. The sound was the first thing he would remember later. Not a boom or a crash, but a tearing. Like the world was a piece of cloth and something was ripping it in half. Harry was on his knees in the shed, or where the shed had been, and the darkness was everywhere. It poured from him in ribbons, in waves, in great curling clouds that moved with purpose. It touched the fence and the fence was gone. It touched the lawn and the lawn became a crater. It touched the house, oh God, the house. Harry screamed, trying to pull the darkness back, trying to swallow it down. But it was like trying to hold smoke in his fists. It slipped through him, past him, out of him, and everything it touched unmade. He saw the kitchen window shatter inward. He saw the roof tiles lift and scatter like leaves. He saw Vernon's face appear at the back door, purple with rage that turned white with terror in the space of a heartbeat. "Stop it!" Vernon screamed. "Stop it, you freak!" But Harry couldn't stop it. He didn't know how it started and he didn't know how to end it. He was just the thing it was pouring through. The darkness reached Vernon. Harry looked away. He looked away, but he couldn't unhear the sound. It was brief, a grunt, a wet noise, a silence where there shouldn't have been silence. When he looked back, Vernon was gone. There was only dust, settling in the heat. "No," Harry said. The word was raw, scraped from somewhere deep. "No, I didn't mean," but the darkness kept coming. He saw Dudley running across the lawn, screaming for his mother. The darkness seemed to notice him, seemed to turn toward him with something like interest. Harry threw himself forward, hands out, trying to get between them. "Don't," he shouted. "Please, don't, he's just a kid, please." The darkness paused. For one long, strange moment, Harry felt something that wasn't quite his own thoughts. A consideration. A weighing. The darkness had been part of him for so long, all those years in the cupboard, all those years of fear and anger and hurt, and now it was deciding whether to listen. "Hurt," it seemed to say. "They hurt us." "He's just a kid," Harry said again, and he didn't know if he was talking to the darkness or to himself. "Please. Don't make me into this." The tendril reaching for Dudley withdrew. But there was still so much of it. Still pouring from Harry's chest, still spreading outward, still destroying. He could see houses now, number 2, number 4, number 6, their walls crumbling, their windows imploding, their gardens becoming craters. He could hear screaming, distant and growing closer. Mrs. Figg's wind chimes. The ones that hung from her porch, the ones that always made music when Harry walked past on his way to school. He heard them jingling, and then he didn't hear them anymore. "Please," Harry whispered. He was crying now, tears cutting through the ash on his face. "Please stop. I don't want this. I never wanted this." The darkness didn't answer. But it seemed to slow, just a little. Seemed to pulse with something that might have been exhaustion, his exhaustion, he realized, because the darkness was him, had always been him, the him that had been locked in a cupboard and starved and hit and told he was worthless. Harry reached inside himself. It was like reaching into fire. Like reaching into broken glass. But he did it anyway, because if he didn't, more people would die, more houses would fall, more wind chimes would go silent. He grabbed the darkness with everything he had. "Come back," he thought. Come back inside. We're done. We're done now. For a horrible moment, he thought it wouldn't listen. Thought it would keep pouring out until there was nothing left of him, nothing left of little Whinging, nothing left of the world. Then, slowly, like a tide reversing, it began to return. The pain was unlike anything Harry had ever felt. Worse than the belt with the metal buckle, worse than the locked cupboard, worse than the hunger and the cold and the knowing that no one had ever loved him. It was the pain of holding something too big for his body, of being a vessel for something that was never meant to be contained. But he held on. He held on as the darkness poured back through his skin, as it curled back into his chest, as it settled into the place behind his ribs where it had always lived. He held on until the last tendril had disappeared, until the sky was just sky again, until the sounds of destruction faded into silence. Then Harry fell forward, hands in the ash, and everything went dark. When he opened his eyes, the sun was lower in the sky. Harry didn't know how much time had passed. Minutes, maybe. Hours. It didn't seem to matter. Everything was gray now, gray ash, gray rubble, gray sky. The heat was still there, pressing down on him like a hand, but even that seemed muted somehow. He pushed himself up onto his knees and looked around. The crater was maybe 100 meters across. At its center, where the Dursleys' house had been, there was nothing. Not even rubble. Just a patch of ground that looked like it had been scoured clean. Beyond the crater, the damage fanned out in ripples. Houses with missing walls. Cars flipped onto their sides. Trees stripped of leaves, standing bare and skeleton white against the sky. It looked like photographs Harry had seen in school, photographs of places where bombs had fallen. I did this, he thought. The thought came with a strange calm, like it was too big to feel anything about. I did this. Me. He stood up. His legs felt weak, like they belonged to someone else. He looked down at his hands and saw that they were covered in ash, gray from fingertip to wrist. His clothes were in tatters, what was left of his oversized t-shirt, what was left of Dudley's old shorts. He was barefoot. He didn't remember losing his shoes. Movement at the edge of the crater. Harry's head snapped toward it, his heart suddenly pounding. But it was just a woman, Mrs. Henderson from number 12, he thought, crawling out from under a piece of what might have been her garage door. She was bleeding from a cut on her forehead, her house dress torn, her eyes wide and empty. She saw Harry. Their eyes met across the devastation. Then she started screaming. Harry didn't move. Didn't run. Didn't try to explain. He just stood there as Mrs. Henderson screamed, as other sounds began to rise from the ruins, voices calling for help, sirens in the distance, the crackle of fire starting in the debris. He should help, he thought. He should try to find survivors, try to dig people out, try to do something. But he was afraid. Afraid that if he moved too fast, if he felt too much, the darkness would come back. So he just stood there. The sirens grew louder. Harry could see the flashing lights now, coming up Magnolia Crescent, or what was left of Magnolia Crescent. Fire trucks. Ambulances. Police cars. All the machines that adults used to fix things when things went wrong. But this couldn't be fixed. Harry knew that. This was beyond fixing. The first fire truck stopped at the edge of the crater. Firefighters poured out, their faces a mixture of confusion and horror. This didn't look like a gas explosion. This didn't look like anything they'd been trained for. One of them spotted Harry. Pointed. Shouted something Harry couldn't hear. Then there was a sound like a thunderclap, and the world changed again. People appeared. Not from the fire trucks, from nowhere, from thin air, from the empty space beside Harry's left elbow. They wore robes instead of clothes, carried sticks instead of tools, and they moved with a purpose that made the firefighters look like sleepwalkers. Merlin's beard, one of them said. He was tall and dark-skinned, his robes a deep red, his expression carefully blank. "It's worse than we thought." "The boy," another said. This one was a woman, older, her gray hair pulled back in a tight bun. "Where's the boy?" "I'm here," Harry said. They all turned to look at him. 6 of them, he counted. 6 adults in robes, with sticks in their hands, staring at him like he was a bomb that might go off again. Which, he supposed, he was. "Harry Potter," the woman said. It wasn't a question. "My name is Amelia Bones. I'm from the Ministry of Magic. Do you know what just happened here?" Harry looked at the crater. At the grey ash that had been houses, that had been lives, that had been Mrs. Figg's wind chimes and Vernon's face and everything he had ever known, good or bad. "Yes," he said. "I did this." More thunderclaps. More people appearing. Harry lost count, 10, 15, 20. Some of them went straight to work, waving their sticks at the firefighters, who suddenly looked confused and started wandering away. Others spread out across the ruins, their faces grim. And then, with a crack that seemed louder than all the others, an old man appeared. He was tall and thin, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. His robes were purple, embroidered with stars, and he looked like he'd stepped out of a fairy tale. But his eyes, blue, bright, piercing, were anything but whimsical. They fixed on Harry with an intensity that made Harry want to step back. "Harry," the old man said. His voice was gentle, but there was something underneath it. Something that sounded like grief. "My dear boy. Who are you?" The old man moved closer. The others parted around him like water around a stone. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And I am so sorry." "Sorry for what?" Dumbledore's eyes moved from Harry to the crater, then back again. "For everything," he said. "For all of it. I should have. I thought." He stopped, took a breath. "This is not the time for explanations. We need to get you somewhere safe." "Safe from what?" "From people who won't understand what you've been through. From people who will want to use you, or hurt you, or lock you away." Dumbledore reached out a hand. "Come with me, Harry. Please. Let me help." Harry looked at the hand. Old, wrinkled, spotted with age. It was offered gently, without threat. But he'd seen gentle hands before. He'd seen Petunia's hands, washing dishes. He'd seen Vernon's hands, offering a glass of water before they became fists. He'd learned that gentle hands could become other things. He stepped back. "Don't touch me," he said. His voice sounded strange, older, harder, not like him at all. "I don't want to hurt anyone else." Something passed across Dumbledore's face. Pain, maybe. Or recognition. He lowered his hand slowly. "You won't hurt me," he said. "I promise." "You can't promise that." Harry looked down at his own hands, still gray with ash. "No one can promise that. I didn't mean to hurt anyone this time either. It just happened. It came out of me and I couldn't stop it, and now everyone's dead and I don't even know why." "They're not all dead," Amelia Bones said. She had moved closer, her expression carefully neutral. "The destruction radius was significant, but our preliminary surveys suggest." "Don't," Harry said. "Don't tell me the numbers. I don't want to know the numbers." "You need to know," she said. "You need to understand the full scope of, I killed people." Harry's voice cracked on the last word. "I know that. I know what I did. I don't need you to tell me how many." Silence. The kind that pressed in, that weighed, that made breathing hard. Then Dumbledore spoke again. "You're right," he said. "You don't need to know the numbers. Not now. Maybe not ever. What you need is rest, and healing, and time. Will you let us give you those things?" Harry wanted to say no. Wanted to say that he didn't trust them, didn't trust anyone, had learned a long time ago that trust was just another word for waiting to be hurt. But he was so tired. The darkness behind his ribs was quiet now, but holding it there had cost him something. He felt hollowed out, scraped clean, like a bowl that had been emptied. "Okay," he said. "Okay." Dumbledore nodded. He didn't reach for Harry again, just gestured toward a clear patch of ground a few meters away. "We'll need to apparate," he said. "It's a form of magical transportation. It will feel uncomfortable, but it's the fastest way. I'll take us to Hogwarts, my school. You'll be safe there." "Safe," Harry repeated. The word tasted strange. Foreign. Like a word from a language he didn't speak. "Yes." Dumbledore's eyes were still on him, still that piercing blue. "I know you don't believe me yet. I know you have no reason to. But I am going to spend the rest of my life trying to earn your trust, Harry Potter. I owe you that much. I owe you far more than that." Harry didn't ask what he meant. He was too tired for questions. He followed Dumbledore to the clear patch of ground. The other robed people, wizards, he supposed, if the old man was a headmaster of a school for witchcraft, gave him a wide berth. He could see the fear in their eyes. The way they kept their sticks, wands, probably, pointed in his direction, trying to look casual about it. They were afraid of him. "Good," said a voice in his head that might have been the darkness. "They should be." Harry pushed the voice down. It settled behind his ribs, curling up like a cat, waiting. "Take my arm," Dumbledore said. "Hold tight. Don't let go." Harry took his arm. The old man's robes were soft, the fabric expensive. He smelled like lemon drops and something else, something smoky. Something old. "Ready?" "No." "That's quite all right," Dumbledore said. "Neither am I." And the world twisted, compressed, and disappeared. Hogwarts looked like a castle from a dream. Harry stood on the grass beside Dumbledore, staring up at towers and turrets and windows that flickered with candlelight. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, and the castle rose against it like something that had been pulled from the pages of a book. "It's real," Harry said. He hadn't meant to speak out loud. "Quite real," Dumbledore said. "Over 1,000 years old, in fact. Built by the founders of our world, to be a place of learning and safety for young witches and wizards. It's a school." "Yes. For people like me." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. "There is no one quite like you, Harry. But yes, this is a place for people with magic. You would have received a letter on your 11th birthday, inviting you to study here. You still will, when the time comes. If I don't blow it up first." The words came out bitter, sharp. Harry hadn't meant them to, but there they were. Dumbledore didn't flinch. "You didn't blow up little Whinging by choice," he said. "What happened to you, what you experienced, it's called an Obscurus. It's an extremely rare and extremely dangerous magical phenomenon. It occurs when a young witch or wizard is forced to suppress their magic, usually due to abuse or persecution." "Abuse," Harry said flatly. "Yes. So this happened because of the Dursleys." "In part, yes. I placed you with them when you were a baby. I believed it was the safest option." Dumbledore's voice grew heavier. "I was wrong. I was catastrophically, unforgivably wrong, and the consequences of my error, I don't want to hear it." Dumbledore stopped. Harry turned to face him. The old man looked different in the fading light, older, sadder, more human. Not a fairy tale wizard. Just a man who had made a mistake. "You put me there," Harry said. "You knew what they were like. You must have known. And you put me there anyway, and you left me there for 8 years, and now people are dead because of what happened to me in that house. I don't want your apologies. I don't want your explanations. I just want to know one thing. Ask. Why? Why me? Why did you put me there, out of all the places in the world? Why did it have to be them? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The wind picked up, rustling the grass, carrying the scent of pine from a nearby forest. Your mother, he said finally. Lily. She died protecting you. Her sacrifice created a powerful magical protection, one that would keep you safe from those who wished you harm. But the protection only works if you live with her blood relatives. Petunia was her sister. The only blood family you had left. So you traded my life for my safety. I thought. Dumbledore stopped himself. Took a breath. I told myself that the protection was worth any price. That the danger you faced from the outside world was greater than any danger you might face within those walls. I was a fool. A blind, arrogant fool who sacrificed a child's well-being for a theoretical future, and I will never forgive myself for it. Harry stared at him. The anger was still there, hot and sharp, but underneath it was something else. Something that might have been relief. Someone was finally telling him the truth. The protection, Harry said. Is it gone now? Did I break it? I don't know. The Dursley house is destroyed. Petunia and Dudley survived, my people found them and took them to a secure location, but the wards that protected that place are almost certainly shattered. Whether the blood protection itself still functions. Dumbledore shook his head. That is something we will need to discover. Why does it matter? Why do I need protection? Another silence. Longer this time. That, Dumbledore said, is a conversation for another day. You've been through enough, Harry. More than enough. For tonight, I want you to rest. To eat. To sleep in a real bed, in a room that isn't a cupboard, and know that no one will hurt you here. Harry wanted to push. Wanted to demand answers. But the exhaustion was settling into his bones now, deep and heavy, and the castle in front of him glowed with warmth. Okay, he said. Okay. For tonight. Dumbledore nodded. There was something in his eyes, gratitude, maybe, or hope, that made Harry look away. Come, the old man said. Let me show you to your room. They walked toward the castle. Harry's bare feet were silent on the grass, which was softer than any carpet he'd ever touched. The doors opened as they approached, massive wooden doors, twice Harry's height, swinging inward without anyone touching them. The entrance hall was vast, lit by floating candles, its ceiling lost in shadow. Portraits lined the walls, and Harry could have sworn one of them moved, turning to watch him pass. The portraits are magical, Dumbledore said, noticing his stare. They retain impressions of the people they depict. Some of them are quite chatty. Harry said nothing. He was too busy looking. They climbed a staircase, marble, wide, also somehow moving, and walked down a corridor lined with suits of armor. More portraits. More candles. More impossible things that Harry's mind was struggling to accept. Finally, Dumbledore stopped in front of a wooden door. These will be your rooms for now, he said. Temporary quarters. We'll discuss more permanent arrangements tomorrow, once you've rested. There's food inside, the house elves have prepared a meal. Eat as much or as little as you like. Harry looked at the door. It was just a door, wood, iron handle, nothing special. But it represented something he had never really had. Privacy. Safety. A space that was his. Thank you, he said. The words came out rough, unpracticed. Dumbledore smiled. It was a sad smile, weighted with all the things he hadn't said, but it was genuine. You're welcome, Harry. Sleep well. And know that whatever happens next, whatever challenges arise, you will not face them alone. He turned and walked away, his purple robe swishing against the stone floor. Harry watched him go until he disappeared around a corner. Then he opened the door and stepped inside. The room was larger than the Dursleys' entire downstairs. There was a bed, a real bed, with pillows and blankets and sheets that looked clean. There was a fireplace, already lit, crackling warmly. There was a table with food, bread, cheese, fruit, soup in a bowl that steamed gently. And there was a window, looking out over the grounds, showing the last sliver of sun as it dipped below the horizon. Harry walked to the window. He pressed his palm against the glass, feeling the coolness of it, and looked out at the world. Somewhere out there, little Whinging was still burning. People were still dying, or grieving, or trying to make sense of a disaster that had no natural explanation. The Ministry of Magic was probably in chaos. The Muggle authorities were probably in worse chaos. And somewhere, in the back of Harry's mind, the darkness stirred. Not angry now. Not hungry. Just, present. Waiting. We survived, it seemed to say. We're still here. I know, Harry whispered. I know. He turned away from the window and walked to the table. The soup smelled like nothing he'd ever been given at the Dursleys, rich, warm, real. He picked up the spoon. And for the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter ate a meal without fear. The dreams came anyway. Harry had known they would. Even the soft bed, even the warm room, even the full stomach couldn't keep them away. He was back in Little Whinging. Back in the crater. But this time, instead of ash and rubble, the ground was covered with faces. Mrs. Fig. Mr. Prentice from number 7. The postman who always smiled at Harry when he delivered the mail. They stared up at him with empty eyes, their mouths moving without sound. Why, they seemed to ask. Why did you kill us? I didn't mean to, Harry said. I didn't want to. I couldn't stop it. But the faces kept staring. Kept asking. And the darkness behind Harry's ribs began to stir. They deserved it, it whispered. They saw how they treated you. They never helped. They deserve, no. Harry's voice was firm, even in the dream. No one deserved this. I didn't want this. The darkness paused. Considered. You wanted to be free. Not like this. There is no other way. This is what we are. This is what they made us. No. Harry turned to face the darkness. It was behind him now, a shape made of shadow and smoke, taller than him, wider than him, more real than him. We're not just what they made us. We can be something else. We can choose. The darkness rippled. Something passed through it, confusion, maybe, or curiosity. Choose. To be different. To not hurt anyone else. To find a way to live without destroying everything around us. For a long moment, the darkness was still. Then, slowly, it began to shrink. Not disappearing, Harry could feel that it would never disappear entirely, that it was as much a part of him as his heartbeat, but settling. Quieting. Becoming, if not quite tame, then at least, listening. We will try, it said. For you. We will try. Harry woke up. The room was dark, the fire burned down to embers. Outside the window, stars wheeled in a sky that was somehow bigger than any sky Harry had seen before. He lay in bed, breathing slowly, feeling the darkness settle into its place behind his ribs. It was different now. Not fighting him. Not trying to get out. Just, there. Waiting to see what he would do next. Okay, Harry whispered to himself. Okay. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring. He didn't know if the ministry would come for him, or if Dumbledore's promises meant anything, or if he would ever learn to control this thing that lived inside him. But for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he had a choice. He could be the monster they expected. Or he could be something else entirely. He closed his eyes, and this time, he didn't dream at all. Morning came too bright and too early. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the window, so strong it made his eyes water. He sat up in bed, momentarily disoriented. Where am I? Whose bed is this? Why doesn't it smell like dust and copper? Before the memories came flooding back. Little Whinging. The darkness. The crater. Hogwarts. He got out of bed slowly, his body aching in places he hadn't known could ache. The clothes he'd worn yesterday, the rags that had survived the destruction, were gone, replaced by a neat pile on a chair, trousers, a shirt, socks, shoes. Simple clothes, but clean. Real. His size. Harry dressed mechanically. The clothes felt strange against his skin, soft, unworn, new. He couldn't remember ever wearing anything new. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," Harry said, and immediately wondered if that had been stupid. He didn't know who was on the other side. Didn't know who in this castle wanted to help him and who wanted to lock him away. The door opened. It wasn't Dumbledore. It was a woman, younger than Harry had expected, maybe 30, with dark skin, close-cropped hair, and kind eyes. She wore robes of pale blue, and she carried a tray with breakfast, eggs, toast, more fruit. "Good morning, Harry," she said. Her voice was warm, but there was something careful underneath it. "Professional. I'm healer Miriam Stroud. I've been assigned to your care. Care. Medical care. Psychological care. Whatever you need." She set the tray down on the table and turned to face him fully. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to evaluate your condition and determine what kind of support would be most helpful." "You mean figure out if I'm going to explode again?" Something flickered across her face, surprise, maybe, at his bluntness. But she didn't look away. "That's one way to put it," she said. "I prefer to think of it as understanding what happened so we can prevent it from happening again. But yes, the ministry is very concerned, and the professor believes that if we can demonstrate you're receiving proper treatment, it will be easier to keep you safe from political complications." Political complications. "Some people," Healer Stroud said carefully, "believe you should be contained. Isolated. Studied like a specimen. The professor disagrees. So do I. But we need to show them a path forward, or they'll try to take matters into their own hands." Harry absorbed this. He'd expected to be treated like a monster, the Dursleys had treated him like one for years. But this was different. This was people being reasonable about treating him like a monster. "Okay," he said. "What do you need me to do?" "For now. Eat breakfast." Healer Stroud smiled, a real smile, the first one Harry had seen since arriving. "The eggs are quite good. The Hogwarts elves know what they're doing." Harry sat down at the table. The eggs were good. The toast was warm, buttered, perfect. He ate slowly, aware of Healer Stroud watching him but not feeling threatened by it. "Can I ask you something?" he said between bites. "Of course. Dumbledore said what happened to me is called an Obscurus. He said it happens when magical children are forced to suppress their magic. But he didn't explain how it happens. What it actually is." Healer Stroud was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was measured. "An Obscurus is difficult to explain. The best analogy I've heard is that it's like an infection. When magic is suppressed, forcefully, repeatedly, over years, it doesn't disappear. It has nowhere to go. So it turns inward, feeding on negative emotions. Fear. Anger. Shame. It grows, and it changes, and eventually it becomes something separate. Something that can act on its own. The darkness," Harry said. "The thing inside me. It's separate from me. That's where it gets complicated." Healer Stroud leaned forward slightly. "Most experts would say yes, the Obscurus is a parasite, distinct from its host. That's been the standard understanding for centuries. But the truth is, we don't know enough to say for certain. Obscurials are extremely rare, and they almost never survive past childhood. Why not? Because the obscurus kills them. It grows too powerful, too hungry, and the host can't contain it anymore. They have an episode like the one you had yesterday, and they don't come back from it. Harry set down his fork. Suddenly, he wasn't hungry anymore. But I came back from it, he said. Yes. You did. Healer Stroud's eyes were steady on his. That's one of the things we need to understand. You're 8 years old, Harry. By all accounts, you've been suppressing your magic since infancy. You should have erupted years ago, and if you survived the eruption, the Obscurus should have consumed you entirely by now. But here you are. Alive. Yourself. Maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe. Or maybe there's something different about you. Something that lets you coexist with the Obscurus in a way others couldn't. She paused. Have you communicated with it? The darkness, as you call it. Harry thought about the dream. The voice that wasn't his voice. The thing behind his ribs that had agreed to try. Yes, he said. I think so. What does it say? Harry was quiet for a long moment. The sunlight through the window was warm on his back, and somewhere in the castle, he could hear voices, students, maybe, or staff, going about their days. It says we're the same, he finally said. It says we're what they made us. But I told it we don't have to be. I told it we can choose. And what did it say to that? It said it would try. Healer Stroud let out a breath she seemed to have been holding. That's remarkable, Harry. Truly remarkable. I've never heard of an Obscurial being able to communicate with their Obscurus like that. It's usually described as being overwhelmed, possessed, not a conversation. Maybe because no one ever tried talking to it. A small smile crossed Healer Stroud's face. Maybe, she agreed. Or maybe you're just special. Harry didn't feel special. He felt tired, and confused, and like he was standing on the edge of something vast that he couldn't quite see. But he also felt, for the first time, like someone was actually listening to him. What happens now? He asked. Now, Healer Stroud said, we take it one day at a time. I'll be working with you every day, exercises, conversations, monitoring your condition. The professor has arranged for you to stay here at Hogwarts for the foreseeable future, which means you'll be protected by some of the strongest magical wards in Britain. And we'll figure out, together, how to help you live with this. What if you can't help me? What if I explode again? Then we'll deal with it. But I don't think you will, Harry. Healer Stroud stood, moving toward the door. You're stronger than you know. And you're not alone anymore. She paused at the door, looking back. Finish your breakfast, she said. Then get some rest. Tomorrow, we start working. The door closed behind her. Harry sat alone in the sunlit room, the remains of his breakfast cooling on the table. Somewhere behind his ribs, the darkness stirred, not threatening, not hungry, just present. Watching. Waiting. One day at a time, he thought. We can do that. We can try. He picked up his fork and finished his eggs. The first 3 days passed in a blur of meals and sleep and long conversations with Healer Stroud. She taught him breathing exercises, meditation techniques, ways to calm his mind when the world became too loud. None of it was magic, not really, but it helped. Slowly, carefully, Harry began to feel like he had some control. On the 4th day, Dumbledore came to see him. Harry was sitting by the window, watching the grounds, when the knock came. He knew it was Dumbledore before the door opened, something about the rhythm of the knock, or maybe just instinct. Come in. The old man entered, looking slightly less burdened than he had that first night. He was carrying something, a small package, wrapped in brown paper. Good morning, Harry. How are you feeling? Better, Harry said. And it was true. The darkness was still there, but it was quieter now. More patient. Healer Stroud says I'm making progress. She's told me. I'm very pleased. Dumbledore moved into the room, settling into a chair across from Harry. I thought you might like to have this. He held out the package. Harry took it, turning it over in his hands. What is it? Open it and see. Harry unwrapped the paper carefully. Inside was a photograph. A young woman smiled up at him, red hair catching the light, green eyes bright with laughter. She was standing in front of a building, a school, maybe, waving at the camera. That's your mother, Dumbledore said quietly. Lily, in her 5th year at Hogwarts. I thought you might like to have something of hers. A real something. Not just stories. Harry stared at the photograph. His mother. His mother. She was beautiful, and alive, and smiling, and she looked like she could have loved him. Thank you, Harry said. His voice came out rough, thick. Thank you. Dumbledore nodded. There was something gentle in his eyes, something that hadn't been there before. Or maybe Harry just hadn't been ready to see it. There's something else I wanted to discuss with you, the old man said. Something important. The protection. You said we'd need to discover if it still works. That's part of it, yes. But there's more. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Harry, do you know why the Dark Lord, why Voldemort, killed your parents? Harry shook his head. There was a prophecy, Dumbledore said slowly. Made before you were born. It spoke of a child with the power to defeat the Dark Lord, a child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied him 3 times. Voldemort heard the prophecy, or part of it, and he believed it referred to you. He came to kill you, Harry. Not your parents. You. And he failed. Because of my mother's protection. Yes. When Lily died to save you, her love created a shield that Voldemort's magic couldn't penetrate. His killing curse rebounded, and he was destroyed. But not entirely. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. He's still out there, Harry. Weakened, bodiless, but alive. And when he regains his strength, and he will, someday, he'll come for you again. Harry absorbed this. It should have been terrifying, a dark wizard, the murderer of his parents, coming to finish the job. But somehow, it just felt like another piece of the puzzle. So I need to be strong enough to stop him, Harry said. You need to be prepared, Dumbledore agreed. Not just magically, but mentally. Emotionally. Strategically. The Obscurus is a danger, yes, but it could also be an asset. If you can learn to control it, truly control it, you'll have a weapon unlike anything Voldemort has ever faced. A weapon. Harry looked down at the photograph in his hands. His mother's smile. His mother's eyes. Is that all I am to you? A weapon? Dumbledore flinched. It was small, but Harry caught it. No, the old man said. No, Harry. You're a child who has been through unimaginable suffering, and you deserve safety and peace and a chance to grow up without fear. But I would be lying if I said the war was over. If I said your future would be simple. Voldemort will return, and when he does, you will be at the center of it. I can't change that. I can only try to prepare you for it. And if I don't want to be prepared? If I just want to be normal? A sad smile crossed Dumbledore's face. Then I would understand. And I would do everything in my power to protect you anyway. But I don't think that's what you want, Harry. I think you want to choose. To be the one making decisions about your own life. And that means knowing the truth, however difficult it might be. Harry was quiet for a long moment. The sunlight had moved across the floor, marking the passage of time. In his hands, his mother smiled eternally. "Okay," he said finally. "Tell me everything." And Dumbledore did. The summer ended. Autumn came to Hogwarts, painting the grounds in gold and red. Harry stayed in his temporary rooms, learning, growing, preparing. Healer Stroud came every day. Dumbledore came when he could. Other faces began to appear, professors who would teach him about magic once he officially enrolled, staff members who brought him meals and clean clothes and, occasionally, awkward conversation. He wasn't happy, exactly. The weight of what he'd done, what he was, never fully lifted. But he was surviving. He was learning. He was becoming someone new. And the darkness behind his ribs? It was still there. Still waiting. But it was patient now. It trusted him. They would need each other, Harry knew. When Voldemort returned, when the Ministry turned against him, when the world decided he was too dangerous to live, they would need each other. But for now, there was the castle. There was the sunrise over the mountains. There was the photograph of his mother, tucked under his pillow where he could see it when he woke. There was the knowledge that, for the first time in his life, someone was telling him the truth. Harry stood at the window, watching the leaves fall, and waited for whatever came next. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Boy in the Black Room. The Ministry of Magic existed in the spaces between things. That was how Amelia Bones had always thought of it, not as a building, but as an idea given architecture. It sprawled beneath London like a second city, its corridors twisting through bedrock and clay and the forgotten foundations of structures that had crumbled to dust centuries ago. Wizards had worked there for so long that the magic had seeped into the stones themselves, making the walls hum with old power and older secrets. Today, the humming felt like a headache. Amelia stood outside the minister's office, waiting. She'd been waiting for 17 minutes, which was either a power play or genuine chaos. With Cornelius Fudge, you could never quite tell. Her robes were immaculate, her posture perfect, her face arranged in the expression of patient competence she'd spent 20 years perfecting. Inside, she was calculating exactly how badly this meeting was going to go. The door opened. A junior aide, barely out of Hogwarts, nervous eyes, ink stains on his cuffs, gestured her in. "Director Bones. The minister will see you now." Amelia stepped into the office and assessed the situation in the time it took to cross the threshold. Fudge sat behind his desk, looking like a man who hadn't slept in 3 days. His lime green bowler hat was slightly askew, and there were papers spread across every surface, reports, she assumed, all saying variations of the same thing. Disaster. Catastrophe. What do we do? He wasn't alone. To his left stood Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary, her toad-like face arranged in an expression of performative concern. To his right was a man Amelia recognized but had never formally met, Saul Croker, head of the Department of Mysteries, looking as forgettable as always. That was the thing about unspeakables, they cultivated blandness the way other wizards cultivated beards. Amelia. Fudge gestured to a chair. "Sit, please. We have much to discuss." "Minister." She sat, smoothing her robes. "I've prepared my preliminary report on the little Whinging incident, if you'd like to review." Yes, I've seen it." Fudge waved a hand dismissively. 47 confirmed Muggle deaths. 63 injured. 2 square kilometers of destruction. The largest breach of the statute of secrecy in living memory. 43 confirmed deaths, Amelia corrected quietly. 4 are still missing, presumed deceased. The point stands. Fudge leaned forward, his eyes bloodshot. "This is a catastrophe, Amelia. An absolute catastrophe. The Muggle Prime Minister is asking questions I can't answer. The International Confederation is demanding an explanation. And the Prophet," he shuddered. "The Prophet is running 3 editions a day, each one more hysterical than the last. The Prophet's hysteria is manageable. The actual situation is what concerns me. The situation, Umbridge interjected, her voice saccharine, is that we have a dangerous magical creature masquerading as a child. A creature that has killed dozens of innocent people and could kill dozens more at any moment. The situation, Director Bones, is that you've allowed this creature to be removed from ministry custody and placed in the care of, she consulted a note. Albus Dumbledore. At Hogwarts. Where there are children. Amelia kept her expression neutral. Harry Potter is not a creature, Undersecretary. He is an 8-year-old boy who experienced a severe magical trauma. He's receiving treatment from qualified healers, and he's shown no signs of instability since the initial incident. No signs yet. If we're operating on speculation, we might as well all go home. Ladies. Fudge held up a hand, looking pained. We're not here to argue. We're here to find a solution. Croaker. The unspeakable shifted forward slightly. His face was so unremarkable that Amelia had to actively focus to keep track of his features. The Department of Mysteries has been studying obscurial phenomena for centuries, he said. His voice was as bland as his face, the kind of voice you forgot as soon as it stopped speaking. We have extensive records, theoretical frameworks, containment protocols. If the boy were transferred to our care, we could study him properly. Understand what he is. Develop methods to control. He's not a specimen, Amelia cut in. He's a child. He's a weapon. Croaker's bland expression didn't change. Whether he intends to be or not. The question isn't whether we study him, it's who studies him, and to what end. Would you rather he be examined by qualified experts, or would you rather leave him unsupervised until he kills again? The office went quiet. Fudge was sweating. What exactly are you proposing? Amelia asked carefully. A formal petition to the Wizengamot, Croaker said. Classification of Harry Potter as a magical entity rather than a wizard. This would allow the Department of Mysteries to assume responsibility for his care and containment, freeing the ministry from political liability while ensuring proper oversight. Magical entity. Amelia let the word sit in the air. You want to strip an 8-year-old of his legal personhood because he survived something that should have killed him. I want to protect the public from a threat they don't understand. So should you. Director Bones. Fudge's voice was careful, probing. Where do you stand on this? Officially? Amelia considered her options. She could push back, defend the boy, defend Dumbledore's custody arrangement, argue for patience and treatment in time. It would be the right thing to do. It would also put her in direct opposition to the unspeakables, which was a career-ending proposition more often than not. Or she could go along. Nod and agree and let the wheels turn. Let someone else take responsibility for whatever happened next. She thought about the crater. The ash. The boy standing at its center, covered in gray dust, telling her I did this with eyes that had already seen too much. My official position, she said slowly, is that we need more information before we make any permanent decisions. The boy is stable. He's receiving treatment. Let's give it time and see how he progresses. Time is a luxury we may not have, Umbridge said. Then we'll make time. Amelia stood, smoothing her robes again. Minister, I'll keep you informed of any developments. Croaker, if you want to file your petition, that's your prerogative. But I'll be recommending against it until we have evidence that the current arrangement isn't working. She walked out before anyone could object. The corridors of the ministry swallowed her footsteps, stone and magic-absorbing sound until her own breathing seemed loud. She made it to her office, a cramped room on level 2, too small for her rank, and closed the door behind her. Then, and only then, she let herself lean against the wall and exhale. The boy's face wouldn't leave her mind. Not the terror in the crater, but the moment after, when Dumbledore had reached for him, and he'd stepped back. Don't touch me. I don't want to hurt anyone else. 8 years old. Raised by muggles who'd apparently treated him like garbage. And his first thought, after destroying half a town, was to protect others from himself. Amelia had seen dark wizards in her time. She'd seen monsters and murderers and people who'd lost their humanity to power. Harry Potter wasn't any of those things. He was just a child who'd been hurt badly enough that his magic had hurt back. But Croaker was right about one thing: the boy was dangerous. Maybe the most dangerous thing in Britain, if he couldn't learn control. The question was what to do about it. Amelia sat down at her desk, pulled out fresh parchment, and began to write. The holding facility was 3 levels below the Auror offices, in a section of the ministry that didn't appear on any public maps. Harry had been there for 5 days. He'd lost track of time, at first. The room they'd put him in had no windows, no clock, nothing to mark the hours except the regular arrival of meals through a slot in the door. But he'd started counting, the way he always counted when things got bad, and now he knew: 5 days, 15 meals, approximately 120 hours. The room was called a secure medical suite in the paperwork, but Harry knew what it really was. A cell. A very nice cell, with a bed and a chair and even a small bookshelf, but a cell nonetheless. The walls were the key. They were black, not painted black, but made of something black, something that seemed to absorb light and sound and magic. When Harry pressed his hand against them, he felt nothing. The constant hum of power that had lived in his chest since little Whinging went quiet here. The darkness behind his ribs fell silent. It should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like suffocation. The walls are constructed from void stone, Healer Stroud had explained on his second day. It suppresses magical energy. The ministry uses it for high-risk containment, usually artifacts, not people. But given your situation, they felt it was necessary. To keep me from exploding again. To give you a chance to rest. To recover. Without the Obscurus constantly pressing against your control. Harry hadn't argued. Part of him, the part that remembered Mrs. Figg's wind chimes going silent, was grateful for the walls. If he couldn't feel the darkness, maybe the darkness couldn't hurt anyone. But another part of him, a deeper part, felt like he'd been cut in half. He spent the first 2 days sleeping. The exhaustion was bone deep, the kind of tired that sleep couldn't really fix, and the silence of the void stone walls made it easy to drift. He dreamed, sometimes, fragments of flame and ash and screaming, but even the dreams were muted here, like they were happening to someone else. On the 3rd day, Healer Stroud began their sessions. She came every morning and every afternoon, staying for an hour each time. They talked about what had happened, not the destruction itself, but the feelings underneath it. The years of cupboards and locked doors. The hunger. The loneliness. The slow accumulation of rage that Harry hadn't even known he was carrying. The Obscurus feeds on suppressed emotion, she explained. When you weren't allowed to feel angry, the anger didn't disappear. It went somewhere. Built up. And eventually. It exploded. Essentially, yes. The goal now is to help you process those emotions in healthier ways. To give the Obscurus less to feed on. And if I can't? If there's too much? Healer Stroud's expression was careful. Then we find other strategies. But I don't think that will happen, Harry. You're already showing remarkable resilience. Most Obscurials can't even discuss their condition, the Obscurus won't let them. The fact that you can talk about it, examine it, question it, that's significant. Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that talking could fix what was broken inside him, that breathing exercises and meditation could quiet the darkness permanently. But he remembered the crater. He remembered how good it had felt, for one terrible moment, to finally let go. On the 4th day, he met Amelia Bones. She came in the afternoon, unannounced, sweeping into the cell like she owned it. Which, in a sense, she did. This was her jurisdiction, her department, her responsibility. Harry watched her from his seat on the bed, taking in her square jaw, her gray-streaked hair, her eyes that missed nothing. "Harry Potter," she said. "Not a question. I'm Director Amelia Bones. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I know who you are. You were there. At Little Whinging. I was." She pulled the single chair around to face him, sitting down with the ease of someone who'd done hundreds of interrogations. "I wanted to speak with you directly. Without healers, without advocates, without anyone telling either of us what to think. Am I being interrogated? Consider it a conversation." Her eyes were steady on his. "I've read all the reports. I know what happened to you at the Dursleys. I know what triggered the incident. What I don't know is what you're thinking. How you're processing all of this." Harry considered the question. It was strange, being asked what he was thinking, really asked, like his answer mattered. "I'm thinking," he said slowly, "that everyone is trying to figure out what to do with me. The Ministry wants me contained. The healers want me treated. Dumbledore wants me. I don't know what Dumbledore wants. Protected, maybe. But no one's asked me what I want." "Fair enough. What do you want?" "I want to not hurt anyone else. I want to understand what I am. I want." He hesitated. "I want to stop being afraid of myself." Something shifted in Bones's expression. Not softening, exactly, she didn't seem like someone who softened, but a kind of recognition. "That's a reasonable set of goals," she said. "More reasonable than most people manage. The question is how to get there. Healer Stroud says I need time. Treatment. A chance to process everything. Healer Stroud is a good woman, and she's right about the treatment. But time is becoming a luxury." Bones leaned forward slightly. "There are people in this ministry who want you classified as a magical creature. Who want you taken apart and studied like an interesting specimen. They're not evil, not exactly, but they see you as a problem to be solved, not a person to be helped. I'm trying to hold them off, but I need ammunition. I need to be able to show them you're not a threat. And if I am a threat, if I can't be controlled, then I'll deal with it. But I don't think that's the case. I think you're a child who was put in an impossible situation and survived it. I think you deserve a chance to prove that." Harry looked at her for a long moment. She met his gaze without flinching. "Why?" he asked. "Why do you care what happens to me?" Bones was quiet. When she spoke, her voice was different, lower, more personal. "I have a niece," she said. "Susan. She's about your age. Smart girl. Brave. I look at her sometimes and wonder what would happen if she'd been raised differently. If she'd been locked in a cupboard and starved and told she was worthless. Would she have turned out the way she did? Or would she have become something else? You think I'm like her. I think you could have been. I think you still might be, if someone gives you the chance." She stood, brushing off her robes. "I'm going to do everything I can to get you out of here, Harry. Into proper care, with proper treatment, somewhere that isn't a black box in the basement of the ministry. But I need you to work with me. No incidents. No outbursts. No giving them ammunition. I'll try. Try hard." She moved toward the door, then paused. "One more thing. There's a man named Croker. Head of the Department of Mysteries. If he comes to see you, and he will, don't tell him anything. Don't agree to anything. Don't even acknowledge he exists if you can help it. Why? Because he doesn't see you as a person. He sees you as a research opportunity. And the things the unspeakables do to research opportunities." She shook her head. "Just be careful. Trust no one in this building except me and Healer Stroud. Understand?" Harry nodded. Bones left. The door sealed behind her, void stone swallowing the sound. Harry sat on his bed, thinking about what she'd said. Trust no one. Be careful. Show them you're not a threat. It was good advice. Practical advice. The kind of advice that might keep him alive. But deep in his chest, where the darkness should have been stirring, there was only silence. And Harry realized, with a cold certainty, that silence could be just as dangerous as noise. Croaker came on the 5th day. Harry was expecting him. After Bones's warning, he'd been watching for any sign of the unspeakables, listening at the door, paying attention to the footsteps in the corridor, trying to gauge who was coming before they arrived. The footsteps that came at midday were different. Lighter, more deliberate, with long pauses between them. Like someone who was used to not being noticed. The door opened. A man stepped in. He was the most forgettable person Harry had ever seen. Medium height, medium build, brown hair that could have been any shade of brown. His face was like a sketch that hadn't been finished. There were features there, but they didn't quite add up to a person. Harry Potter. His voice was as bland as his face. I'm Saul Croaker. I oversee the Department of Mysteries. Harry said nothing. Trust no one. Croaker didn't seem bothered by the silence. He moved to the chair, sat down, and studied Harry with eyes that were the only interesting thing about him, pale gray, sharp, missing nothing. You're wondering why I'm here, he said. Whether I'm a threat. Whether you should talk to me or stay silent. Those are good instincts. Most children wouldn't have them. Still nothing. I'm not here to hurt you, Croaker continued. I'm here to help you. But my kind of help is different from what you've been offered so far. Healers want to make you feel better. Politicians want to make you manageable. I want to understand what you are. And through understanding, perhaps, to give you control you've never had before. Harry's jaw tightened. He could feel the urge to respond, to argue, to demand explanations. But Bones's warning echoed in his mind. I know what Director Bones told you, Croaker said, as if reading his thoughts. That I see you as a specimen. An opportunity. She's not entirely wrong, I do see you that way. But I also see you as something more. Something unprecedented. He leaned forward, and for a moment, his forgettable face became almost intense. Obscurials die, Harry. That's what they do. The Obscurus grows too powerful, the host can't contain it, and they either explode, like you did, or they simply fade away. The longest-lived Obscurial on record survived to age 14. You're 8, and you've already had an eruption that should have killed you. By all rights, you should be dead or dying right now. Instead, you're sitting in this room, healthy and whole and perfectly lucid. So I'm a freak among freaks. You're a mystery. And I've dedicated my life to solving mysteries. Croaker spread his hands. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm not even asking you to like me. I'm asking you to consider the possibility that I can help you in ways no one else can. The healers will teach you to suppress the Obscurus. To push it down, ignore it, pretend it doesn't exist. But suppression is what created the Obscurus in the first place. It's not a solution, it's a delay. What's the alternative? Integration. Croaker's gray eyes were bright now, almost feverish. The Obscurus isn't a separate entity, Harry. It's you. You're magic, twisted by trauma, given form and will. What if, instead of fighting it, you learn to merge with it? To make it part of yourself again, under your conscious control? You want me to become the darkness. I want you to own the darkness. There's a difference. Harry was quiet for a long moment. The void stone walls pressed in around him, heavy and silent, and he missed the familiar presence behind his ribs more than he wanted to admit. And what do you get out of it? He asked. If I learn to control the Obscurus? Knowledge. Understanding. Proof that the impossible is possible. Croaker smiled, a thin, humorless expression. And yes, before you ask, a weapon. Britain has enemies, Harry. Dark wizards, hostile nations, ancient threats that most people don't even know exist. If you could learn to wield the Obscurus deliberately, you would be the most powerful magical asset in the country. Perhaps in the world. An asset. Not a person. A person who happens to be an asset. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Harry stood up. He walked to the black wall and pressed his palm against it, feeling the nothing where his magic should have been. Healer Stroud says I need to process my emotions, he said. Director Bones says I need to prove I'm not a threat. Dumbledore says I need to be prepared for something he won't explain. And now you're saying I need to become one with the darkness inside me. He turned to face Croaker. Everyone wants something different from me. How am I supposed to know who's right? You're not. Croaker's expression was unreadable. You're 8 years old. You shouldn't have to know anything yet. But the world doesn't care about what should be, it only cares about what is. And what is, Harry, is that you're the most interesting magical phenomenon in centuries, and everyone is going to want a piece of you. The question is whether you let them take pieces, or whether you stay whole. And you're offering to help me stay whole. I'm offering to help you become more than whole. But it's your choice. It always will be. Croaker stood, moving toward the door with the same deliberate steps he'd entered with. I'll leave you to think about it, he said. We'll speak again. He left. The door sealed. Harry stayed by the wall, his hand flat against the void stone, and thought about what Croaker had said. Integration. Ownership. Becoming more than whole. It sounded good. It sounded like exactly what Harry wanted, control, understanding, power that was his instead of something that happened to him. But there had been something in Croaker's eyes. Something hungry. Something that reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of the way Vernon had looked at him sometimes. Not with anger, but with calculation. Figuring out what Harry could be used for. Trust no one, Bones had said. Harry pressed harder against the wall, feeling the nothing, and wondered if he could even trust himself. The Wizengamot convened on the 6th day. Harry wasn't there, he was still in his void stone cell, eating breakfast when the proceedings began, but he felt the ripples of it through the building. More footsteps than usual. Raised voices in the corridor. A tension in the air that even the magic-dampening walls couldn't quite suppress. Healer Stroud came late that morning, looking frazzled. The Wizengamot is discussing your case, she said, settling into her chair with less grace than usual. Multiple factions are presenting their positions. Director Bones is arguing for continued treatment and observation. The Unspeakables are pushing for their magical entity classification. And there's a third group, some of the old families, who want you released into private custody. Private custody. Guardianship. Adoption, essentially. A few of the noble houses have expressed interest in taking responsibility for you. Harry processed this. They want to own me. That's a cynical way to put it. Is it wrong? Healer Stroud was quiet for a moment. No, she admitted. It's not wrong. The noble houses are always looking for advantages. A child with your power, your potential, would be quite an asset. That word again. Asset. I'm sorry, Harry. I know this isn't what you want to hear. But you need to understand how the wizarding world works. Power attracts power. You have power that most witches and wizards can't even comprehend, and that makes you valuable. Everyone is going to want to be close to you, influence you, shape you into something that serves their interests. Including you. The question came out sharper than Harry intended. Healer Stroud flinched, then seemed to consider it seriously. I'd like to think I'm different, she said slowly. That I'm here because I want to help you, not because I want something from you. But I won't pretend I'm perfect. I have a career. Ambitions. Helping you, being the healer who cured an Obscurial, would be good for those things. She met his eyes. The best I can offer you is honesty. I'll try to help you for the right reasons, and I'll tell you when my motivations get mixed up. Is that enough? Harry thought about it. Thought about Dumbledore's guilt, Bones's protectiveness, Croaker's hunger. It's more than anyone else has offered, he said. Then let's work with what we have. Healer Stroud pulled out her notes. Tell me about the dreams. The Wizengamot session lasted all day. Harry pieced together what happened from fragments, overheard conversations in the corridor, the tension in Healer Stroud's shoulders when she returned for their afternoon session, the way the guards' whispers grew louder and more frequent as the hours passed. The vote had been close. Croaker's magical entity classification had been rejected, but only barely, 37 against, 32 in favor. The old family's petition for guardianship had been tabled pending further investigation. And Bones's proposal, continued treatment at the ministry facility, with regular progress reports to the Wizengamot, had passed, but with conditions. What kind of conditions? Harry asked. Healer Stroud hesitated. Monitoring, she said finally. More, invasive monitoring. The Wizengamot wants proof that you're not a threat. They want measurements, tests, demonstrations of control. They want to see me perform. Essentially, yes. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. And if I can't perform? If the tests don't go well? Then the vote comes up again. And next time, we might not win. The cell felt smaller suddenly. The black walls pressed in, the void stone sucking at the edges of Harry's consciousness, and he understood, really understood, for the first time, how precarious his situation was. He wasn't a person here. He was a problem. A threat to be managed, an unknown to be quantified, a potential disaster waiting to happen. Every conversation, every test, every moment was being evaluated. Recorded. Used to build a case for or against his continued existence. I need to get out of here, he said. Harry, not escape. I know I can't escape. But I can't stay in this cell forever. I can't prove I'm not a threat if all I do is sit in a black box and talk about my feelings. Healer Stroud was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. You're right, she said. I'll talk to Director Bones. See if we can arrange something, supervised activities, limited interaction with the outside world. Something to show the Wizengamot that you're making progress. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The ministry bureaucracy moves slowly, and there are a lot of people who would rather keep you locked away forever. She stood, gathering her things. Just keep doing what you're doing, Harry. Stay calm. Stay controlled. And trust that some of us are fighting for you. She left. The door sealed. Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Black, like everything else in this room. Black and silent and empty. I need to get out of here, he thought again. And then, quieter, from somewhere deeper, we need to get out of here. The darkness was still silent, the void stone saw to that, but Harry could feel it waiting. Patient. Ready. When the time came, they would be ready together. The letter arrived on the 7th day. Harry was alone in his cell. Healer Stroud had gone to argue with bureaucrats, the guards were doing whatever guards did, when something slid under his door. An envelope, cream-colored, sealed with black wax. He picked it up carefully. The seal bore an emblem he didn't recognize, a shield with 3 stars and what might have been a bird, though it was hard to tell from the impression. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, covered in elegant script. Mr. Potter, they're going to fail you. They always do. The ministry sees you as a problem. Dumbledore sees you as a project. The unspeakables see you as an experiment. None of them see you as what you actually are, a young man with extraordinary gifts who deserves better than to be locked in a box and studied like a curiosity. I am Arcturus Black, Lord of the noble and most ancient House of Black. I am 147 years old, and I have seen the ministry fail children like you more times than I can count. They mean well, some of them, but good intentions don't change outcomes. What changes outcomes is power, properly applied. I have power. I have connections. I have resources that could ensure you receive proper training, proper protection, and proper respect. What I don't have is an heir worthy of my house. I am proposing an arrangement. Come under my guardianship, become my ward, and I will teach you everything you need to survive in the world you've been thrust into. I will not treat you as a weapon, or a specimen, or a project. I will treat you as what you are, a young wizard with the potential to shape the future of magical Britain. Consider my offer. If you're interested, simply write, yes, on this parchment and leave it under your door. I'll handle the rest. Arcturus Black, Lord of House Black, former member of the Whinging, retired. Harry read the letter 3 times. His first instinct was suspicion. This was exactly the kind of offer Healer Stroud had warned him about, an old family trying to claim him, to use his power for their own purposes. The phrase, "I don't have an heir worthy of my house," was practically an admission that Arcturus Black wanted something from him. But there was something else in the letter. Something that tugged at Harry in ways he couldn't quite explain. They're going to fail you. They always do. He'd thought the same thing, hadn't he? Lying in bed, staring at the black ceiling, feeling the weight of institutional indifference pressing down on him. The ministry didn't care about Harry Potter, they cared about managing a crisis. And even the people who seemed to care, like Bones and Healer Stroud, were constrained by systems that weren't designed to help children like him. Arcturus Black was offering something different. Not treatment or containment or study, but training. Not protection from himself, but protection from everyone else. It could be a trap. It probably was a trap. But what did Harry have to lose? He found a quill on the small desk, left there 4 therapeutic writing exercises, and smoothed out the parchment. His hand hovered over the page for a long moment. Then, carefully, he wrote, "Maybe. Tell me more." He folded the letter, slid it under the door, and waited. The response came faster than Harry expected. Less than an hour after he'd sent his tentative reply, there was a commotion in the corridor. Raised voices, the sound of footsteps, many footsteps, and then his door opening to reveal not a guard, not Healer Stroud, but an old man in midnight blue robes. Arcturus Black looked like someone had carved him from granite and then remembered to add skin at the last minute. His face was all sharp angles and deep lines, his eyes silver gray and absolutely merciless. He moved with the careful deliberation of someone who had outlived everyone who had ever underestimated him. "Mr. Potter," he said. His voice was like old paper, dry, precise, somehow dangerous. "I trust my letter found you well. You're not supposed to be here." Harry stayed on his bed, watching. This is a secure facility. Nothing is secure against sufficient application of political pressure. Arcturus moved into the room, looking around with obvious disdain. Void stone walls. Suppression wards. They're treating you like a wild animal. They're treating me like someone who killed 43 people. You killed 43 muggles during an uncontrolled magical eruption triggered by years of systematic abuse. That's a tragedy, not a crime. Arcturus's eyes fixed on him, sharp and assessing. The crime is what was done to you. And the greater crime is what they're doing now, locking you in a hole instead of helping you. Director Bones is trying to help. Director Bones is trying to navigate a political minefield while keeping her career intact. That's not the same thing. Arcturus pulled the single chair around and sat, his movements precise despite his age. "I'm going to be direct with you, Mr. Potter, because I respect intelligence and I suspect you have it. You have 3 options as I see them." He held up one finger. Option 1, you stay here, in ministry custody, subject to their tests and their monitoring and their endless bureaucratic maneuvering. Eventually, you either prove yourself safe enough to be released under strict conditions, or you fail one of their tests and they hand you over to the unspeakables. Either way, you spend the next decade of your life under someone else's control. A second finger. Option 2, Dumbledore takes custody of you, keeps you at Hogwarts, trains you in his way. He means well, I'll grant him that, but his way involves secrets and manipulation and preparing you for some grand destiny he's already planned out. You'll be safer, but you won't be free. A third finger. Option 3, you come with me. I petition for formal guardianship, which I have the political capital to win. You live at one of my estates, you receive proper training from qualified tutors, and you learn how to survive in a world that fears what you are. In exchange, you become my heir, the inheritor of House Black's legacy and responsibilities. Why do you need an heir? Harry asked. Don't you have family? Something flickered across Arcturus's face, pain, maybe, or disgust. I have a family full of disappointments, madmen, and traitors. My grandson Sirius is rotting in Azkaban for murders he may or may not have committed. My granddaughter Bellatrix is a certified lunatic who serves a Dark Lord. The rest are either dead, useless, or both. His jaw tightened. House Black deserves better. And so, I think, do you. Harry considered this. The old man's offer was more honest than he'd expected. Here was the price, clearly stated, no pretense about pure altruism. In exchange for protection and training, Harry would become part of a family. Would take on their name, their legacy, their enemies. What makes you think I'd be a good heir? He asked. I'm an 8-year-old muggle-raised half-blood with a monster living in my chest. You're a survivor. Arcturus leaned forward slightly. You endured 8 years of abuse without breaking. You faced the eruption and came back from it with your mind intact. And when I sent you a letter offering power and escape, your response wasn't blind acceptance, it was tell me more. A thin smile crossed his face. Those are the instincts of someone who might actually deserve the black name. And the monster in my chest is a tool, like any other magic. A dangerous tool, certainly, but danger is just power without control. Learn control, and you'll be unstoppable. Harry looked at the old man, at his sharp eyes and sharper smile, and tried to decide if this was another trap or something else entirely. You're not afraid of me, he said finally. I'm 147 years old, boy. I've survived 3 Dark Lords, 2 attempted coups, and 60 years of marriage to a woman who once transfigured a suitor into a ferret. You'll have to do better than that to scare me. Despite himself, Harry felt something like a smile tugging at his mouth. I need to think about it, he said. It's a lot. Of course it is. I'm not asking for an answer today. Arcturus stood, his movements stiff but controlled. But don't take too long, Mr. Potter. The Ministry's patience has limits, and I'm not getting any younger. He moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. When you make your decision, whatever it is, make it for yourself. Not because you're afraid, or grateful, or trying to please someone. The world is going to spend the rest of your life trying to use you. Don't make it easy for them. He left. The door sealed behind him. Harry sat alone in the silent room, the old man's words echoing in his head. Make it for yourself. It was good advice. He just wasn't sure he knew how to follow it. Healer Stroud returned an hour later, looking harried. I heard Arcturus Black was here, she said, settling into her chair with less grace than usual. What did he want? To make me an offer. What kind of offer? Guardianship. Training. Making me his heir. Healer Stroud was quiet for a long moment. That's significant, she said finally. Arcturus Black is one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, politically speaking. If he's taking an interest in you, it means he wants something from me. I know. Do you know what he wants? An heir. Someone to carry on his family name after all his actual relatives turned out to be disappointments. Harry shrugged. He was pretty honest about it. And are you considering it? Harry looked at her. Healer Stroud had been kind to him, genuinely kind, as far as he could tell. She'd listened when he talked, helped him understand what was happening inside him, advocated for his rights when the ministry wanted to treat him like a specimen. But she was also part of the system. She reported to Director Bones, who reported to the minister, who answered to the Wizengamot. There were limits to what she could do, and those limits had already shown themselves. If I stay here, Harry said slowly, what happens? Best case scenario. Best case. You continue treatment, make steady progress, demonstrate control over the Obscurus. Eventually, maybe in a year or two, you're released to Hogwarts, where you attend school like a normal student. Dumbledore keeps an eye on you, the ministry monitors you from a distance, and you get to grow up more or less like any other wizard. And worst case? Healer Stroud hesitated. Worst case, you have another episode. Or the political situation shifts. Or the unspeakables find some legal loophole to claim jurisdiction over you. In any of those scenarios, you end up in their custody, and, she stopped. And I become an experiment, Harry finished. Yes. Harry nodded. He'd already known this, on some level, but hearing it confirmed made it real. What about Lord Black's offer? What's the worst case there? The Black family has a complicated history. Dark magic, blood prejudice, connections to some very dangerous people. If you become Arcturus's heir, you'd be associating yourself with all of that. And Arcturus himself is, she searched for the right word. Ruthless. He's spent his whole life playing political games, and he's very good at it. You'd be safer with him than you are here, probably, but you'd also be a piece in his game. I'm already a piece in someone's game, Harry said. At least Lord Black is honest about it. Healer Stroud looked at him for a long moment. You've already decided, she said. It wasn't a question. I've decided to think about it seriously. That's different. Is it? Harry didn't answer. He was thinking about what Arcturus had said, make it for yourself, and wondering if he'd ever really made a choice in his life, or if everything had always been decided for him by people with more power. The Dursleys had decided to lock him in a cupboard. Dumbledore had decided to leave him there. The ministry had decided to treat him like a threat. And now Arcturus Black was offering him a different path, one that came with strings attached but at least acknowledged that Harry had a say in where those strings led. I want to try something, Harry said suddenly. What? The Obscurus. In here, with the void stone, I can't feel it. It's like I'm missing part of myself. I want to feel it again. Just for a moment. Healer Stroud's face went pale. Harry, I don't think that's a good idea. I know. But I need to know if I can control it. If I can reach it without it reaching back. If I'm going to make decisions about my future, I need to understand what I'm working with. And if you can't control it? If it erupts again? Then we're in a void stone cell that's designed to contain exactly this kind of thing. Harry met her eyes. I need to try. Please. Healer Stroud was quiet for a long time. Harry could see her weighing the risks, the potential consequences, her own culpability if something went wrong. Finally, she said, if I agree to this, and I'm not saying I will, you follow my instructions exactly. The moment I say stop, you stop. The moment anything feels wrong, you pull back. Understood? Understood. And if you lose control, even for a second, this experiment ends and never happens again. Agreed. Healer Stroud took a deep breath. All right, she said. Let's see what you can do. They started small. Healer Stroud guided Harry through the meditation techniques she'd been teaching him, breathing exercises, visualization, the slow settling of his mind into something like calm. Then, Carefully, she began to lower the suppression field around him. It happened in stages. First, the pressure eased, the weight of the void stone lifting off Harry's consciousness like a heavy blanket being pulled away. Then, gradually, he began to feel again. The magic came back first. Not the darkness, but the normal magic, the warmth that had always lived in his chest, the spark that made strange things happen when he was emotional. It flooded back into him like water filling a dry riverbed, and Harry gasped at the sensation. "Easy," Healer Stroud said. "Slow breaths. Stay focused." Harry focused. The magic settled, still there but no longer overwhelming. And underneath it, deeper, darker, he felt something else stirring. The Obscurus. It didn't surge up to meet him this time. The suppression had weakened it, made it sluggish, and it rose slowly, a shadow uncoiling in the depths, aware of him but not yet reaching. "Hello," Harry thought at it. The word felt strange, like talking to himself in a mirror. "I'm here. I came back." The darkness pulsed. Not aggressive. Just, acknowledging. "We need to learn," Harry thought. "We need to understand each other. If we're going to survive." Another pulse. Something that might have been agreement. Harry reached deeper. Not grabbing, not controlling, just touching. Feeling the edges of the darkness, the shape of it, the way it connected to his memories and his pain and his anger. It was him. Healer Stroud had said that, and Croker had said it, and he'd known it was true. But now he felt it. The Obscurus wasn't a parasite or an invader. It was everything he'd never been allowed to express, given form and power and will. "We're the same," he thought. "We've always been the same." The darkness stirred. Stretched. Reached back toward him, not attacking, just curious. Two halves of the same person, meeting for the first time. "Survive," it said. The same word as before, but different now. Not a command. A promise. "Harry." Healer Stroud's voice came from far away. "Harry, that's enough. Come back." Harry didn't want to come back. He wanted to stay here, in this dark place where he was finally whole. But he'd made a promise, and promises meant something. He pulled back. The darkness let him go, reluctantly, but without fighting. As the suppression field rose again, cutting off his connection, Harry felt the Obscurus settle back into its place behind his ribs. Waiting. Patient. Soon, he thought at it. "We'll figure this out together." He opened his eyes. Healer Stroud was staring at him, her face a mixture of wonder and fear. "What just happened?" she asked. "I talked to it," Harry said. We understand each other now. I think. You talked to it." She sounded like she was having trouble processing the words. "Harry, do you have any idea how impossible that should be? Obscurials don't communicate with their Obscurus. They're consumed by it." I'm not like other Obscurials," Harry said. "You said so yourself. Maybe this is why." Healer Stroud opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "I need to document this," she said finally. This is unprecedented. The implications alone. Will it help my case? With the Whinging? She paused. Considered. "Yes," she said slowly. "Yes, I think it might. If we can demonstrate that you have some kind of conscious connection to the Obscurus, that you can communicate with it, maybe even direct it, that changes everything. It means you're not just a bomb waiting to go off. It means you might actually be able to control this. Then we need to keep practicing. Harry, I know it's dangerous. I know what could happen if it goes wrong. But this is my best chance, isn't it? To prove I'm not a threat. To show them I can be trusted." Healer Stroud looked at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Okay," she said. We'll keep practicing. But carefully, Harry. Slowly. And the moment anything feels wrong, I pull back. I know. She gathered her things, her movements distracted. At the door, she paused. Harry, what did it say to you? The Obscurus. When you talked to it. Harry thought about the word that had echoed through the darkness. The promise that wasn't quite his own. It said survive, he told her. It wants us to survive. Healer Stroud nodded, something unreadable crossing her face, and left. Harry lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. Behind the void stone walls, muted but not gone, the darkness waited. We'll survive, Harry thought. Whatever it takes. We'll survive. And somewhere in the depths of his mind, something that was both him and not him stirred in agreement. The petition was filed on the 8th day. Harry learned about it from Healer Stroud, who arrived for their morning session looking like she'd aged 10 years overnight. Arcturus Black has formally requested guardianship of you, she said, settling into her chair with a heavy sigh. The Whinging session is scheduled for next week. That was fast. Lord Black is not a patient man. And he has a lot of political capital to spend. She met his eyes. Harry, are you sure about this? Once the petition is filed, it's very difficult to withdraw. If Lord Black wins custody, you'll be legally bound to House Black for the foreseeable future. I haven't agreed to anything yet. But you haven't rejected the offer either. And Lord Black's petition suggests you've given preliminary consent. Harry thought about the letter. Maybe. Tell me more. Had that been consent? Or just curiosity? Did it matter? What happens if I stay in ministry custody? He asked. We've been over this, I know. I want to hear it again. Healer Stroud sighed. If you stay here, you continue treatment. The Whinging reviews your case every 3 months. If you demonstrate sufficient progress, sufficient control, you're eventually released to Hogwarts under supervised conditions. If you don't demonstrate progress, or if there's another incident, the unspeakables gain leverage for their classification petition. And if that passes? She shook her head. I don't want to think about what happens then. So my choices are, become Lord Black's heir, or risk becoming the unspeakables experiment. That's an oversimplification. Is it? Healer Stroud was quiet. No, she admitted. It's not. I wish I could offer you a better option, Harry, but the political reality is what it is. You're caught between forces that see you as a resource to be exploited, and the best I can do is help you choose which exploitation you're willing to accept. Harry stood up. The void stone walls seemed closer than before, pressing in, suffocating. I want to meet with Director Bones, he said. Before the Whinging session. I need to understand what I'm choosing. I'll arrange it. And I want to talk to Dumbledore. He offered to help me, that first night. I want to know what his help actually looks like. That might be more difficult, make it happen. Harry turned to face her. I've spent my whole life letting other people make decisions for me. I won't do that anymore. If I'm going to choose my future, I'm going to choose it with open eyes. Healer Stroud studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled, a real smile, the first one Harry had seen from her in days. You've changed, she said. Since that first day in the crater. You're not the same boy who said, "Don't touch me," to Dumbledore. I'm exactly the same boy. I'm just not afraid to act like it anymore. That's what I mean. She stood, gathering her things. I'll arrange the meetings. Director Bones this afternoon, if I can manage it. Dumbledore might take longer, he's dealing with his own political fires right now. What kind of fires? The kind that come from publicly defending a child who destroyed half a town. Not everyone agrees with his position, and some of those who disagree have a lot of influence. She moved toward the door. Get some rest, Harry. The next few days are going to be complicated. She left. Harry stood alone in his cell, the black walls absorbing light and sound and magic, and thought about what he was going to say. Amelia Bones arrived at precisely 3 o'clock. She looked tired, dark circles under her eyes, lines of tension around her mouth, but her bearing was as professional as ever. She settled into the chair across from Harry with the ease of long practice. "Healer Stroud says you wanted to see me. I want to understand my options. Straight to business. I appreciate that." Bones folded her hands in her lap. "What do you want to know? If I accept Lord Black's guardianship, what happens to me? You become his legal ward. You live with him, train with him, answer to him. In exchange, you gain the protection of House Black, one of the most powerful families in magical Britain. Their resources, their connections, their enemies. Their enemies? The Blacks have made a lot of enemies over the centuries. Dark magic, blood purism, association with various Dark Lords. Arcturus himself has been careful to stay neutral in most conflicts, but the family name carries baggage. Anyone who becomes a Black inherits that baggage." Harry nodded. He'd expected as much. "And if I stay in ministry custody? You continue treatment here. The Wisingamot reviews your case regularly. If you demonstrate control, you're eventually released to Hogwarts. If you don't..." Bones hesitated. "I'll be honest with you, Harry. The unspeakables aren't going to give up. They'll keep pushing, keep finding new angles, keep looking for ways to get you under their authority. I can hold them off for now, but I don't know how long that will last. So either way, I'm not really free." "No. You're not." Bones's expression was grim. "I wish I could offer you something better. But the truth is, you're too powerful and too unpredictable for the wizarding world to just let you go. Someone is going to be watching you, controlling you, managing you for the rest of your life. The question is who?" Harry absorbed this. It wasn't news, he'd already figured most of it out, but hearing it confirmed was different. "What would you do?" he asked. "If you were me?" Bones was quiet for a moment. "I'd choose the option that gives me the most room to grow," she said finally. "The ministry is constrained by bureaucracy and politics. Everything we do has to be justified, documented, approved by committee. Lord Black operates outside those constraints. He can move faster, teach you things the ministry wouldn't approve, prepare you for threats that officially don't exist. You're recommending I take his offer. I'm telling you the practical reality. Personally." She paused. "Personally, I wish you could stay here. I wish I could protect you from all of this. But wishes don't change anything." Harry looked at her, really looked, trying to see past the professional mask to the person underneath. "Why do you care?" he asked. "You could just do your job, follow the rules, let the system decide what happens to me. Why are you going out of your way to help?" Something flickered across Bones's face. "Pain, maybe. Or memory. My brother Edgar," she said quietly. "He was killed during the last war. Him and his whole family. My niece Susan, the one I told you about, she's the only one who survived. I'm sorry. I'm not telling you for sympathy. I'm telling you because I know what it's like to be powerless. To have forces beyond your control decide who lives and who dies. I became a law enforcement officer because I wanted to protect people from that. I wanted to make the system work for the vulnerable, not just the powerful. Does it work, I mean? Sometimes. Not often enough." She met his eyes. "But I keep trying. And you should too." Harry's second meeting was with Dumbledore, and it didn't go as expected. The old wizard arrived late in the evening, looking older than he had that first night at Hogwarts. His purple robes were wrinkled, his beard slightly less lustrous, his eyes dimmed by exhaustion and something that might have been worry. "Harry," he said, settling into the chair with a heavy sigh. I apologize for the delay. The Whinging has been challenging. Healer Stroud said you're defending me. That it's costing you politically. Political costs are temporary. Children's lives are not. Dumbledore's eyes fixed on him, still sharp despite the exhaustion. I understand you're considering Arcturus Black's offer. I'm considering all my options. A wise approach. May I offer some perspective? Harry nodded. Arcturus Black is, in many ways, exactly what he presents himself to be, a powerful, pragmatic politician who sees opportunity in your situation. He is not lying when he says he can protect you. He is not lying when he says he can train you. And he is not lying when he says he wants an heir. But Arcturus Black is also a man who has spent 150 years learning to view the world in terms of power and advantage. He will teach you to think the same way, to see every relationship as a transaction, every interaction as a move in some larger game. That is not inherently wrong, but it is incomplete. What's the alternative? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The alternative is learning that some things matter more than power. That some relationships aren't transactions. That the world is not just a game to be won, but a place where real people live and suffer and love. His voice was soft. I'm not sure Arcturus Black can teach you those things. I'm not entirely sure I can either. But I would like to try. And what would that look like? If I chose you instead of him? You would come to Hogwarts. Not as a student, you're too young for that, but as a ward of the school. I would provide you with tutors, guidance, protection. The ministry would monitor you, but from a distance. And when you turned 11, you would begin your formal magical education like any other child. Would I be free? Dumbledore hesitated. Freer than you would be with the ministry. Perhaps less free than you would be with Lord Black. But freedom is not just the absence of constraints, Harry. It is also the presence of choices. And I believe I can give you more choices than the alternatives. Harry thought about this. Dumbledore's offer sounded good, gentler, kinder, more focused on his well-being rather than his utility. But there was something underneath it that bothered him. You said you wanted to prepare me for something, Harry said slowly. That night at Hogwarts. You said Voldemort would come back, and I would be at the center of it. Is that still true? Yes. And if I choose you, will you tell me what you're preparing me for? The whole truth, not just the parts you think I can handle. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. I have made mistakes with you, Harry. Terrible mistakes. I left you with the Dursleys because I believed the protection was worth any cost. I was wrong, and people died because of my arrogance. He met Harry's eyes. I cannot promise to never make mistakes again. But I can promise to try. To be more honest with you than I have been. To treat you as a partner in your own fate, not just a piece to be moved. That's not the same as promising to tell me everything. No. It's not. Dumbledore's smile was sad. Some secrets are not mine to share. Some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud. But I will tell you what I can, when I can, and I will never lie to you. Is that enough? Harry didn't know. He didn't know if anything would ever be enough, if he could ever trust anyone completely, after everything that had happened. But Dumbledore was trying. And that counted for something. I'll think about it, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He stood, moving toward the door with the slow gait of an old man carrying heavy burdens. Whatever you decide, he said, pausing at the threshold, know that I am on your side. I failed you once. I will not fail you again. He left. Harry sat alone in his cell, thinking about power and freedom and the choices that weren't really choices at all. The night before the Whinging session, Harry made his decision. He lay on his bed in the darkness, the void stone walls pressing in, and he thought about everything he'd learned. The ministry, with its bureaucracy and politics and endless debates about what to do with him. Dumbledore, with his secrets and his guilt and his genuine desire to help. Arcturus Black, with his power and his pragmatism and his brutal honesty about what he wanted. None of them were perfect. None of them offered him exactly what he needed. But one of them offered him something the others couldn't. Room to grow. Space to learn. The chance to become something more than what they expected. Harry closed his eyes and reached inward, feeling for the darkness behind his ribs. The void stone muted it, but he could still sense it there, waiting, patient, trusting him to make the right choice. We're going to survive, he thought at it. Whatever it takes. Whoever we have to become. The darkness stirred. Acknowledged. Harry opened his eyes and made his peace with what came next. The Whinging chamber was vast and circular, tiered seats rising to a domed ceiling painted with scenes from wizarding history. Hundreds of witches and wizards sat in the benches, their robes ranging from simple brown to elaborate purple, their faces ranging from curious to hostile to carefully neutral. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, small and pale against the dark stone floor. He'd been given robes for the occasion, simple black, unadorned, and his hair had been combed for the first time in weeks. He looked, he thought, like a child playing dress-up. Which was appropriate, since that's exactly what he was doing. Arcturus Black stood to his right, tall and imposing, his silver-gray eyes scanning the chamber with calculated interest. His petition had been read, the procedural motions had been handled, and now it was time for the main event. Harry James Potter, the chief warlock announced, an ancient wizard with a face like crumpled paper. You have heard the petition of Lord Arcturus Black, seeking to become your legal guardian. Before the Whinging renders its decision, you are entitled to speak on your own behalf. Do you wish to address this body? Harry felt every eye in the chamber turn to him. The weight of it was almost physical, all that attention, all that expectation, all that fear. He thought about what Healer Stroud had said. About what Bones had advised. About what Dumbledore had offered. Then he stepped forward and spoke. I didn't choose any of this, he began. His voice was steady, steadier than he felt. I didn't choose to have an Obscurus. I didn't choose to destroy Little Whinging. I didn't choose to be standing here, in this chamber, with all of you deciding my future. He paused, letting the words settle. But I can choose what happens next. And I choose Lord Black. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry pressed on. Not because I think he's perfect. Not because I trust him completely. But because he's the only one who's been honest with me about what he wants. Everyone else, the ministry, the unspeakables, even some of the people who claim to be on my side, they talk about protecting me, helping me, managing me. But they never ask what I want. They never treat me like a person who gets to make decisions about his own life. He looked at Arcturus Black, who was watching him with something like surprise. Lord Black is different. He told me exactly what he wants from me, and he told me what he's offering in return. That's more honesty than I've gotten from anyone else in this building. So yes, I accept his guardianship. Not because I'm desperate, and not because I don't have other options. But because he's the only one who actually asked. The chamber was silent. Harry could feel the shock radiating from the benches, shock that an 8-year-old was speaking like this, shock that he was making demands, shock that he wasn't playing the role they'd expected. Good. Let them be shocked. Let them see that he wasn't just a victim or a weapon or a problem to be solved. He was Harry Potter. And he was done being afraid. The Whinging will deliberate, the chief warlock announced, his papery voice betraying no emotion. The petitioner and the subject will withdraw until a decision is reached. Harry followed Arcturus Black out of the chamber, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. The decision came 2 hours later. Harry sat in a waiting room with Arcturus, neither of them speaking. The old man had barely said a word since Harry's speech, just looked at him with those sharp silver eyes, as if seeing him for the first time. When the door opened and an aide announced that the verdict was in, Arcturus finally spoke. "That was unexpected," he said. "What was?" "Your speech. I was prepared to argue your case, to call in favors, to manipulate the vote if necessary. I wasn't prepared for you to simply choose. Did I do something wrong?" "On the contrary." A thin smile crossed Arcturus's face. "You did something exactly right. You took control of the narrative. Made them see you as a person making a decision, not a creature to be managed. It was politically brilliant." "I wasn't trying to be politically brilliant. I was just telling the truth." "Even better." Arcturus stood, adjusting his robes. "Remember that feeling, Mr. Potter. The truth, spoken clearly and without apology, is the most powerful weapon in politics. Most people spend their whole lives learning to lie convincingly. You seem to have discovered something more valuable." They returned to the chamber. The chief warlock read the verdict, 41 in favor of Lord Black's petition, 33 against. Harry Potter was officially a ward of House Black. Arcturus accepted the decision with grace, making the appropriate formal responses. Harry stood beside him, trying to process what had just happened. He had a guardian now. A family. A home. For the first time in his life, someone had chosen him. They left the ministry through a private exit, avoiding the reporters who had gathered at the main doors. Arcturus brought them both, a disorienting experience that left Harry gasping, to a point outside the wards of a massive house that seemed to squat on the London skyline like a Gothic tumor. "Number 12, Grimmauld Place," Arcturus announced. "Home of House Black for 300 years. Your home, now." Harry looked at the building. It was tall and narrow, squeezed between two Muggle townhouses that seemed to lean away from it. The windows were dark, the door was heavy and black, and there was something about the whole place that felt hungry. "It looks haunted," Harry said. "It is, in a manner of speaking. The Black family has accumulated a great many magical artifacts over the centuries. Some of them are not entirely pleasant." Arcturus moved toward the door. "But it is secure. No one can enter without permission, and no one can harm you within these walls. That, for now, is what matters." Harry followed him inside. The entrance hall was dark and narrow, hung with portraits that seemed to watch their every move. A crystal chandelier hung overhead, dusty and magnificent. The carpet beneath their feet was worn but expensive. "Your rooms are on the 3rd floor," Arcturus said, leading the way up a creaking staircase. "You'll have a private bathroom, a study, access to the family library. Meals are served in the dining room at 7, noon, and 7. You're expected to be present unless you have a good reason not to be." "Yes, sir." Arcturus paused on the landing, turning to face him. "One more thing. Within these walls, you're not just a ward, you're family. That means you address me as grandfather, not sir or Lord Black. It also means you're expected to conduct yourself with dignity, to honor the Black name, and to never, ever embarrass the house in public. Understood?" "Yes. Grandfather." The word felt strange on Harry's tongue. He'd never had a grandfather before. He'd never had any family that claimed him, wanted him, chose to be associated with him. Arcturus nodded, something softening slightly in his expression. "Good. Now get some rest. Tomorrow, your real education begins." He continued up the stairs, disappearing around a corner. Harry stood alone in the hallway of his new home, surrounded by portraits of people who might be his ancestors now, in a house that felt more alive than any building he'd ever been in. Behind his ribs, muted but present, the darkness stirred. "We made it," Harry thought at it. "We survived." The darkness pulsed in response. Not agreement exactly. Something closer to anticipation. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The house that remembers the first thing Harry learned about Grimmauld Place was that it didn't like him. Not in an obvious way, the house didn't attack him or lock him in rooms or try to throw him down the stairs. But there was a constant, low-level hostility in the air, like a cat that had been disturbed from its nap and was waiting for the intruder to leave. Doors stuck when he tried to open them. Stairs creaked ominously under his weight. The portraits in the hallways fell silent when he passed, their painted eyes tracking him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to contempt. The house is sentient, Arcturus explained on Harry's second morning, over breakfast in the gloomy dining room. 3 centuries of black magic have seeped into the stones. It knows who belongs here and who doesn't. And I don't belong. Not yet. You're an outsider, half-blood, muggle-raised, carrying something dark that the house doesn't recognize. It will take time for the wards to accept you. Arcturus sipped his tea, apparently unbothered by the chandelier that had been flickering ominously since Harry sat down. In the meantime, I suggest you avoid the 4th floor entirely. Some of the artifacts up there are hungry. Harry added, avoid 4th floor, to his growing mental list of survival rules. Don't touch the curtains in the front hall, they covered a portrait that screamed. Don't open the cabinet in the drawing room, something lived inside it. Don't make eye contact with the house elf heads mounted on the wall of the 2nd floor landing, because they weren't entirely dead. It was, he reflected, a significant upgrade from the cupboard under the stairs. At least here, the dangers were acknowledged rather than denied. His rooms were on the 3rd floor, as Arcturus had promised. A bedroom with a 4-poster bed that could have fit 4 Harrys. A private bathroom with a tub the size of a small swimming pool. A study lined with empty bookshelves, waiting to be filled. And windows, real windows, looking out over a London that didn't know the house existed. The first night, Harry had lain awake for hours, unable to sleep. The bed was too soft. The room was too quiet. The absence of the Dursleys' house, its familiar sounds, its familiar fears, left him disoriented, like a sailor who had finally reached land and couldn't stop feeling the motion of the waves. But he'd slept eventually. And when he woke, the darkness behind his ribs had been calm. Waiting. Almost peaceful. That was something. Arcturus began Harry's education on the 3rd day. They met in the family library, a vast room on the 2nd floor, its walls lined with books that stretched from floor to ceiling. Some of them were clearly ancient, their spines cracked and faded. Others looked newer, their covers gleaming with protective enchantments. A few seemed to move on their own, shuffling along the shelves like restless animals. Your formal magical education won't begin until you attend Hogwarts, Arcturus said, settling into a leather armchair by the fire. But there are things you need to learn before then. Things that Hogwarts won't teach you. Like what? Like how the wizarding world actually works. Arcturus gestured for Harry to sit in the chair across from him. Hogwarts will teach you spells and potions and the history of magic. What it won't teach you is who holds power, how they got it, and how they use it. That's what separates the wizards who shape the world from the wizards who are shaped by it. Harry sat, feeling the weight of the old man's attention. And you're going to teach me the first kind. I'm going to try. Whether you learn is up to you. Arcturus leaned forward slightly. Let's start with the basics. What do you know about the structure of magical Britain? Almost nothing. I grew up with muggles, remember? Then we'll begin at the beginning. Arcturus stood, moving to a shelf and pulling down a slim volume. Magical Britain is governed by 3 institutions, the Ministry of Magic, the Whinging, and Hogwarts. The ministry handles day-to-day administration, law enforcement, regulation, foreign relations. The Whinging is our legislative and judicial body, they make laws and adjudicate disputes. And Hogwarts. Hogwarts shapes the next generation. Which one is most powerful? Officially, the Whinging. They can override the ministry, impeach the minister, even dissolve the government in extreme circumstances. In practice, Arcturus returned to his chair, the book in his hands. In practice, power flows to whoever knows how to use it. The ministry has the aurors and the bureaucracy. The Wizengamot has tradition and legitimacy. Hogwarts has the children. Every witch and wizard in Britain passes through its halls, forms loyalties there, learns to think in the ways their professors teach them. And the noble houses? Now you're asking the right questions. Arcturus smiled, a thin expression, but genuine. The noble houses are the oldest magical families. We have seats on the Wizengamot by hereditary right, control vast wealth, and maintain alliances that span centuries. The most powerful of us, the Sacred 28, as some like to call them, can influence all three institutions simultaneously. House Black is one of the Sacred 28. House Black is the Sacred 28, in many ways. We've been intermarrying with the other families for so long that half the Wizengamot carries black blood. Our enemies like to paint us as dark wizards and blood purists, and there's truth in that. My family has produced more than its share of monsters. But we've also produced ministers, chief warlocks, Hogwarts headmasters. The Blacks have shaped Britain for 1,000 years. Harry thought about this. It was strange, thinking of himself as part of something so old and powerful. A month ago, he'd been a boy in a cupboard. Now he was the heir to a dynasty. What about my family? He asked. The Potters? Something flickered across Arcturus's face. The Potters are complicated. An old family, certainly. Not Sacred 28, they never cared much for blood purity, but respected. Your grandfather Fleamont made a fortune in haircare potions, of all things. Your father James was, well. Was what? Reckless. Brilliant. Absolutely insufferable when he wanted to be. Arcturus's expression was unreadable. He married your mother against his family's wishes, not because she was Muggle-born, but because the Potters never cared about politics, and the Blacks most certainly did. My granddaughter Bellatrix was furious. She'd had her eye on James for years. Bellatrix. The one in Azkaban. The one who should be in Azkaban, but yes. Arcturus's voice hardened. Bellatrix is unstable. Always has been. She attached herself to the Dark Lord during the war, committed atrocities in his name. When he fell, she was captured torturing Aurors for information about his whereabouts. She's serving multiple life sentences. And she's your granddaughter. She is. As is Andromeda, who married a Muggle-born and was disowned. And Narcissa, who married Lucius Malfoy and produces heirs who look like their father and think like their mother. Arcturus shook his head. The Black family is a study in extremes, Harry. We produce great witches and wizards, and we produce monsters. Sometimes both in the same person. Which one am I going to be? The question hung in the air. Arcturus studied Harry for a long moment, his silver eyes sharp. That, he said finally, is entirely up to you. The lessons continued. Every morning, Arcturus taught Harry about the political landscape of magical Britain, the factions, the alliances, the ancient grudges that still shaped policy decisions. Every afternoon, tutors arrived to teach him the basics of magical theory, the principles underlying spells, the properties of common magical ingredients, the history that Hogwarts would later expand upon. It was, Harry realized, an entirely different kind of education than what he'd received at Muggle school. There, the goal had been memorization, facts and figures to be regurgitated on tests. Here, the goal was understanding. Why did spells work? What made some wizards more powerful than others? How did the magical world maintain its secrecy, and what would happen if that secrecy failed? Questions are more important than answers, Arcturus told him. Anyone can memorize a spell. The wizards who change the world are the ones who ask why the spell works that way, and whether it could work differently. Harry asked a lot of questions. But the most important lessons weren't about magic or politics. They were about the thing living inside him. The suppression approach is wrong, Arcturus said, 3 weeks into Harry's residence. They were in the library again. It had become their regular meeting place, the fire always burning despite the summer heat outside. Harry had been telling Arcturus about his sessions with Healer Stroud, about the breathing exercises and meditation techniques he'd learned. She was trying to help, Harry said, a bit defensively. I don't doubt her intentions. But she was treating the Obscurus like a disease to be managed, not a part of you to be understood. Arcturus set down his tea. Tell me, when you were in the ministry holding cell, in those void stone walls, how did it feel to be cut off from the Obscurus? Harry thought about it. The silence where the darkness should have been. The emptiness. The sense of being incomplete. Like I was missing a limb, he said slowly. Or like half of me had been put to sleep. I could still function, but I wasn't whole. Arcturus nodded. Because you're not supposed to be separated from it. The Obscurus isn't a parasite, Harry. It's not something that invaded you from outside. It's your own magic, transformed by trauma. Trying to suppress it is like trying to suppress your own heartbeat. But if I don't suppress it, it'll destroy things. Like it destroyed little Whinging. Suppression isn't the same as control. Arcturus leaned forward. You're not trying to push the Obscurus down, to pretend it doesn't exist. You're trying to understand it. To communicate with it. To integrate it into your conscious awareness so completely that its power becomes your power, directed by your will. Harry felt the darkness stir behind his ribs, interested, attentive. As if it were listening to the conversation. How do I do that? Carefully. Slowly. And with proper safeguards in place. Arcturus stood, moving to a locked cabinet in the corner of the library. He withdrew a small stone sphere, dark gray and covered in tiny carved runes. This is a containment orb. It's designed to absorb and neutralize magical discharge, similar to the void stone walls, but portable and much less intrusive. If something goes wrong during our exercises, it will activate automatically. Our exercises? You didn't think I'd let someone else handle this, did you? Arcturus returned to his chair, the orb resting in his palm. The unspeakables want to study you like a specimen. Healers want to treat you like a patient. I'm going to train you like a weapon. The difference is that weapons get to choose when to fire. Harry looked at the orb, then at Arcturus. The old man's face was calm, confident, utterly unafraid. You really aren't scared of me, Harry said. I told you before, you'll have to do better than an Obscurus to frighten me. Now. He set the orb on the table between them. Let's begin. The first session was simple. Arcturus had Harry close his eyes, slow his breathing, and reach inward, not to suppress the darkness, but to observe it. Don't try to control it, Arcturus instructed. Don't try to communicate. Just watch. Feel how it moves, how it reacts, what it does when you're calm versus when you're agitated. Harry did as he was told. He settled into the meditation techniques Healer Stroud had taught him, letting his mind drift downward, inward, toward the place where the Obscurus lived. It was different here than it had been in the ministry. Without the void stone dampening everything, the darkness was more present, more alive. He could feel it curling and uncurling like smoke, responding to his attention with something that wasn't quite awareness but wasn't quite automatic either. Hello, Harry thought at it, though he'd been told not to communicate. I'm here. The darkness stirred. Recognized him. Settled. What do you feel? Arcturus asked. It's calm. Not asleep, but not agitated either. Like it's waiting. Waiting for what? Harry considered the question. The darkness pulsed gently, offering no answers, or maybe offering all the answers, in a language Harry didn't yet speak. For me, he said finally. It's waiting for me to decide what to do. Good. That's very good. Arcturus's voice was pleased. Most Obscurials experience their condition as something that happens to them, a force beyond their control, acting on its own whims. You're already further along than any of the documented cases. The Obscurus isn't fighting you. It never has. Not really. Even when it came out, in Little Whinging. It was responding to what I felt. It wasn't attacking me, it was attacking for me. And there's the key. Arcturus leaned forward, his silver eyes intense. The Obscurus is an extension of your will, Harry. It's been twisted by trauma, distorted by suppression, but at its core, it wants what you want. Learn to want clearly, to direct your will with precision, and the Obscurus will follow. Harry opened his eyes. That sounds too simple. Simple isn't the same as easy. You're talking about perfect self-knowledge, perfect emotional clarity. Most adults never achieve it. But you have something most adults don't, you have a part of yourself that requires you to achieve it. The Obscurus won't let you hide from your own feelings. It makes them manifest, whether you like it or not. So my weakness is also my strength. Everything is both, properly understood. Arcturus stood. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, we'll try something more advanced. The weeks passed. Harry fell into a routine, mornings with Arcturus, learning politics and power. Afternoons with tutors, learning the foundations of magic. Evenings alone, practicing the meditation techniques that were slowly teaching him to understand himself. And underneath it all, always present, the work of integration. Arcturus pushed him carefully, methodically. First, just observation, learning to feel the Obscurus without reacting. Then, tentative communication, not words, but emotions, intentions, the kind of meaning that existed below language. Then, finally, experiments in control. Let it rise, Arcturus instructed during one session. Not all the way, just a little. Feel where the threshold is. Harry reached inward, found the darkness, and invited it upward. It came willingly, rising through his chest like smoke through a chimney. He felt it pressing against the boundaries of his skin, wanting out, wanting to be. Stop there. Hold it. Harry held. The darkness pressed, pushed, tested. But it didn't surge. Didn't explode. It waited, as it always waited, for him to decide. Now let it back down. Slowly. Harry released his grip, let the darkness settle back into its usual place. It went reluctantly, but it went. Excellent. Arcturus was watching the containment orb, which hadn't so much as flickered. You're making remarkable progress, Harry. In a few months, we might be ready for actual manifestation exercises. What does that mean? It means letting the Obscurus out. Deliberately, in a controlled environment, for a specific purpose. Arcturus's eyes were bright. It means learning to use it. Harry thought about the crater where Little Whinging had been. The ash. The silence. The faces of the dead, staring up at him in his dreams. I don't know if I want to use it, he said quietly. Want has nothing to do with it. You have this power, Harry. It's part of you. The only question is whether you learn to direct it, or whether it directs itself. Arcturus's voice was not unkind, but it was firm. I'm not asking you to become a weapon. I'm asking you to become someone who could be a weapon if they needed to be. There's a difference. Is there? A weapon without a conscience is just a tool. A person with power and the wisdom to use it properly, that's something else entirely. Arcturus stood, moving to the window. The world is going to force you to make choices, Harry. Hard choices, about who you are and what you're willing to do. I can't make those choices for you. But I can make sure you have the tools to make them for yourself. Harry looked down at his hands. The same hands that had pressed against the void stone walls. The same hands that had been covered in ash. Okay, he said. Okay. Show me. A month into Harry's residence at Grimmauld Place, Arcturus took him to Diagon Alley. "You need to be seen," the old man explained as they prepared to leave. "Right now, you're an abstraction to most of the wizarding world, a scary story about an obscurial child. You need to become a person. And people need to see that you're under control, well cared for, not the monster they've been imagining." Harry wasn't sure how he felt about being put on display. But he understood the logic. They traveled by flu, another disorienting form of magical transportation that left Harry coughing ash and stumbling into a pub called the Leaky Cauldron. Arcturus steadied him with one hand and led him through the crowd toward a back exit. The pub was dim and crowded, full of witches and wizards in various states of sobriety. Some of them looked up as Arcturus passed, recognition flickering across their faces. A few nodded respectfully. Others looked away. "The blacks have never been universally loved," Arcturus murmured as they walked. "But we've always been respected. Remember that. Fear is useful, but respect lasts longer." They passed through a brick wall that opened at Arcturus's touch, revealing a narrow alley that widened into something astonishing. Diagon Alley stretched before them, a riot of color and sound and magic. Shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks and books and creatures Harry couldn't name. Witches and wizards in robes of every hue, haggling over prices, chatting with friends, going about the business of magical life. It was everything Harry had imagined magic to be, and nothing like the grim political machinery he'd been learning about. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Arcturus said, watching Harry's face. "Easy to forget what we're fighting over, when you see it all laid out like this. This is what magical Britain could be. This is what it should be. But there are people who want to tear it apart, from inside and out. The Dark Lord. Among others. Come. We have appointments to keep." They moved through the alley, Arcturus walking at a pace that somehow seemed unhurried but covered ground rapidly. Harry struggled to keep up while also taking in everything, the shop windows, the street performers, the incredible everyday magic that surrounded him. People noticed them. Noticed him. Harry could see the recognition in their eyes, the whispered conversations that sprang up in their wake. "That's him. That's the boy. The one who destroyed little Whinging." He kept his chin up and his expression neutral, the way Arcturus had taught him. Showing fear would only confirm their worst suspicions. Their first stop was Gringotts, the massive white building at the end of the alley that Arcturus said was run by goblins. The interior was all marble and gold and sharp-eyed creatures in expensive suits, and Harry felt thoroughly out of place as they were escorted to a private office. Lord Black, the goblin behind the desk said, its voice like grinding stones. "And young Mr. Potter. What business brings you to Gringotts today?" "The Potter accounts," Arcturus replied. "My ward is the last of his line and has never been properly informed of his holdings. I trust this can be remedied." The goblin's eyes flickered to Harry, weighing, assessing, calculating. "The Potter accounts are substantial. The main vault has been under management since the death of James and Lily Potter. Interest has accrued. Investments have matured." "How substantial?" Harry asked. Arcturus gave him a small nod, approval for asking directly. The goblin shuffled papers, pulling out a document covered in numbers. "The current balance, inclusive of liquid assets, investment portfolios, and real property, is approximately 4.7 million galleons." Harry felt his jaw drop before he could stop it. He'd never thought about money, had never had any to think about, and now he was being told he was rich. Genuinely, staggeringly rich. "My ward was unaware of his inheritance," Arcturus said smoothly, covering Harry's reaction. "The muggles who raised him kept him deliberately ignorant." "Muggles." The goblin's lip curled. "Unfortunate." The wizarding guardian of record, one Albus Dumbledore, was informed of the accounts upon accepting responsibility for Mr. Potter's welfare. Harry's shock curdled into something colder. Dumbledore had known. Dumbledore had known Harry was wealthy, had known the Dursleys were keeping him in a cupboard and feeding him scraps, and had done nothing. "We'll be making some changes to the account management," Arcturus said, his voice giving nothing away. "My ward will need access appropriate to his age and situation. And I'll need a full accounting of any withdrawals or transfers made during the guardianship period." "Of course, Lord Black. It will be prepared." They left Gringotts with Harry's head spinning. The alley seemed different now, the shops, the crowds, the casual abundance of magic. He could have been part of this world. Should have been part of it. Instead, he'd been locked in a cupboard while millions of galleons sat unused in a vault. "Dumbledore knew," he said quietly. "He did. Why didn't he, I don't know." Arcturus's voice was careful. "There may have been reasons. Concerns about security, about drawing attention to your location. Or it may simply have been oversight, the great man too busy with his grand plans to concern himself with a child's material comfort. Does it matter which? Not really. The outcome is the same." Arcturus guided him down a side street, away from the main crowds. "This is one of the lessons I wanted you to learn, Harry. The people who claim to protect you don't always have your best interests at heart. Sometimes they're lying. Sometimes they're simply careless. Either way, you can't depend on them. You have to depend on yourself." Harry absorbed this. It wasn't news, the Dursleys had taught him the same lesson, in a different way, but hearing it confirmed hurt nonetheless. "Where are we going now?" he asked. "To meet someone who can help with your other education. The magical one." They stopped in front of a narrow shop tucked between two larger buildings. The sign above the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, a wand. Harry felt a flutter of excitement despite his dark mood. "I thought I wouldn't get one until I started Hogwarts." "Officially, no. But the law against underage magic is rarely enforced against children of noble houses, and you have specific training needs that require a proper focus." Arcturus opened the door. "Besides, Garrick Ollivander owes me several favors. I think it's time to collect." The interior of Ollivanders was dusty and dim, lined with thousands of narrow boxes stacked floor to ceiling. The air felt thick, charged with something that made Harry's skin prickle. "Lord Black." A voice emerged from the shadows, soft, breathy, somehow unsettling. "And young Mr. Potter. I wondered when you would come." The man who stepped forward was old and pale, with wide silver eyes that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. His hands were long and delicate, his movements precise. "Mr. Ollivander," Arcturus said. "I trust you remember our arrangement." "I remember everything, Lord Black. Every wand I've ever sold. Every wizard who's wielded one. Every unusual circumstance." Ollivander's eyes fixed on Harry. "You have something inside you. Something dark. I can feel it from here." Harry's hand went to his chest instinctively. The darkness stirred, recognizing the attention. "The boy requires a wand," Arcturus said. "Something suited to his particular talents." "Yes. Yes, I imagine he does." Ollivander moved toward the shelves, his fingers trailing over the boxes. "The question is what will choose him. Wands are strange things, Mr. Potter. They don't always pair with the wizard you'd expect. They follow their own logic." He pulled down a box, withdrew a length of polished wood. "Try this. Ash and unicorn hair. 11 inches. Quite springy." Harry took the wand, feeling nothing. Ollivander snatched it back before he could do anything. "No, no. That won't do at all. Another box. Another wand. Maple and dragon heartstring. 10 inches. Rigid." Again, nothing. Ollivander's eyes brightened. "Interesting. Most interesting. The wand must sense something in you, Mr. Potter. Something that makes the conventional choices shy away. He moved deeper into the shop, toward a section of shelves that seemed darker than the rest. The boxes here were older, their labels faded. There are wands, Ollivander murmured, that most wand makers would never sell. Dangerous combinations. Unpredictable cores. The kind of wands that choose wizards who are themselves unusual. He withdrew a box that was black and plain, no label visible. Inside was a wand that was darker than the others, not just in color, but in feeling. It seemed to absorb the dim light rather than reflect it. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. But the phoenix who gave this feather gave another, just one other. And its brother. Its brother gave you that scar, Mr. Potter. Harry's hand went to his forehead. The lightning bolt scar that he'd had as long as he could remember. The wand that killed my parents. The very same. Phoenix feathers are rare, and this particular phoenix has never given another. These two wands are brothers. Connected. I always wondered who would be chosen by the second one. Ollivander's eyes were bright, almost hungry. Try it. Harry reached for the wand. The moment his fingers touched the wood, something happened. Warmth flooded up his arm, into his chest, toward the place where the darkness lived. The Obscurus stirred, not alarmed, but interested. As if meeting something familiar. Sparks shot from the wand's tip, gold and red, filling the shop with light. Harry felt complete in a way he'd never felt before, like a circuit had been closed. Curious, Ollivander breathed. Very curious. What's curious? Arcturus asked sharply. The wand chooses the wizard, Lord Black. That is ancient magic, older than wand lore itself. For this wand to choose this boy, it suggests a connection I don't fully understand. Ollivander's eyes moved between Harry and the wand. I wonder if we should expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. Harry looked down at the wand in his hand. His brother. His destiny. I'll take it, he said. They returned to Grimmauld Place as the sun was setting, the London sky painted in shades of orange and purple. Harry sat in his study, the new wand resting on the desk in front of him, and tried to process everything he'd learned. He was rich. His guardian had known about his money and done nothing. His wand was connected to Voldemort's. And somewhere out there, the Dark Lord himself was waiting to return. It was, he reflected, a lot for one day. A knock at his door. Arcturus entered without waiting for a response. I wanted to discuss what you learned today, the old man said, settling into a chair. About Dumbledore. About your inheritance. There's nothing to discuss. He knew and he didn't help. It's the same pattern, making decisions about my life without consulting me. That's one interpretation. There are others. Harry looked up sharply. You're defending him. I'm giving you the full picture. Dumbledore is many things, manipulative, secretive, sometimes maddeningly certain of his own righteousness. But he's not callous. If he left you with the Dursleys, if he didn't interfere with their treatment of you, it was because he believed it served some greater purpose. What purpose could possibly justify, I don't know. But Dumbledore knows things the rest of us don't. He has access to information, to prophecies, to possibilities that he keeps very close to his chest. Arcturus's expression was unreadable. I'm not asking you to forgive him. I'm asking you to understand that the world is more complicated than heroes and villains. Harry thought about this. He'd been seeing everything in simple terms, the Ministry was bad, Dumbledore was secretive, Arcturus was honest. But Arcturus wasn't simple either. He'd admitted he wanted Harry as an heir, as a tool for House Black's restoration. His honesty was its own form of manipulation. You're teaching me to think like a politician, Harry said. I'm teaching you to think clearly. Politicians muddy the waters with rhetoric and misdirection. I want you to see through all of that to the actual forces at play. Arcturus stood. The wand complicates things. Because it's connected to Voldemort's. Because it suggests a connection between you and him that goes beyond the obvious. The scar, the prophecy, and now the wands, you're bound together in some way we don't fully understand. That's dangerous. Why? Because the Dark Lord will sense it too, when he returns. Whatever magic links you will lead him to you, sooner or later. And when it does, you need to be ready. Harry looked at the wand on his desk. Holly and Phoenix Feather. Brother to the wand that had killed his parents, tried to kill him. How do I get ready for something like that? By training. By learning. By becoming strong enough that when he comes, you can face him on your own terms. Arcturus moved toward the door. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, we begin a new phase of your education. He left. Harry sat alone in the gathering darkness, the wand gleaming faintly on the desk before him. Behind his ribs, the Obscurus was quiet, but alert. Waiting. We're going to face him, Harry thought. Someday. We're going to have to face him. The darkness pulsed. Not with fear. With anticipation. The weeks turned into months. Summer faded into autumn, and Harry's 9th birthday passed with little fanfare. Arcturus gave him a rare book on defensive magic, and the house elf creature produced a cake that was technically edible. Harry barely noticed. He was too focused on his training. The wand work came first. Despite his age, despite the regulations against underage magic, Arcturus had him practicing every day, simple spells at first, then gradually more complex ones. The wand responded to Harry in ways his tutor said was unusual, almost eager to channel his magic. You have raw power, his charms tutor observed. More than most adults. The question is learning to direct it precisely. Harry worked at precision. He practiced lighting candles and extinguishing them, levitating feathers with microscopic control, casting shields that were exactly the right size and strength for each threat. It was tedious, painstaking work, but he understood the importance. Power without control was what had destroyed little Whinging. He would not make that mistake again. The Obscurus training continued alongside the wand work. Arcturus pushed him further each session, having him raise the darkness higher, hold it longer, shape it in different ways. The containment orb never activated, the darkness remained under Harry's direction, responding to his will. You're approaching the threshold, Arcturus said one evening, after a particularly intense session. Soon, we'll try actual manifestation. Letting the Obscurus out, in a controlled environment, to see what it can do when directed. Harry felt a chill at the words. He'd been dreading this, dreading the moment when he would have to face the full power of what lived inside him. The meditation and the control exercises were one thing. Actually unleashing the darkness again. I'm not sure I'm ready, he admitted. No one is ever ready for something like this. But readiness isn't the point. The point is being willing to try. Arcturus's silver eyes were steady. I won't force you, Harry. This has to be your choice. But I will say this, the Obscurus is going to come out eventually. It always does. The only question is whether it happens under your control or against your will. Harry knew he was right. He'd felt the pressure building, the darkness pressing against his boundaries, wanting to express itself. The integration work had helped, had given him a relationship with the Obscurus that most hosts never achieved, but it hadn't eliminated the need for release. Sooner or later, something would trigger it. Better to choose the time and place himself. Okay, he said. Let's do it. They prepared for a week. Arcturus brought in specialists, curse-breakers and ward masters and others whose titles Harry didn't recognize, to construct a containment chamber in the basement of Grimmauld Place. The walls were reinforced with void stone, the floors inscribed with runes that would absorb magical discharge, the ceiling fitted with emergency suppression systems that could be activated at a moment's notice. If something goes wrong, Arcturus explained, this room will contain it. The worst that can happen is property damage. And if something goes really wrong, then the emergency wards will put you to sleep before the Obscurus can fully manifest. It won't be pleasant, but you'll survive. Arcturus's face was grave. I won't lie to you, Harry. This is dangerous. But it's necessary. Harry nodded. He'd been meditating more intensely than ever, communicating with the darkness, explaining what they were going to do. The Obscurus seemed to understand, seemed almost eager, in its wordless way. It had been contained for so long, suppressed and muted and locked away. The chance to exist, to act, to be. Not destruction, Harry told it. Control. We're going to show them, show everyone, that we can be more than what they fear. The darkness pulsed agreement. On the appointed day, Harry descended into the basement alone. The containment chamber was circular, maybe 20 feet across, the walls smooth and dark. The floor was covered in geometric patterns that Harry couldn't interpret, and the ceiling was too high to see clearly in the dim light. It felt like being inside a giant egg, waiting to hatch. Arcturus's voice came through a speaking charm. Are you ready? Harry took a deep breath. Centered himself. Reached inward. Yes. Then begin. Let it rise slowly. Don't force it, just open the door and let it come out on its own terms. Harry closed his eyes and did as instructed. The darkness uncoiled. Slowly at first, cautiously, testing the boundaries. Harry didn't push it, just created space, invited it upward, made it clear that this was safe, this was allowed, this was wanted. It rose through his chest, into his throat, toward the surface of his skin. Harry felt it pressing at the boundaries of his body, wanting out, needing out, and for a terrifying moment he wasn't sure he could let go. Then he did. The Obscurus poured from him like smoke from a fire. Black, dense, alive, it swirled around him in ribbons, in waves, filling the chamber with darkness that moved with purpose. Harry felt it exploring the space, testing the walls, learning the shape of this new environment. Harry. Arcturus's voice was steady, but Harry could hear the underlying tension. Can you still hear me? Yes. Good. The manifestation is stable. Now, can you direct it? Give it an instruction, and see if it obeys. Harry reached out with his mind, toward the darkness that swirled around him. It wasn't separate from him, it was him, extended, expressed, given form. The far wall, he thought. Touch it. Just touch it, don't destroy. The darkness rippled. A tendril extended, drifted across the chamber, made contact with the void stone wall. Touched it. Nothing more. Excellent. Arcturus's voice was warm. Now bring it back. Recall the tendril. Harry focused. The tendril withdrew, rejoining the main mass. The darkness swirled, patient, waiting for the next instruction. I can control it, Harry said. The realization was hitting him slowly, building like dawn. I can actually control it. Don't get overconfident. This is a controlled environment with minimal distractions. Real-world conditions will be different. I know. But this is, Harry felt something that might have been joy, might have been relief, might have been something entirely new. This is the first time I've felt like it's really mine. The darkness pulsed in response. Agreement. Acknowledgement. Partnership. They spent another hour in the chamber, Harry practicing increasingly complex instructions. Move here. Take this shape. Expand. Contract. Touch this, avoid that, hold steady, release. The Obscurus responded to each command, learning alongside him, becoming an extension of his will rather than a force beyond his control. When Harry finally recalled it, pulling the darkness back into himself, feeling it settle behind his ribs like a cat curling up to sleep. He was exhausted but exhilarated. "Well done," Arcturus said, entering the chamber. The old man looked genuinely impressed. "That was remarkable, Harry. Better than I'd hoped. It felt right. Like we finally understand each other. That's the goal. And now that you've achieved basic control, we can begin the next phase. There's more. There's always more. Control is just the foundation. Now we teach you to use this. To make the Obscurus into the weapon you might need someday." Arcturus put a hand on Harry's shoulder, a rare gesture of physical contact. "You've done something no Obscurial has ever done before. Remember that, in the days ahead. You're not just surviving this condition, you're mastering it." Harry nodded, too tired for words. But as they climbed the stairs back to the main house, he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Lucius Malfoy came to Grimmauld Place 3 days later. Harry was in the library, practicing wand work, when Creature announced the visitor. Arcturus had warned him this might happen. The Malfoys were one of the most powerful families in Britain, closely connected to the Blacks through marriage, and Lucius had been making inquiries about Harry for weeks. "He wants to assess you," Arcturus had said. "To see if you're an opportunity or a threat. Play it carefully." Harry set down his wand and followed Creature to the drawing room. Lucius Malfoy was exactly what Harry had expected from Arcturus's descriptions: tall, pale, aristocratic, radiating the kind of casual superiority that came from generations of wealth and power. His robes were immaculate, his hair a perfect silver blonde cascade, and he carried a walking stick that Harry suspected was more weapon than support. "Mr. Potter." Malfoy's voice was cultured, smooth. "I've heard so much about you." "Mr. Malfoy." Harry kept his expression neutral. "I've heard about you too. All good things, I hope." A thin smile crossed Malfoy's face. "I wanted to welcome you to our world properly. The circumstances of your introduction were unfortunate. But that's no reason we can't be civilized. I appreciate the welcome." They settled into chairs, Harry in one of the high-backed seats Arcturus preferred, Malfoy in an elegant wingback that Creature had provided. Tea appeared on the table between them. "I understand Lord Black has taken you under his wing," Malfoy said, accepting a cup. "A wise choice, given your situation. The Black family has resources and connections that the Ministry could never provide. Grandfather has been very generous." "Yes. He would be." Malfoy's eyes flickered around the room, assessing, cataloguing. "I knew him in his youth, you know. Before he retreated from public life. He was quite formidable in the Wizengamot. When he spoke, people listened. He still is. Formidable, I mean. Of course. The Blacks don't decline, they merely consolidate." Malfoy set down his tea. "I'll be direct with you, Mr. Potter. The wizarding world is watching you very closely. Some see you as a threat to be contained. Others see you as an opportunity to be exploited. I'm here to offer a third option. Which is alliance. The Malfoys and the Blacks have been connected for generations. My wife Narcissa is Lord Black's great-niece. Our families share interests, share enemies, share a vision for what magical Britain could become." Malfoy leaned forward slightly. "You're young, Mr. Potter. Too young to understand all the currents that flow through our world. But you're also powerful, more powerful than anyone your age has a right to be. That power will attract attention. Some of it welcome, some of it not. You'll need allies. I have grandfather. Lord Black is 147 years old. He won't live forever." Malfoy's voice was gentle, but the words were not. "When he's gone, you'll be alone. A half-blood Obscurial with the Black fortune and no one to protect you. How long do you think you'll last?" Harry felt the darkness stir behind his ribs, not threatening, just alert. Watching. "What are you proposing?" he asked carefully. "Nothing formal. Not yet. You're too young for binding agreements, and I suspect Lord Black would object in any case." Malfoy smiled. "But relationships can be built without contracts. Understanding can be established. When the time comes, when you're older, when you need friends in the right places, you'll know who to call." Harry considered this. On the surface, Malfoy's offer seemed reasonable. Alliances were important. Arcturus had taught him that. And having the Malfoys in his corner would certainly be useful. But there was something underneath the smooth words, something that made Harry's instincts prickle. "What do you want in return?" he asked. "Want?" Malfoy's expression was perfectly innocent. "I want what's best for magical Britain. What's best for the old ways, the old families, the traditions that made us great. I believe you could be part of that future, Mr. Potter. With the right guidance. The right guidance being yours. Mine. Lord Black's. Others who understand what we stand for." Malfoy stood, brushing invisible dust from his robes. "I don't expect an answer today. As I said, you're young. But think about what I've said. Consider who your friends are, and who your enemies might be." He moved toward the door, then paused. "One more thing. My son Draco will be starting at Hogwarts in 2 years, same as you. He's heard a great deal about you, and he's quite curious. I'm sure you'll meet eventually. Try not to judge him too harshly for his father's ambitions. Children are rarely responsible for the sins of their parents." He left. Harry sat alone in the drawing room, the tea cooling on the table, and thought about what had just happened. Malfoy had been trying to recruit him. That much was obvious. But recruit him for what? The "old ways" sounded like the blood purity nonsense Arcturus had warned him about, the ideology that had driven Voldemort's rise. Was Malfoy a Death Eater? A sympathizer? Or just an opportunist who saw which way the wind was blowing? Arcturus entered a few minutes later, his expression unreadable. "You heard?" Harry asked. "I listened. The wards on this house miss very little." Arcturus settled into his usual chair. "What did you think of our guest?" "He wants to use me. Same as everyone else." "True. But Lucius is more honest about it than most, or at least, his dishonesty is more transparent." Arcturus reached for a cup of tea. "He's a dangerous man, Harry. Not because he's evil, but because he's intelligent and he genuinely believes in what he's selling. The old families, the pure bloodlines, the natural order of wizard above muggle, pure blood above half-blood above muggle-born, to him, these aren't just prejudices. They're truth. And you don't believe that?" "I believe the Blacks have survived for 1,000 years by being adaptable. Blood purity is useful when it's useful and discarded when it's not. Lucius can't see that, he's too invested in the ideology. That makes him predictable." Arcturus sipped his tea. "But predictable isn't the same as harmless. Remember that." Harry nodded. Another lesson learned, another piece of the puzzle slotted into place. "What should I do?" he asked. "About his offer?" "Nothing. Let him think you're considering it. Keep him uncertain about where you stand." Arcturus's eyes were sharp. "In politics, Harry, ambiguity is a weapon. The longer people don't know what you're going to do, the more carefully they have to treat you. The moment you commit to a side, you've given up that advantage. So I just, stay neutral. For now. You're 9 years old, you have years before you need to make real commitments. Use that time to learn, to grow, to figure out what you actually believe." Arcturus set down his cup. "And when you do decide, make sure it's your decision. Not Lucius Malfoy's, not Dumbledore's, not even mine. Yours." Harry thought about this for a long time after Arcturus left. "Your decision. Yours." It was a strange feeling, being told that his choices mattered. That he had agency, autonomy, the right to shape his own future. The Dursleys had never given him that. The Ministry hadn't either. Even Dumbledore, with all his talk of protection and guidance, had been making decisions for Harry without consulting him. But Arcturus was different. Arcturus told him the truth, gave him the tools, and then stepped back. Your decision. Yours. Harry reached inward, feeling for the darkness behind his ribs. It was calm, settled, patient. Waiting for him to decide what they would become. We'll figure it out, he thought at it. Together. We'll figure out who we are and what we want. And then we'll make them all see. The darkness pulsed agreement. Harry smiled, picked up his wand, and went back to practicing. Autumn deepened into winter. The days grew shorter, the house grew colder, and Harry's training intensified. He was in the containment chamber almost every day now, practicing increasingly complex Obscurus work. He learned to shape the darkness into specific forms, shields, weapons, extensions of his reach. He learned to maintain partial manifestation for extended periods, keeping tendrils of the Obscurus active while the rest remained dormant. He learned to recall it instantly, to shift between states, to integrate its use with his wand work. You're becoming something new, Arcturus observed one evening. Not quite a wizard, not quite an Obscurial. Something in between. Is that good or bad? It's different. And different is always dangerous, but also always interesting. Christmas came and went with little celebration. Harry received gifts, books, mostly, from Arcturus and his tutors, but the holiday felt hollow. He'd never had a real Christmas before, and he wasn't sure how to feel about having one now. The new year brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Dumbledore arrived on a grey January morning, looking older and more tired than Harry remembered. He came alone, without announcement, appearing at the front door like any ordinary caller. Harry, he said when Creature admitted him. I hope you don't mind the intrusion. Grandfather isn't home. I know. I came to see you. They settled in the library, Dumbledore in one of the visitor chairs, Harry in Arcturus's usual seat. The fire crackled between them. I wanted to see how you were doing, Dumbledore said. I've heard reports, of course, but reports are not the same as seeing for oneself. I'm doing well. Better than I was at the Ministry. Yes. Lord Black has been good for you. I hoped he would be. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle, searching. I also wanted to apologize. For things I should have said long ago. Harry waited. I made mistakes with you. Terrible mistakes. I left you with the Dursleys because I believed the blood protection was paramount, that keeping you alive was more important than keeping you happy. I was wrong. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. And then, when you needed help most, I wasn't there. I was too focused on my own plans, my own fears, to see what was happening to you. You knew about the money, Harry said quietly. About the Gringotts vault. I knew. I thought if you knew you were wealthy, it would complicate things. Draw attention. Make the Dursleys treat you differently. I told myself I was protecting you. Dumbledore shook his head. I was wrong about that too. Why are you telling me this now? Because you deserve to hear it. And because I hope, perhaps selfishly, that we can start again. Not as guardian and ward, but as something else. Allies, perhaps. Or simply two people who want the same things. Harry considered this. The anger was still there, banked but not extinguished. But underneath it was something else, a recognition that Dumbledore, for all his flaws, was trying. That he was here, in this house, admitting his failures, when he could have simply stayed away. What things? Harry asked. What do we both want? To defeat Voldemort. To protect the innocent. To build a world where children don't have to suffer as you did. Dumbledore's eyes were bright now, intense. You have a role to play in that, Harry. The prophecy makes that clear. But I won't ask you to play it blindly. Not anymore. Tell me about the prophecy. The whole thing. Dumbledore hesitated. Then, slowly, he nodded. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. Harry felt them settle into him like stones into water. Either must die at the hand of the other, he repeated. Yes. The prophecy states that you and Voldemort are bound together. That one of you must ultimately destroy the other. And the power he knows not? I believe it's your capacity for love. For connection. For the kind of emotional depth that Voldemort has never understood. Dumbledore paused. But I wonder, now, if it might be something else as well. Harry touched his chest, feeling the darkness stir behind his ribs. The Obscurus. Perhaps. Voldemort knows about Obscurials, he's encountered them before. But he's never seen one controlled, integrated, wielded as a weapon by someone who remains fully themselves. If you continue on this path. Dumbledore's expression was complicated, hope and fear intertwined. You might become something he can't predict. Can't counter. Can't defeat. Or I might become something worse than him. That is always the risk, with power. But I don't believe it's your destiny. Dumbledore leaned forward. I've watched you, Harry. Through the reports, through the observations I've been able to make. You're not becoming a monster. You're becoming a young man with a monster inside him, and that's not the same thing at all. Harry thought about this for a long time. The fire crackled. Outside, snow had begun to fall. I don't know if I can trust you, he said finally. After everything. I wouldn't expect you to. Trust must be earned. Dumbledore stood, moving toward the door. But I hope you'll give me the chance to earn it. I failed you once. I don't intend to fail you again. He left. Harry sat alone in the library, the prophecy echoing in his mind. Either must die at the hand of the other. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was waiting. Recovering. Planning his return. And when he came, Harry would be ready. The winter passed. Spring came to London, pale and grey, and Harry's 10th birthday approached. He'd been with Arcturus for almost 9 months now. In that time, he'd learned more than he ever had before, about magic, about politics, about the darkness inside him and how to control it. He could manifest the Obscurus at will, shape it, direct it, recall it. He could cast spells that most adults would struggle with. He could navigate a political conversation without giving anything away. But he was still just a child. Still learning. Still growing. There's something I need to tell you, Arcturus said one evening, as they sat in the library after a particularly grueling training session. Harry looked up, alert. Arcturus's voice had a weight to it that he'd learned to recognize. I'm dying. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. What? Not today. Not tomorrow. But soon, within the year, perhaps. Maybe 2 if I'm lucky. Arcturus's face was calm, accepting. I've known for a while. The healers have done what they can, but there's only so much magic can accomplish against the simple fact of age. But, you can't. Harry felt something rising in his chest, something that wasn't the Obscurus. Panic. Fear. Loss. You said you were teaching me because you wanted an heir. How can you die before I'm finished? Arcturus smiled, a sad smile, but genuine. I won't. Everything I've taught you, everything you've learned, it's enough. It's more than enough. You're going to be fine, Harry. I'm not ready. No one is ever ready. That's what I've been trying to teach you. Arcturus reached out, his hand covering Harry's. The world doesn't wait for readiness. It presents challenges, and you either rise to meet them or you don't. You've been rising since the day I met you. You'll keep rising after I'm gone. Harry felt tears threatening, tears he hadn't shed since little Whinging, tears he'd thought he'd forgotten how to cry. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because you needed to learn without that shadow hanging over you. Because I wanted you to become strong for yourself, not out of grief or obligation. Arcturus's eyes were steady. I'm telling you now because you deserve to know. And because there are arrangements that need to be made. Arrangements? Legal matters. The transfer of guardianship, the inheritance of the Black estates, the political alliances that need to be maintained. When I'm gone, you'll be Lord Black in all but name. The youngest head of a noble house in centuries. Arcturus's grip tightened. It's a burden I wouldn't wish on anyone. But I believe you can carry it. Harry sat in silence, trying to process. The man who had saved him, trained him, given him purpose, was dying. Would be gone, probably before Harry even started at Hogwarts. He would be alone again. No. Not alone. Different. The darkness stirred behind his ribs, offering comfort in its wordless way. We're here. We're always here. What do I do? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. When you're gone, what do I do? You live, Arcturus said simply. You keep learning, keep growing, keep becoming the person you're meant to be. You face whatever challenges come your way, and you overcome them. That's what Blacks do. That's what you do. And Voldemort? The prophecy? You face him when the time comes. Not as a child forced into a destiny, but as a wizard who chose his path. Arcturus released Harry's hand and stood, moving to the window. I've given you everything I can, Harry. The rest is up to you. Harry looked at the old man's silhouette against the grey London sky, and felt something shift inside him. Not grief, not yet. That would come later. But something else. Resolution. Determination. The understanding that whatever happened next, he would face it. Because that's what Blacks did. That's what he did. Okay, he said quietly. Okay. Tell me what I need to know. Arcturus turned, and for the first time since Harry had known him, his smile held something like pride. Let's begin, he said. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Weight of Names. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by an owl so dignified it seemed offended to be delivering mail. Harry was in the library when Creature brought it in, a cream-colored envelope, heavy and official, addressed in emerald ink to Mr. H. Potter, the third-floor study, number 12, Grimmauld Place, London. The seal on the back bore a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Your Hogwarts letter, Arcturus said from his chair by the fire. He looked frilier these days, the illness progressing faster than the healers had predicted, but his eyes were still sharp. Right on schedule. Harry broke the seal and read, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, 11 years old, Arcturus murmured. Hard to believe it's been almost 2 years since you came to this house. Harry set down the letter. 2 years. 2 years of training, learning, growing. 2 years of mastering the darkness inside him, of navigating the political landscape Arcturus had mapped out, of becoming someone the wizarding world couldn't ignore. And now it was time for the next phase. The Wizengamot session is next week, Harry said. Do you still want to attend? Wouldn't miss it. Arcturus's smile was thin but determined. It'll be my last public appearance. Might as well make it count. The session had been called to discuss the Magical Entity Containment Act, a piece of legislation that had been working its way through committees for nearly 2 years. On its surface, it was a reasonable regulatory framework for dealing with dangerous magical creatures and phenomena. In practice, it was designed to give the unspeakables authority over anyone the ministry deemed not fully human. Including Obscurials. Croker's been patient, Arcturus had explained months ago, when the legislation first appeared. He knows he can't take you directly, you're too well protected, too politically connected. So he's trying to change the rules of the game instead. Can he succeed? He might. The ministry is scared of you, Harry. Scared of what you represent. If Croker can convince them that legal authority over magical entities is the only way to keep Britain safe. Arcturus had shrugged. Fear makes people do stupid things. Now, finally, the legislation was coming to a vote. And Harry intended to be there when it did. The morning of the session, Harry dressed carefully. His robes were black and perfectly tailored, with the black family crest embroidered in silver thread on the left breast. His hair, still perpetually messy, had been tamed as much as possible. The lightning scar on his forehead was visible, deliberately so. Let them see it. Let them remember who he was and what he'd survived. Arcturus met him in the entrance hall, leaning heavily on a cane. The old man looked like death warmed over, his skin papery, his eyes sunken, but he carried himself with the same aristocratic bearing he always had. "Ready?" he asked. "As I'll ever be." They fled to the ministry together, emerging into the atrium in a swirl of green flames. The massive hall was crowded with witches and wizards, many of them heading toward the lifts that would take them to the Whinging chambers. Harry felt eyes on him immediately, curious, fearful, assessing. He kept his expression neutral and followed Arcturus through the crowd. The Whinging chamber was exactly as Harry remembered it from 3 years ago, vast, circular, tiered with hundreds of seats. But this time, he wasn't standing at the center as a subject of debate. This time, he was seated in the gallery, in the section reserved for noble house representatives. Arcturus had secured him observer status, not a voting member, not yet, but present and acknowledged. It was a statement: Harry Potter was not a creature to be managed, but a wizard with standing and connections. The session was called to order by the chief warlock, and the debate began. Harry listened as speaker after speaker rose to argue for or against the act. The proponents spoke of safety, of regulation, of the need to protect ordinary wizards from threats they couldn't understand. The opponents spoke of rights, of precedent, of the danger of giving any government body unchecked authority over its citizens. Then Croker took the floor. The head of the Department of Mysteries looked exactly as forgettable as he had 3 years ago, medium height, medium build, a face that seemed to slide out of memory even as you looked at it. But his voice carried, and his words were carefully chosen. "We are not here to debate the rights of wizards," he said. "We are here to discuss how to protect our society from threats that exist outside the normal boundaries of magical law. The Obscurial phenomenon is one such threat. It is unpredictable, uncontrollable, and potentially devastating. We have seen what happens when an Obscurial is left unmanaged." His eyes found Harry in the gallery. Just for a moment. The Magical Entity Containment Act provides a framework for identifying, monitoring, and when necessary, containing such threats. It does not strip anyone of their rights, it simply acknowledges that some magical phenomena require specialized handling that the standard legal system cannot provide. More speakers. More arguments. Harry watched it all with growing unease. The vote was going to be close. He could see it in the faces of the Whinging members, in the way they whispered to each other during breaks, in the calculations happening behind their eyes. Fear was winning. Fear, and the promise of easy solutions. During a recess, Arcturus leaned close. "It's time," he said. "If you're going to speak, it needs to be now." Harry had prepared for this. Had practiced the words, refined the arguments, anticipated the objections. but standing up in front of the full Wizengamot, making himself a target. He thought about what Arcturus had taught him. About power, and fear, and the importance of controlling the narrative. Then he stood. "Chief Warlock," he said, his voice carrying across the chamber. "I request permission to address the Wizengamot." Murmurs rippled through the room. The Chief Warlock, a different man than 3 years ago, older and more cautious, frowned. "Mr. Potter. You are present as an observer, not a participant. I am also the subject of much of this debate. I believe that gives me standing to speak." More murmurs. The Chief Warlock conferred with his advisors, then nodded reluctantly. "Very well. You may address the chamber." Briefly. Harry made his way down to the speaker's podium, feeling every eye in the room follow him. The weight of attention was almost physical, hundreds of witches and wizards, many of whom had spent 3 years debating what to do with him. He reached the podium and turned to face them. 3 years ago, he began, I stood in this chamber as an 8-year-old boy who had just destroyed half a Muggle town. I was terrified. I didn't understand what had happened to me or why. And I expected you to lock me away forever. He paused, letting the words settle. You didn't. Some of you wanted to, I understand that. What I am is frightening. What I did was devastating. But enough of you believed that I deserved a chance to prove I was more than my worst moment. I've spent 3 years proving that. I've trained with the best tutors in Britain. I've learned to control the Obscurus inside me, not suppress it, not ignore it, but genuinely control it. I can manifest it at will and recall it at will. I can direct it with precision. I am not a bomb waiting to go off. I am a wizard with an unusual ability. He looked directly at Croaker. The act you're debating would give the Department of Mysteries authority over anyone like me. It would allow them to detain us, study us, contain us, all without the protections that apply to normal wizards. I understand the fear that drives this. I share it. The Obscurus is dangerous. But the answer to dangerous magic isn't to strip people of their rights. It's to help them learn control. I am proof that control is possible. I am standing here, 3 years after Little Whinging, without a single incident. Not because I've been suppressed or contained, but because I've been trained. Because someone believed in me enough to give me the tools I needed. He let his gaze sweep across the chamber. If this act passes, you won't be protecting Britain from people like me. You'll be creating the conditions that make people like me dangerous. Obscurials don't lose control because they're inherently unstable, they lose control because they're treated like monsters, isolated, suppressed, denied the help they need. The Ministry's fear becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm asking you to choose differently. To invest in training and support instead of containment and control. To treat people like me as wizards with unusual challenges, not creatures to be managed. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening. He stepped back from the podium. The chamber was silent. Then Amelia Bones rose from her seat. I move to table the Magical Entity Containment Act pending a comprehensive review of alternative approaches to managing unusual magical phenomena. Seconded, came another voice, one Harry didn't recognize. The Chief Warlock looked surprised, but he called for a vote on the motion. It passed. 53 to 41. The act wasn't dead, it would come back, in some form, but it was delayed. Stopped, at least for now. Harry returned to his seat in the gallery. Arcturus's hand found his arm, squeezing gently. Well done, the old man murmured. Very well done. Harry didn't feel triumphant. He felt exhausted, drained, like he'd been fighting a battle that wasn't quite over. But he'd won this round. That had to count for something. The aftermath of the Wizengamot session was complicated. On one hand, Harry had established himself as a political presence in his own right, not just Arcturus Black's ward, but a wizard who could command attention and sway votes. The prophet ran articles about his impassioned speech, and several members of the Whinging reached out to express support. On the other hand, he'd made enemies. Croker didn't confront him directly, that wasn't the unspeakable way. But Harry felt the shift in the political winds. The Department of Mysteries began conducting routine inquiries into black family holdings. Ministry inspectors appeared at Grimmauld Place for safety evaluations. Small obstacles appeared in Harry's path, nothing individually significant, but collectively wearing. "He's testing you," Arcturus explained. "Seeing how you respond to pressure. Don't give him the satisfaction of reacting." Harry didn't react. He attended to his studies, continued his training, answered every inquiry with scrupulous politeness. The inspectors found nothing wrong at Grimmauld Place. The inquiries into black holdings revealed nothing irregular. But the message was clear, Croker hadn't given up. He was just biding his time. Arcturus's health declined rapidly as summer approached. By June, he could barely leave his bed. The healers came and went, their expressions growing grimmer with each visit. Harry spent most of his days in the old man's chambers, reading to him, discussing politics, simply being present. "I'm not going to make it to September," Arcturus said one evening, his voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted to see you off to Hogwarts. Wanted to watch you take your place in that castle." "You'll see it," Harry said, not believing it. "Don't lie to a dying man. It's undignified." Arcturus managed a thin smile. "I've made all the arrangements. The Black estates will be held in trust until you come of age. Amelia Bones has agreed to serve as your legal guardian, she can be trusted, mostly. And I've left instructions for the house elf and the wards. I don't want to talk about this. I know. But we have to." Arcturus's hand found Harry's, his grip weak but insistent. "You're going to face challenges I can't prepare you for. Enemies I can't predict. But you have everything you need to survive them. More than survive, to win." "How do you know?" "Because I've watched you for 2 years. Because I've seen what you're capable of." Arcturus's eyes were bright despite the illness. "You're not just my heir, Harry. You're the best of the Black legacy, the strength without the cruelty, the ambition without the madness. I'm proud of what you've become." Harry felt tears threatening again. He'd gotten better at controlling them, but some things still broke through. "Thank you," he said. "For everything. Thank me by living well. By making something of the gift you've been given." Arcturus's eyes closed. "Now let an old man rest. We'll talk more tomorrow." But they didn't talk more tomorrow. Arcturus Black died in his sleep that night, peacefully, with the house he'd loved for over a century quiet around him. The funeral was private, held in the family crypt beneath Grimmauld Place. Only a handful of people attended: Harry, Amelia Bones, a few ancient wizards who remembered Arcturus from his youth. The ceremony was brief and dignified, exactly as Arcturus would have wanted. Afterward, Harry stood alone in the crypt, looking at the stone sarcophagus that now held his grandfather. Grandfather. The word felt strange, even now. Arcturus had never been the warm, doting grandfather of fairy tales. He'd been demanding, exacting, sometimes harsh. But he'd also been honest, consistent, and genuinely invested in Harry's growth. He'd given Harry something no one else ever had, the tools to survive on his own terms. "Thank you," Harry said to the silent stone. "I won't waste what you gave me." The darkness behind his ribs stirred, not in grief, but in acknowledgement. They were alone now, truly alone. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Harry climbed the stairs out of the crypt, stepped into the summer sunlight, and prepared for what came next. The weeks before Hogwarts were a blur of preparation and adjustment. Amelia Bones took over as Harry's legal guardian, though she made it clear the arrangement was largely administrative. "You're more capable than most adults I know," she told him. "I'm not going to pretend you need supervision. But the ministry requires someone to sign documents and attend meetings, so here I am. Harry appreciated her directness. After 2 years with Arcturus, he had little patience for pretense. Diagon Alley was the same riot of color and chaos Harry remembered from his first visit. He walked through the crowds with more confidence now, no longer the overwhelmed child marveling at magic. He knew these streets, knew the people who walked them, knew the games being played behind the cheerful storefronts. His shopping list was straightforward: robes, books, potion supplies, the standard equipment for a first-year student. He already had a wand, of course, the holly and phoenix feather that had chosen him 3 years ago. It rested in his pocket now, a familiar weight, a reminder of the connection he carried. The last stop was Elop's Owl Emporium, where Harry selected a snowy owl with fierce golden eyes. Hedwig, he named her, after a saint he'd read about in one of Arcturus's history books. She seemed to approve. September 1st arrived faster than Harry expected. King's Cross Station was crowded with muggles rushing to catch trains, completely oblivious to the magic happening right under their noses. Harry walked through the crowds with Hedwig's cage under one arm and his trunk floating behind him, a small bit of deliberate magic that made people's eyes slide right past. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly where Arcturus had described it, between platforms 9 and 10, accessible by walking straight through a seemingly solid barrier. Harry did so without hesitation, stepping from the Muggle world into something entirely different. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the station's magical light, steam rising from its engine in elegant plumes. Families crowded the platform, parents hugging children, younger siblings crying or cheering, trunks being loaded into carriages. It was chaotic and loud and somehow perfect. Harry moved through the crowds, looking for an empty compartment. He found one near the back of the train, settled Hedwig's cage on the seat, and stowed his trunk in the overhead rack. Then he sat by the window and watched the platform. A family caught his eye, redheads, lots of them, clustered around a plump woman who was fussing over the youngest boy's robes. The boy looked Harry's age, tall and gangly, with a smudge of dirt on his nose. "Ron, for heaven's sake, hold still, Mum, I'm fine, you most certainly are not, your collar is inside out," Harry smiled despite himself. It was such a normal scene, the kind of family chaos he'd never experienced, never expected to experience. The Dursleys hadn't been chaotic, they'd been rigidly, oppressively ordered. And Grimmauld Place had been orderly in a different way, the quiet precision of an ancient house run by magic. This was something else entirely. This was life. The compartment door slid open. "Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." It was the red-headed boy from the platform, looking slightly embarrassed. Up close, Harry could see freckles scattered across his face and the worn edges of his robes. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy heaved his trunk into the rack, struggling more than Harry had, lacking the magical assist, and flopped into the seat across from Harry. "Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened. His gaze flicked to Harry's forehead, to the scar that was partially hidden by his hair, then quickly away. "Bloody hell," he said. "I mean, sorry. Everyone's heard about you, you know. The boy who lived. And then the thing with little Whinging. And then you lived with the Blacks, and you gave that speech at the Wizengamot. You know about the speech? My dad works at the ministry. He was there." Ron's ears had gone red. "He said you were brilliant. Said you made Croaker look like an idiot." Harry felt something ease in his chest. He'd been bracing for fear, for suspicion, for the same wariness he'd encountered from adults. But Ron Weasley just looked curious, and maybe a little starstruck, though he was clearly trying to hide it. "I didn't mean to make anyone look like an idiot," Harry said. "I just wanted to make them see things differently." "Yeah, well, it worked. Dad said the act would have passed without your speech. A lot of people changed their votes because of what you said. I'm glad." An awkward silence fell. Ron fidgeted, clearly wanting to ask something but not quite daring. You can ask, Harry said. Whatever you're wondering. I don't mind. Is it true? Ron blurted. That you can control it? The obscurest thing? Harry considered the question. It would be easy to deflect, to change the subject, to maintain the careful ambiguity Arcturus had taught him. But something about Ron's open, honest face made him want to be open in return. Yes, he said. It took a long time to learn, but yes. I can control it. That's amazing. Ron's eyes were wide. I mean, everything I've read says Obscurials can't, that they always. He stopped, seeming to realize what he was saying. Sorry. That was rude. It's fine. You're right, most Obscurials don't survive. I'm different. How? I'm not entirely sure. My grandfather had theories, but... Harry shrugged. Maybe it's because I had good training. Maybe it's something else. I'm still figuring it out. Ron nodded slowly, processing this. Then his stomach growled, loudly, and his ears went red again. Sorry. Didn't have much breakfast. Mum was too busy fussing over my brothers. Brothers? 6 of them. I'm the youngest boy. Ron made a face. Bill's a cursebreaker, Charlie works with dragons, Percy's a prefect this year, and the twins, Fred and George, are mental. Then there's Ginny, but she's still at home. That sounds busy. You have no idea. But Ron was grinning now, the awkwardness fading. What about you? Any siblings? No. It's just me. That sounds lonely. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the years of silence and isolation. About the darkness that had grown inside him because he'd had no one to share it with. It was, he admitted. Sometimes. The compartment door slid open again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl in the doorway had bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth. Her robes were already on, crisp and new, probably put on the moment she'd boarded, and she carried herself with the confidence of someone who'd read all the textbooks twice. No toad, Ron said. Sorry. The girl's eyes moved from Ron to Harry, and widened. You're Harry Potter, she said. I've read about you. All the books mention you, of course, because of what happened when you were a baby, but the more recent articles about your Obscurus are fascinating. The integration theory you apparently demonstrated completely contradicts the established literature on Hermione, someone called from the corridor. Did you find the toad? Not yet. She turned back to Harry, seemingly reluctant to leave. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Maybe we can talk more later. I have so many questions. She disappeared before Harry could respond. Mental, Ron said, but he was smiling. You know anyone like that? 1 or 2. Harry thought of his tutors, of the researchers Arcturus had brought in to study his condition. She seems smart. Probably. But does she have to be so intense about it? The train lurched into motion, and platform 9 3/4 began to slide past the window. Harry watched it go, the families waving, the magical barrier, the whole strange world he'd become part of. So, Ron said, settling back in his seat. Tell me about living with the Blacks. Is it true the house is haunted? Harry smiled. Let me tell you about the curtains in the front hall, he said. The journey to Hogwarts took most of the day. Harry and Ron talked for hours, falling into an easy rapport that surprised Harry with its naturalness. Ron was curious and funny and refreshingly unimpressed by wealth or status. His family, he explained, wasn't poor exactly, but they weren't rich either, and he'd grown up knowing that some things mattered more than money. My dad says integrity's worth more than gold, Ron said around a mouthful of chocolate frog. Mind you, gold would still be nice. You ever tried one of these? No. Harry had been given expensive chocolates at Grimmauld Place, but nothing like this. He opened the package, caught the frog before it could leap away, and examined the card that came with it. Albus Dumbledore smiled up at him from the card's surface. "Got about 6 of him," Ron said. "But you can have that one if you want." Harry looked at Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, thought about their conversations, about the prophecy, about the complicated trust between them. "Thanks," he said, and pocketed the card. Hermione came back twice more, once to report that the toad had been found, once to inform them that they should probably change into their robes because they were almost there. Both times, she lingered, clearly wanting to ask Harry more questions but not quite knowing how to start. "You could just ask," Harry told her the second time. "I don't mind." "Really?" She seemed surprised. "Most people in your position would probably be sick of questions by now." "I'm not most people." "No." Her eyes were sharp, assessing. "No, you're not, are you?" She didn't ask any questions that time. Just looked at him for a long moment, nodded to herself, and left. "Weird," Ron said. "Interesting," Harry corrected. The train slowed as darkness fell outside the windows. They pulled into a small station, and a booming voice called for first-years to follow it. Harry and Ron joined the crowd of nervous 11-year-olds streaming toward the voice's source, a giant of a man with a wild beard and warm eyes. "First years. First years, this way. Mind your step." "That's Hagrid," Ron whispered. "Groundskeeper. Dad says he's great, but a bit mad about monsters," Harry finished. Arcturus had mentioned him. "I know." They piled into boats that apparently needed no oars, and the little fleet glided across a dark lake toward a castle that rose against the stars like something out of a dream. "Wicked," Ron breathed. Harry said nothing. He just watched the castle grow closer, its towers and turrets and countless windows glowing with warm light, and thought about everything that had led him here. The cupboard. The darkness. The crater where little Whinging had been. Arcturus's lessons, his death, his legacy. All of it, building toward this moment. "We're here," Harry thought at the Obscurus behind his ribs. "We made it." The darkness pulsed. Acknowledgement. Anticipation. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The sorting was held in a vast hall lit by thousands of floating candles. Harry stood with the other first-years, acutely aware of the stares directed his way. The older students had seen him enter, had recognized him, and now whispers spread through the 4 house tables like ripples in a pond. "That's Harry Potter, the Obscurial. Thought he'd be taller. Did you hear about the Wizengamot? When I call your name," Professor McGonagall announced, "you will sit on the stool and put on the hat." "Abbott, Hannah." A nervous blonde girl stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the sorting hat placed on her head. After a moment, the hat shouted "Hufflepuff," and she scurried to the appropriate table. More names. More sortings. Harry watched with detached interest, noting which students went where, filing away observations for later analysis. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with her chin up and her shoulders squared. The hat took longer with her than it had with some others, seeming to consider carefully. Gryffindor. She looked surprised, and pleased, as she joined the table beneath the red and gold banners. Malfoy, Draco. The name caught Harry's attention. He watched as a pale, pointed-faced boy swaggered to the stool, his expression one of aristocratic boredom. The hat barely touched his head before shouting, "Slytherin." So that was Lucius's son. Harry filed the information away. "Potter, Harry." The whispers exploded into full conversation. Harry walked to the stool, aware of every eye in the hall following him, and sat down. The hat descended onto his head. "Interesting," said a voice in his mind. "Very interesting. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Potter." Harry said nothing, but his thoughts formed a question. "Oh yes, I know what you carry. The Obscurus. I can feel it in you, dark and powerful and very, very old. The hat's voice was curious, not afraid. It's been a long time since I've sorted someone with such a burden. Such potential. Where do I belong? Harry thought. That's the question, isn't it? You could go anywhere, with your talents. Hufflepuff would teach you loyalty and fairness, valuable qualities, though you've had little experience with either. Ravenclaw would nurture your intelligence, you have a sharp mind, sharpened further by your grandfather's training. Slytherin would appreciate your ambition, your cunning, your willingness to use any tool to achieve your goals. And Gryffindor. What about Gryffindor? Gryffindor values courage. And you, Mr. Potter, have courage in abundance. Not the loud, showy kind, the quiet kind. The kind that keeps going when everything seems hopeless. The kind that stands up in front of the Wizengamot and demands to be seen as human. Harry felt something shift inside him. The darkness stirred, interested. But there's another factor, the hat continued. A choice you need to make. Where you go will shape who you become. Slytherin will teach you to survive in a world of enemies. Gryffindor will teach you to thrive among friends. Which do you want? Harry thought about Arcturus's lessons. About the importance of allies, of strategic positioning, of choosing battles carefully. Then he thought about Ron Weasley, with his easy laugh and his honest face. About Hermione Granger, with her sharp mind and her barely contained questions. About the kind of person he wanted to be, not just the kind of person who could survive. I've spent my whole life learning to survive, he thought. Maybe it's time to learn something else. The hat seemed to smile. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. The Gryffindor table cheered, the other tables buzzed with conversation, and somewhere in the back of his mind, Harry heard Arcturus's voice, your decision. Yours. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Hermione, who was beaming at him. I hoped you'd end up here, she said. So did I, Harry admitted. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor minutes later, dropping into the seat on Harry's other side with obvious relief. Thank Merlin, he said. Fred and George would never have let me live it down if I'd gone to Slytherin. There's nothing wrong with Slytherin, Harry said mildly. Tell that to my family. But Ron was grinning. Doesn't matter now. We're in the same house. That's what counts. The feast began, and Harry let himself be swept up in the chaos, the food, the conversation, the ghosts that drifted through the walls, the ancient magic that seemed to breathe through the castle's very stones. He was at Hogwarts. He'd made friends. He'd chosen his house. For the first time in a long time, Harry felt something like hope. The first weeks at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes and corridors and countless small discoveries. Harry found that he already knew most of what the professors taught, Arcturus's tutors had been thorough. But he paid attention anyway, looking for gaps in his knowledge, approaches he hadn't considered. And he watched his classmates, noting who struggled and who excelled, who formed alliances and who made enemies. The other students watched him too, of course. He could feel their eyes on him in the corridors, hear their whispers in the common room. The famous Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The Obscurial who had destroyed little Whinging and somehow survived. Most of them kept their distance, uncertain how to approach him. But a few were bolder. Draco Malfoy cornered Harry after potions one afternoon, flanked by two hulking boys who had to be bodyguards. Potter. Malfoy's voice was cool, controlled. My father told me about you. Said you turned down his offer of alliance. I did. That was a mistake. Maybe. We'll see. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. You think you're special, don't you? Just because you have some condition. But you're not. You're a half-blood with a dangerous secret, and sooner or later, that secret is going to catch up with you. Is that a threat? It's an observation. Malfoy stepped closer, lowering his voice. My father has connections you can't imagine. The Dark Lord may be gone, but his followers aren't. And they remember what you are. They remember what you cost them. And what did I cost them? Their master. Their purpose. Everything they believed in. Malfoy's lip curled. You should be more careful, Potter. You might have won the Wizengamot battle, but the war is far from over. He turned and walked away, his bodyguards trailing behind. Harry watched him go, feeling the darkness stir behind his ribs. Threat, it seemed to say. He's a threat. Maybe, Harry thought back. But not yet. Not today. The confrontation with Malfoy was just the beginning. Over the following weeks, Harry noticed things. Small things, mostly, glances exchanged between certain students, conversations that stopped when he approached, a general sense of tension that seemed to follow him through the castle. Someone was watching him. Someone beyond the ordinary curiosity of his classmates. He mentioned it to Ron and Hermione during a study session in the library. You're probably imagining it, Ron said. Everyone stares at you. It's because you're famous. This is different. It's not just staring, it's surveillance. Like someone's taking notes. Hermione looked up from her Transfiguration essay. Have you noticed anyone specific? That's the problem. I can't pin it down. It's more of a feeling. Then we need evidence. Hermione's eyes were bright with the prospect of a puzzle to solve. If someone's watching you, they'll have to be present during your daily routine. We can map your movements, identify who appears too often, look for patterns. You sound like a spy, Ron said. I sound like a scientist. There's a difference. But she was smiling. Harry, would you be willing to keep a log? Just note down who you see, where, when. After a few weeks, we might be able to identify anomalies. Harry nodded. It was exactly the kind of methodical approach Arcturus would have appreciated. I'll do it. The log took shape over the following days. Harry recorded his movements through the castle, noting every face he passed, every conversation he overheard. Most of it was mundane, the same students going to the same classes, the same professors patrolling the same corridors. But patterns emerged. One face appeared too often, Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. He was a nervous man, always fiddling with his turban, always seeming to be just around the corner when Harry passed by. At first, Harry had dismissed it as coincidence. Quirrell taught defense, of course he'd be in the corridors where students moved. But the more Harry watched, the more wrong it felt. Quirrell's hiding something, he told Ron and Hermione. I don't know what, but every time I'm near him, the Obscurus reacts. It's like it senses something. Senses what? Ron asked. I don't know. Danger, maybe. Or just, wrongness. Something that doesn't belong. Hermione frowned. That's not very scientific. No. But it's real. Harry touched his chest, feeling the familiar weight of the darkness. The Obscurus has been with me for years. It knows things I don't. And it doesn't trust Quirrell. Then we watch him, Hermione decided. The same way we're watching for whoever's watching you. Gather evidence. Find out what he's hiding. Ron looked between them, uncertain. Are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, he's a professor. If we get caught spying on him, we won't get caught, Harry said. I've been trained by the best. They started watching Quirrell. Halloween came to Hogwarts in a blaze of orange and black. The Great Hall was decorated with live bats and floating pumpkins, and the feast that night was spectacular, mountains of candy, cauldrons of pumpkin juice, animated skeletons that danced between the tables. Harry tried to enjoy it, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had been growing for weeks. The surveillance had continued, Quirrell appearing where he shouldn't be, watching Harry when he thought no one was looking. And the Obscurus was restless, stirring at odd moments, as if responding to something Harry couldn't consciously perceive. Then, halfway through the feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, jumped from their seats, began running for the exits. Professors tried to restore order, their voices lost in the panic. Harry didn't move. He was watching Quirrell. The professor lay on the floor, apparently unconscious, but Harry had seen his eyes flutter. Had seen the tiny smile that crossed his face before the chaos began. Not real, Harry thought. He's faking. The Obscurus surged, suddenly alert. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Harry. Ron grabbed his arm. "We have to go. There's a troll." "Wait." Harry's eyes were still on Quirrell. "Where's Hermione?" Ron's face went pale. "She wasn't at the feast. She was in the bathroom. Lavender said she'd been crying all afternoon because of what I said in Charms, the bathroom on the first floor." "I think so." Harry was already moving. He pushed through the crowd, ignoring the shouts of prefects trying to direct students to their common rooms. Ron followed, calling his name. They reached the first-floor corridor just as a massive shape lumbered past an intersection ahead. The troll was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a wooden club the size of a small tree. It moved with ponderous slowness, sniffing the air, and turned toward the girls' bathroom. Where Hermione was. "We have to stop it," Harry said. "Are you mental? It's a troll. And Hermione's in there. You want to leave her?" Ron's face twisted. He was scared, Harry could see it, but he was also loyal. After a moment, he shook his head. "No. I don't." "What do we do?" Harry reached for his wand, then stopped. The wand would work, but slowly. He didn't know any spells powerful enough to take down a troll quickly. But there was something else. Something that could end this in seconds, if he let it. The Obscurus pressed against his control, eager, ready. "We can protect her," it seemed to say. "Let us out." Harry hesitated. He'd trained for months to control the darkness, to manifest it deliberately, to use it as a tool rather than a weapon. But he'd never done it in a real situation. Never against an actual threat. What if I can't control it? What if it's like little Whinging all over again? But then he heard Hermione scream. The troll had found her. Harry stopped thinking and started acting. He ran toward the bathroom, Ron right behind him. The door was smashed open, the troll squeezing through the frame. Inside, Hermione was pressed against the far wall, her face white with terror. "Hey!" Ron shouted, picking up a piece of broken wood and throwing it at the troll's head. "Over here, you big ugly," the troll turned. Its tiny eyes fixed on Ron. It raised its club. Harry let go. The Obscurus erupted from him in a controlled surge, not the overwhelming flood of little Whinging, but a directed stream. It wrapped around the troll's club, yanked it from the creature's grip, and sent it flying across the room. The troll stumbled, confused. Harry pushed harder. The darkness enveloped the creature, not attacking but containing. Wrapping around its limbs, holding it in place, squeezing just hard enough to prevent movement. "Harry!" Ron's voice was barely a whisper. "What are you doing?" "Stopping it." Harry's teeth were gritted, his focus absolute. The Obscurus wanted to destroy, wanted to tear the troll apart, but he held it back. "Control. Control. Get Hermione. Get her out of here." Ron moved, practically carrying Hermione toward the door. She was staring at Harry, at the darkness swirling around him, with an expression of awe and fear. The troll struggled against the Obscurus, bellowing in rage and confusion. Harry felt its strength, felt how easy it would be to simply crush it, end the threat permanently. No. We don't kill unless we have to. We're better than that. He held the troll until professors arrived, until Quirrell and McGonagall and Snape burst into the bathroom and froze at the sight. Only then did he release his hold, letting the Obscurus flow back into him, settling behind his ribs like a tired predator. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was sharp with shock. What in Merlin's name? The troll was going to kill Hermione, Harry said. His voice came out steady, though he felt like collapsing. I stopped it. You, with the... McGonagall seemed unable to find words. She looked at the troll, now being subdued by Quirrell and Snape, then back at Harry. That was the Obscurus. You manifested it. Deliberately. Yes. In a school full of children. To save one of them. Harry met her eyes. I kept control. I didn't hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. For outstanding bravery and remarkable self-control. But Mr. Potter, her voice hardened. This cannot become a habit. The Board of Governors will need to be informed. There will be discussions. I understand. But Harry didn't care about the Board of Governors. He was looking at Hermione, who had stopped shaking and was staring at him with something new in her eyes. Not fear. Not awe. Respect. You saved my life, she said. That's what friends do. She smiled, a real smile, the first one Harry had seen from her all day. I guess it is. Ron appeared beside them, his face still pale but his grin returning. That was mental. Brilliant, but mental. Did you see its face when you grabbed the club? I thought it was going to have a heart attack. Trolls don't have heart attacks, Hermione said automatically. You know what I mean. They left the bathroom together, the three of them, while professors dealt with the unconscious troll behind them. Something had changed tonight. Harry could feel it, a bond forming, a connection that hadn't been there before. They'd faced danger together and survived. They were friends now. Real friends. And Harry, who had spent most of his life alone, found that he didn't mind at all. The aftermath of the troll incident was complicated. McGonagall kept her word, the Board of Governors was informed, and Harry was summoned to several meetings to explain what had happened and demonstrate that he still had control of his abilities. Dumbledore attended some of these meetings, his expression unreadable, offering quiet support without making promises. You did well, the headmaster told Harry privately. Better than most adults would have managed. But there are those who will use this as evidence that you're too dangerous to be at Hogwarts. That an Obscurial, no matter how well controlled, poses an unacceptable risk to other students. And what do you think? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I think that a young man who can face a mountain troll and choose restraint over destruction is exactly the kind of wizard we need more of. He paused. I also think that whoever let that troll into the castle was not expecting you to be the one who dealt with it. Harry's instincts sharpened. You think it was deliberate? Not an accident? I think there are questions worth asking. The wards on Hogwarts are ancient and powerful. A troll shouldn't have been able to enter without help. Quirrell, Harry said. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. What makes you say that? Harry told him. About the surveillance, about the Obscurus's reaction, about the way Quirrell had faked his collapse in the Great Hall. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, he was silent for a long moment. You have good instincts, he said finally. And you may be right. But Professor Quirrell is complicated. There are factors in play that I cannot fully explain. Then tell me what you can. I can tell you that I am aware of the danger he represents. That I am watching him, and that I have taken precautions. Beyond that. Dumbledore shook his head. Some secrets must be kept, even from those we trust. It was frustrating, but Harry understood. Arcturus had taught him that information was power, and power was never shared freely. Will you at least tell me if I'm in danger? You are always in danger, Harry. You have been since the night your parents died. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. But I will do everything in my power to protect you. That is the only promise I can make. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. But it was something. The winter term passed quickly. Harry, Ron, and Hermione fell into a comfortable routine: classes, homework, meals together, long conversations by the Gryffindor common room fire. They studied together, argued together, laughed together. For Harry, who had never had real friends before, it was revelatory. But underneath the comfortable surface, tension simmered. Quirrell continued his surveillance, though he'd become more subtle about it since the troll incident. Harry watched him in return, noting his movements, his habits, the way he clutched his turban whenever Harry came near. And the Obscurus remained restless, stirring at odd moments, as if sensing something Harry couldn't identify. Something's going to happen, Harry told Ron and Hermione during a study session in the library. I don't know what or when, but something's building. How do you know? Ron asked. I can feel it. The darkness knows. Hermione frowned. That's rather vague. I know. But I've learned to trust it. The Obscurus has been keeping me alive for years. It knows when danger is coming. They increased their surveillance. Watched Quirrell more closely. Noticed things, the way he lingered near the third-floor corridor, the one students were forbidden to enter. The way he disappeared for hours at a time, only to reappear looking exhausted and strained. There's something on the third floor, Hermione said one evening. Something he wants. I've been researching, and I think I know what it is. What? The Philosopher's Stone. Harry and Ron stared at her. The what? Ron said. The Philosopher's Stone. It's a legendary alchemical creation. It can turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator, and he's been alive for over 600 years. And you think it's at Hogwarts? I think Dumbledore is protecting it. There were articles in the Prophet last summer about a break-in at Gringotts. The vault that was broken into had been emptied earlier that same day. I think whatever was in that vault is now at Hogwarts. And I think Quirrell is trying to steal it. Harry felt the pieces click into place. The surveillance. The troll as a distraction. The way Quirrell always seemed to be circling around the third-floor corridor. We need to tell Dumbledore, Ron said. He already knows. Harry's voice was certain. He told me he's watching Quirrell, that he's taken precautions. But he won't tell me what those precautions are. Then what do we do? Harry thought about it. About Arcturus's lessons, about the importance of information, about the dangers of acting without full knowledge. We wait, he said. We watch. And when Quirrell makes his move, we'll be ready. Spring came to Hogwarts in a burst of green and gold. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his control to new limits. In private sessions with Dumbledore, which had become a regular occurrence since the troll incident, he practiced manifesting the Obscurus in increasingly precise ways. Shields, weapons, extensions of his senses. The darkness was becoming an extension of himself, responsive to his will in ways that still surprised him. Remarkable, Dumbledore said after one session. Truly remarkable. I've studied Obscurials for decades, and I've never seen anything like this. Is that good or bad? Good, I think. You're proving that the darkness doesn't have to be destructive. That it can be directed, controlled, used for protection instead of harm. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. You're rewriting everything we thought we knew about this condition. I'm just trying to survive. Yes. And in doing so, you're showing others that survival is possible. That matters more than you know. Harry wasn't sure what to say to that. So he didn't say anything. Exams approached. Harry studied with Ron and Hermione, though he didn't need to. Arcturus's tutors had covered most of this material years ago. But he enjoyed the camaraderie, the sense of working towards something together. And he kept watching Quirrell. The professor was getting more erratic as the term progressed. His stutter was worse, his eyes more haunted, his movements more furtive. Whatever he was planning, it was coming to a head. The night before exams ended, Harry woke from a nightmare. He'd dreamed of fire. Of a high, cold voice saying his name. Of pain in his scar, sharp and immediate, like a brand being pressed to his forehead. And of something else. A presence. Something dark and ancient and terribly, terribly hungry. He's coming, the Obscurus seemed to say. He's almost here. Harry sat up in bed, his heart pounding. Around him, his dorm-mates slept peacefully, unaware of the danger. He had to find Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was empty. Harry stood outside the gargoyle that guarded the entrance, frustration building. He tried every password he could think of, candy names, famous wizards, random magical terms, but nothing worked. "He's not here," said a voice behind him. Harry spun. It was Professor McGonagall, her expression severe. The headmaster was called away on urgent business. Ministry matters. He won't be back until tomorrow at the earliest. "Professor, I need to talk to him." "It's about Quirrell, about the stone." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "How do you know about the stone?" "It doesn't matter how. What matters is that Quirrell is going to try to steal it tonight." "I'm sure of it. Mr. Potter, the stone is protected by enchantments far beyond Professor Quirrell's abilities to bypass. It's perfectly safe. Professor, please, return to your dormitory." McGonagall's voice was firm. "I will inform Professor Dumbledore of your concerns when he returns. But I will not have you running around the castle in the middle of the night based on a hunch." She turned and walked away. Harry stood in the corridor, his mind racing. McGonagall didn't believe him. Dumbledore was gone. And Quirrell was going to make his move tonight, Harry was certain of it. He had to stop him. But he couldn't do it alone. Ron and Hermione were awake when he got back to Gryffindor Tower. "We heard you leave," Hermione explained. "What's wrong?" Harry told them. About the nightmare, about Dumbledore's absence, about McGonagall's dismissal. "So what do we do?" Ron asked. "We go to the third floor. We stop Quirrell. Whatever he's planning, we don't let him succeed." "Harry." Hermione's voice was careful. "That sounds incredibly dangerous." "It is. That's why I'm asking you to come with me. I can't do this alone." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Something passed between them, fear, determination, loyalty. "Okay," Ron said. "Let's do it." They slipped out of Gryffindor Tower, using the invisibility cloak Harry had received for Christmas, a gift from an anonymous donor that he now suspected was Dumbledore. The corridors were dark and silent, the castle sleeping. The third-floor corridor was guarded by a door that shouldn't have been unlocked. But it was. "He's already here," Harry whispered. "Quirrell's already inside." They pushed through the door and found themselves face to face with a three-headed dog. The monster was asleep, a harp playing softly in the corner. Someone had put it to sleep, magically, by the look of it. "Fluffy," Hermione whispered. "The dog's name is Fluffy. Hagrid let it slip once. Doesn't matter. Look, there's a trapdoor." They opened the trapdoor and jumped. The chambers beneath the third floor were a gauntlet of tests. Devil's Snare, which Hermione defeated with conjured fire. Flying Keys, which Harry caught with his seeker instincts. A giant chess set, which Ron navigated with brilliant, brutal efficiency. Each chamber was harder than the last. Each test designed to stop intruders, to protect what lay at the end. Harry made it through the final chamber alone, Ron injured from the chess game, Hermione staying to tend to him. The room was simple, a mirror, a small fire, and two figures. Quirrell. And someone else. Ah, Mr. Potter. Quirrell's voice was different now, confident, steady, without a trace of stutter. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Harry's hand went to his wand. The Obscurus surged, ready for combat. Don't, said another voice. It came from Quirrell, but it wasn't Quirrell. It was higher, colder, terribly familiar from Harry's nightmare. Let me speak to him. Face to face. Quirrell reached up and unwrapped his turban. The back of his head was not a head at all. It was a face, white as chalk, with red eyes and slits for nostrils. A face Harry had seen in dreams, in memories, in the scar that burned on his forehead. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the Dark Lord whispered. At last. Harry felt fear, real, paralyzing fear, for the first time in years. This was the monster who had killed his parents. Who had tried to kill him. Who had shaped his entire life without ever being present. And now, here he was. Attached to a professor's skull like a parasite. Weak, but real. Fight, the Obscurus screamed. Fight him. Destroy him. But Harry didn't move. He was frozen, caught between instinct and terror. Such power in you, Voldemort continued. I can feel it. The Obscurus. I've encountered them before, you know. Broken, frightened children who let their darkness consume them. But you're different, aren't you? You've learned to control it. Stay back. Harry's voice came out stronger than he felt. I'll use it. I'll destroy you. Will you? I wonder. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. You've been trained to hold back. To restrain yourself. To be good. But I know what lives inside you, Harry. I know the hunger. The rage. The desire to simply let go. You don't know anything about me. I know everything about you. I know about the cupboard. I know about the Dursleys. I know about every time you were hurt, and ignored, and told you were worthless. Voldemort's voice was almost gentle. We're the same, Harry. Both of us, forged in pain, made powerful by our suffering. The only difference is that I embraced what I am. And you're still pretending to be something else. We're nothing alike. No. Then why do you carry such darkness? Why does it answer to your will like a trained beast? Because you're good? Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound. You're a killer, Harry Potter. You destroyed little Whinging. 43 people, dead because you couldn't control your temper. That darkness in you isn't a tool, it's you. The real you. The one you try so hard to hide. Harry felt something shift inside him. The words hit where they were meant to hit, in the secret places where doubt lived. The guilt he'd never fully processed. The fear that he was exactly what everyone thought he was. A monster. No, he thought. That's not true. That's not who I am. But the Obscurus stirred, responding to his emotion. Responding to the truth in Voldemort's words. Join me, the Dark Lord said. Together, we could be unstoppable. I can teach you things no one else can, how to use that power, how to become what you were meant to be. You don't have to hide anymore. You don't have to pretend. For a terrible moment, Harry wavered. Then he thought of Ron, injured in the chess room. Of Hermione, staying behind to help him. Of Arcturus, spending his final years teaching Harry how to be better than what he'd been born with. Of his mother, dying to protect him. No, Harry said. I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. The Obscurus surged, not in answer to Voldemort's call, but in answer to Harry's choice. It erupted from him in a controlled wave, slamming into Quirrell, into Voldemort, into the thing they had become together. Quirrell screamed. Voldemort screamed. The room exploded in light and darkness. And Harry, standing at the center of it all, held on. The battle lasted seconds or hours, Harry couldn't tell. He pushed everything he had into the Obscurus, directing it, controlling it, using it as the weapon it was always meant to be. Quirrell's body began to crumble, unable to withstand the assault. "This isn't over," Voldemort hissed as his host fell apart around him. "I will return. And when I do, I will make you understand what you could have been." Then he was gone, a wraith, a shadow, fleeing into the darkness. Quirrell collapsed into dust. Harry fell to his knees, exhausted, the Obscurus settling back into its place behind his ribs. The room was quiet. The mirror stood untouched. And somewhere above, he could hear footsteps, help, coming at last. "We won," he thought at the darkness. "We stopped him." The Obscurus pulsed. Not agreement. Something more like warning. "He'll be back. He's not done with us." Harry knew it was true. Voldemort would return. The prophecy guaranteed it. But that was a problem for another day. Right now, he just wanted to rest. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, First Blood. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry woke. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, casting long rectangles of gold across white sheets and polished floors. Harry lay still for a moment, taking stock. His body ached, a deep, bone-tired exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. The Obscurus was silent behind his ribs, dormant in a way it hadn't been since the void stone cells at the Ministry. He'd pushed too hard. Used too much. The darkness needed time to recover, and so did he. "Ah. You're awake." Dumbledore sat in a chair beside the bed, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The twinkle was gone from his eyes, replaced by something heavier. "Wearier." "How long?" Harry asked. His voice came out as a croak. 3 days. Madame Pomfrey was quite concerned. She's never treated an Obscurial before, wasn't entirely sure what to do with you. A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. In the end, she decided that rest and chocolate were the universal remedies. "I'm inclined to agree." Harry pushed himself up against the pillows, wincing at the stiffness in his muscles. Quirrell. Dead. What remained of him, in any case? Voldemort had been possessing him since the summer, feeding on his life force, using him as a vessel. When you destroyed the host body, Voldemort was forced to flee. Dumbledore's expression darkened. "He's still out there, Harry. Weaker than before, but alive. He'll find another way to return." "I know." Harry had heard Voldemort's promise. Had felt the truth of it in the cold certainty of those red eyes. The prophecy. Either must die at the hand of the other. "Yes." Dumbledore leaned forward. "You faced him, Harry. Faced him and survived. Not just survived, won. Do you understand how remarkable that is? I had help. The Obscurus is you. Your power. Your will. Everything you did in that chamber, you did because you chose to do it." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "Don't diminish that. Don't pretend it was something outside yourself. You made a choice, Harry. The hardest choice there is." "What choice?" "To be something other than what he wanted you to be." Dumbledore's eyes held Harry's. "Voldemort tried to recruit you. Tried to convince you that you were the same as him. And you refused. You chose to fight instead of surrender. That matters more than any spell or power." Harry thought about the moment of wavering. The instant when Voldemort's words had found their mark, when the guilt and fear had almost overwhelmed him. He'd come so close to giving in. "I almost didn't," he admitted. He knew exactly what to say. All the things I've been afraid of, about what I am, about what I've done. He used them against me. Of course he did. That's what dark wizards do. They find your weaknesses and exploit them. Dumbledore's voice softened. But you didn't break, Harry. That's what matters. You bent, perhaps, we all do, but you didn't break. The door to the hospital wing opened, and Ron and Hermione burst in. Harry. Hermione reached the bed first, her face a mixture of relief and worry. We've been so worried, they wouldn't let us in, said you needed rest. I'm fine. Harry managed a smile. Tired, but fine. Ron hung back slightly, looking uncertain. That was mental, mate. What you did down there. I've never seen anything like it. You were unconscious for most of it. Hermione told me. Said the whole chamber was full of darkness. Like living shadows. Ron shuddered. And then Quirrell just crumbled. The Obscurus did that. Not me. Same thing, isn't it? Ron's eyes were curious, not afraid. I mean, you control it. You made it do that. So it's your power, really. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who gave a small nod and rose from his chair. I'll leave you three to catch up, the headmaster said. Harry, when you're feeling stronger, come see me. There are things we need to discuss. He left. Hermione immediately pulled a chair to the bedside and sat down, her expression intense. Tell us everything, she said. From the beginning. Harry told them. About Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head. About the temptation, the offer to join forces. About the moment when he'd almost given in, and the choice that had followed. When he finished, the hospital wing was silent. Blimey, Ron said finally. You know who himself. And you fought him off. I didn't kill him. He's still out there. But you beat him. That's what matters. Ron's face was earnest. Harry, you're 11 years old and you faced the darkest wizard in history and won. That's not nothing. Ron's right, Hermione added. Whatever happens next, you proved something tonight. To Voldemort. To everyone. And to yourself. Harry looked at his friends, his first real friends, who had followed him into danger without hesitation, who had stayed by his side even when they understood what he was capable of. Thank you, he said. Both of you. I couldn't have done it alone. That's what friends are for, Hermione said simply. Ron grinned. Besides, someone had to make sure you didn't do anything too stupid. Left to yourself, who knows what kind of trouble you'd get into. For the first time in days, Harry laughed. The end of term came quickly after that. Harry was released from the hospital wing just in time for the final feast. The Great Hall was decorated in Gryffindor colors. They'd won the House Cup, partly due to last-minute points awarded by Dumbledore for services to the school. The Slytherins looked sour about it, but Harry barely noticed. He was too tired to care about house politics. The train ride back to London was subdued. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a compartment, talking quietly about their plans for the summer. Mum wants you to come visit, Ron told Harry. She's heard all about you, the good stuff, not the profit rubbish, and she's dying to meet you. Says anyone who's friends with me needs proper feeding. I'd like that. Harry meant it. The idea of spending time with a real family, in a real home, was appealing in ways he couldn't quite articulate. What about you, Hermione? Ron asked. My parents are taking me to France. Hermione made a face. They're dentists. Very practical. They think cultural experiences are more educational than anything I could learn from books. They might be right, Harry said mildly. Don't you start. King's Cross Station appeared outside the windows, and the train slowed to a stop. Students poured onto platform 9 3/4, reuniting with families, dragging trunks, saying goodbyes. Harry stepped through the barrier into the Muggle world and found Amelia Bones waiting for him. Harry. Her expression was unreadable. We need to talk. They went to a ministry-safe house, a nondescript flat in a quiet London neighborhood, warded against detection. Amelia made tea while Harry sat in an uncomfortable chair and waited for the other shoe to drop. The Board of Governors is convening an emergency session, Amelia said, setting a cup in front of him. They want to discuss your status at Hogwarts. Because of what happened with Quirrell. Because of how you dealt with what happened. Amelia's voice was careful. You manifested the Obscurus in a school full of children, Harry. Deliberately. With witnesses. I was fighting Voldemort. What was I supposed to do? Let him take the stone? I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm saying there are people who will use this against you. People who've been waiting for an excuse. Croaker. Among others. Amelia sat across from him. The troll incident was one thing, you could argue self-defense, protection of another student. But this was different. This was a sustained magical confrontation with a dark wizard. You didn't just defend yourself, you destroyed him. And the way you did it. Scared people. Terrified them. The professors who saw the aftermath, the chamber was marked. Gouged. Like something massive had been thrashing around in there. And Quirrell. Amelia shook her head. There was nothing left. Just dust. Harry felt a chill. He'd been too exhausted to think about the aftermath. Too focused on surviving. Are they going to expel me? That's one of the options being discussed. There are others, supervised restriction of your abilities, mandatory monitoring, even transfer to a specialized facility. The unspeakables. Possibly. Croaker is making his case as we speak. Harry set down his tea. His hands were steady, but inside, the Obscurus stirred, not threatening, but alert. Ready. What do you recommend? He asked. I recommend we fight. You have allies, Harry, more than you might think. Dumbledore is speaking on your behalf. So is McGonagall, and several other professors who saw what you did and why you did it. The board isn't monolithic. If we can sway the moderates, we might be able to keep you at Hogwarts. And if we can't? Amelia was quiet for a moment. Then we'll find another way. You're not alone in this, Harry. I made a promise to Arcturus, and I intend to keep it. Harry looked at her, this stern, practical woman who had taken on his guardianship without sentiment or fanfare. She wasn't warm, exactly. But she was reliable. Trustworthy in ways that mattered. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet. We have a fight ahead of us. Amelia stood. Get some rest. The hearing is in 3 days. The hearing was held in the same Whinging chamber where Harry had spoken 3 years ago. He stood at the center of the floor, dressed in formal robes, his expression carefully neutral. The galleries were packed, reporters, politicians, curious onlookers. This was the trial of the century, or close to it. The boy who lived, accused of being too dangerous to educate. The chief warlock read the charges: unauthorized use of dangerous magic in a school setting, reckless endangerment of students and staff, and violation of the Hogwarts Charter regarding prohibited magical phenomena. Harry listened without reaction. Arcturus had taught him how to endure public scrutiny, how to show nothing, how to wait for the right moment to strike. When the charges were finished, he was given the opportunity to speak. I stand accused of protecting my school from the Dark Lord Voldemort, Harry said, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. I'm curious, would the Whinging have preferred I let him take the Philosopher's Stone? Let him return to full power? Let him start the war all over again? Murmurs rippled through the galleries. I used the abilities I have to stop a threat that none of the protections at Hogwarts could stop. I faced an enemy that grown wizards flee from, and I won. And now I'm being punished for it. "You're not being punished," said a voice from the benches. Croaker, bland and forgettable as ever. "You're being evaluated. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like the ministry is more concerned with controlling me than protecting the students I saved. The ministry is concerned with public safety. Yours included." Croaker stood, addressing the chamber as much as Harry. "No one disputes that Mr. Potter acted with courage. The question is whether that courage represents a pattern of reckless behavior that puts others at risk. The Obscurus is inherently unstable. Mr. Potter's control, while impressive, has never been tested under pressure before. Now it has, and the result was the complete destruction of a professor and significant damage to school property. The professor was possessed by Voldemort. He was already dead. Perhaps. But what about next time? What happens when Mr. Potter faces a threat and his control slips? What happens when the Obscurus decides, on its own, that someone is a danger?" Harry felt the darkness stir at Croaker's words. Not in anger, but in something like amusement. "He thinks we're separate," it seemed to say. "He doesn't understand." "The Obscurus doesn't decide things," Harry said. "I do. It's part of me, an extension of my will. Not a separate entity that might act on its own. You'll forgive me if I'm skeptical." Croaker's tone was dry. "The literature on Obscurial suggests otherwise. The literature is wrong." Silence. Croaker's eyes narrowed. "You're very confident, Mr. Potter. Perhaps overconfident. That's a common trait in dangerous individuals. Confidence isn't the same as arrogance." Harry met Croaker's gaze without flinching. "I know what I'm capable of because I've spent 3 years training. Because I had teachers who believed in me and pushed me to understand myself. The literature is based on Obscurials who were afraid and alone and had no support. I'm none of those things. Perhaps not. But the potential for danger remains. The Wizengamot has a responsibility to weigh that potential against what?" Harry interrupted. "Against the certainty that Voldemort is still out there. Against the prophecy that says I'm the only one who can stop him. You want to hobble me, contain me, control me, make sure I can't be a threat. But I'm not the threat. He is. And if you spend all your energy fighting me, who's going to be left to fight him when he comes back?" The chamber was utterly silent. Dumbledore rose from his seat in the gallery. "If I may," he said, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of steel. "The Wizengamot is concerned with safety. That's appropriate. But we must be careful not to let fear blind us to the larger picture. Harry Potter is not a threat to Wizarding Britain. He is, in fact, its best hope. The prophecy is clear, he alone has the power to defeat Voldemort. If we suppress that power, if we cripple him in the name of safety, we doom ourselves." "Pretty words," Croaker said. "But prophecies are notoriously unreliable. And even if this one is true, there's no guarantee that Mr. Potter is the hero it describes. He could just as easily become another Dark Lord. He could." Dumbledore's agreement surprised the chamber. Any powerful wizard could turn to darkness. Tom Riddle was once a promising student, after all. But the question isn't what Mr. Potter could become, it's what he chooses to become. And thus far, his choices have been exemplary. Thus far. Yes. Thus far. That's all any of us can offer, our choices, made one at a time, building towards something larger. Mr. Potter has chosen to control his power rather than be controlled by it. He has chosen to protect rather than destroy. He has chosen, again and again, to be better than the circumstances that made him. Dumbledore's gaze swept the chamber. I ask the Wizengamot to give him the chance to continue making those choices. To let him return to Hogwarts, where he can be trained and guided and prepared for what's coming. Because something is coming, ladies and gentlemen. Voldemort will return. And when he does, we'll need every weapon at our disposal. Including an Obscurial? Croaker asked. Especially an Obscurial. Dumbledore smiled, a thin, dangerous expression. Let Voldemort face the power that destroyed his servant. Let him discover that the boy he tried to kill has become something he can't predict or control. I suspect he'll find it educational. The vote was close. 44 in favor of allowing Harry to return to Hogwarts with no restrictions. 39 against. The rest abstained. Harry walked out of the Wizengamot chamber with his head high and his heart pounding. He'd won. Again. But each victory seemed to cost more than the last, and the enemies kept multiplying. Amelia met him in the corridor. "Well done," she said. "That was impressive. You've learned a lot since your first speech. I had good teachers. You had one good teacher. The rest you figured out yourself." Amelia fell into step beside him as they walked toward the lifts. "But this isn't over. Croaker won't stop, he'll find new angles, new approaches. And there are others who'll use your status as a political football. I know. Do you also know that you're going to have to be careful? Really careful? Every action you take from now on will be scrutinized. Every use of the Obscurus will be documented and analyzed. One mistake, one incident that can be characterized as dangerous or uncontrolled, and they'll have what they need to move against you." Harry stopped walking. The corridor was empty, the bustle of the ministry distant. "Then I won't make mistakes," he said. Amelia studied him for a long moment. "That's not possible. Everyone makes mistakes. Then I'll make sure my mistakes don't give them what they want." Harry's voice was steady. "I've survived worse than political maneuvering, Director. I've survived the Dursleys. I've survived the Obscurus. I've survived Voldemort himself. I'll survive this too." Amelia nodded slowly. Something that might have been respect flickered in her eyes. "I believe you will," she said. "But you shouldn't have to do it alone. Let me help. Let others help. That's what allies are for." "I know." Harry managed a small smile. "I'm still getting used to having allies. It's new. Get used to it faster. You're going to need them." They resumed walking, heading toward the lifts and the sunlight beyond. Summer at the Burrow was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The Weasley home was chaos, loud, warm, chaotic, overflowing with people and magic and laughter. It was the opposite of Grimmauld Place in almost every way, cluttered instead of orderly, ramshackle instead of elegant, alive with the energy of a family that actually liked each other. Harry loved it. "More potatoes, dear." Molly Weasley pressed another helping onto his plate without waiting for an answer. "You're too thin. Doesn't anyone at that fancy black house know how to feed a growing boy?" "The house elf tries," Harry said, accepting the potatoes. "But it's just me most of the time. Gets quiet. Quiet." Molly shuddered dramatically. "I can't imagine. With 7 children, I haven't had a quiet moment in 20 years. "I think he means peaceful quiet, Mum," Ron said from across the table. "Not Fred and George set the garden gnomes on fire, quiet." "That was one time," came a shout from upstairs. Harry grinned and ate his potatoes. The days fell into an easy rhythm. Mornings, he helped with chores, degnoming the garden, feeding the chickens, whatever else needed doing. Afternoons, he and Ron played Quidditch in the paddock behind the house, or explored the surrounding countryside, or just lay in the grass and talked about nothing. And in the evenings, after dinner, Harry practiced. He'd set up a small training area in the orchard, warded against detection. Nothing elaborate, just a space where he could work on his control, push his limits, make sure the Obscurus stayed sharp. He didn't tell the Weasleys what he was doing. Didn't want to worry them. But Ron found out anyway. "Blimey," Ron said, watching from the shadow of an apple tree. That's something. Harry let the darkness settle back into himself, wiping sweat from his forehead. You shouldn't be here. Probably not. But I was curious. Ron moved closer, his expression more fascinated than afraid. Does it hurt? When you do that? Not anymore. It used to, when I first started learning. But now it's just, part of me. Like moving an arm. An arm made of shadows that can destroy buildings. When necessary. Harry managed a tired smile. Usually I just use it for practice. Shields, mostly. Precision work. Ron nodded slowly. Show me. Harry hesitated. He'd never demonstrated the Obscurus for anyone except teachers and evaluators. Never shown it off like a party trick. But Ron was his friend. And friends trusted each other. Okay, Harry said. Watch. He reached inward, found the darkness, and let it rise. It came more easily now, smoother, more responsive. He shaped it into a shield, then a blade, then a complex geometric pattern that floated in the air between them. That's incredible, Ron breathed. It's like living art. It's like me. Harry let the pattern dissolve, the darkness flowing back to its resting place. All the things I felt and couldn't express. All the pain that had nowhere to go. It became this. And now you control it. Now we're partners. Harry met Ron's eyes. I know it's strange. I know most people are afraid of it. But it's not a monster, Ron. It's just power. And power is only dangerous if you let it be. Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he grinned. Wicked, he said. Can you teach me? Harry laughed. It doesn't work like that. This isn't something you can learn, it's something you are. And trust me, you don't want to be what I am. I dunno. Being able to shoot darkness out of your chest seems pretty useful. So is being able to eat your weight in potatoes without exploding. We all have our talents. Ron threw an apple at him. Harry caught it with a tendril of darkness and threw it back. They both laughed, and for a moment, everything felt normal. August brought Harry's 12th birthday, and with it, a letter. It arrived by owl during breakfast, a heavy cream envelope with the Black family seal. Harry opened it with a sense of foreboding. Dear Mr. Potter, as executor of the late Arcturus Black's estate, I am writing to inform you of certain provisions that take effect upon your 12th birthday. Specifically, the formal transfer of all Black family holdings, investments, and properties to your name. While full access to these assets will not occur until you reach majority, you are now legally recognized as Lord Black in all matters of family governance and Wizengamot representation. Additionally, Lord Black left instructions for a package to be delivered to you on this date. It is enclosed with this letter. Congratulations on your elevation. May you bring honor to the name. Yours in service, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Inside the envelope was a smaller package, wrapped in black silk. Harry unwrapped it carefully. A ring. Silver, set with a black stone that seemed to absorb light. The Black family crest was engraved on the surface. And a note, in handwriting Harry recognized. Harry, if you're reading this, I'm dead and you've survived long enough to claim your inheritance. Congratulations on both counts. The ring is the Lord's ring of House Black. Wear it when you need to remind people who you are. The rest of the time, keep it hidden. Power is most effective when your enemies don't know you have it. I've left you everything I could, wealth, connections, knowledge, reputation. Use them well. And remember what I taught you, the world will try to use you. Don't let it. Stay true to yourself, whoever that turns out to be. I'm proud of you, boy. More proud than I ever said. You're going to be magnificent. A.B. Harry sat at the Weasley breakfast table, the ring heavy in his hand, and felt something he hadn't let himself feel since Arcturus died. Grief. Real grief, raw and sharp. "Harry?" Molly's voice was gentle. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Harry's voice came out rough. "Just, remembering someone." He slipped the ring onto his finger. It resized itself automatically, fitting perfectly. Lord Black. That was who he was now, officially. The youngest head of a noble house in centuries. Heir to 1,000 years of power and darkness and complicated legacy. It should have felt like a burden. Instead, it felt like armor. "I won't let you down," Harry thought at the ghost of Arcturus Black. "I'll make sure it meant something. All of it." The darkness behind his ribs stirred in agreement. The summer ended too quickly. Before Harry knew it, he was back at King's Cross, walking through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, Trunk floating behind him and Hedwig hooting irritably in her cage. Second year. New challenges. New dangers. But also new allies, new friends, new reasons to keep fighting. Ron found him on the train, Hermione already in tow. They claimed their usual compartment and settled in for the journey. "Good summer?" Hermione asked. "Complicated," Harry said. "But good." "You." "France was educational." She made a face. "Very educational. My parents made me keep a journal of cultural observations. 300 pages. Ron snorted. "That's the most Hermione thing I've ever heard." "Shut up, Ronald." The train began to move, London falling away behind them. Harry watched the landscape change, urban to suburban to rural, muggle to magical, ordinary to extraordinary. "Did you hear about the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione asked suddenly. "The what?" "The Chamber of Secrets. It's a Hogwarts legend. Supposedly, Salazar Slytherin built a secret chamber in the castle before he left. There's supposed to be a monster inside, locked away for centuries. And you're bringing this up because... Because there have been rumors. Something's happening at Hogwarts, strange noises, weird magical readings. Some people think the chamber has been opened." Harry exchanged a look with Ron. "Just once," Ron said, "could we have a normal year? No Dark Lords, no trolls, no ancient chambers full of monsters." "Apparently not." Harry felt the familiar stirring behind his ribs, the Obscurus, alert and ready. "What else do you know about this chamber?" Hermione pulled out a book. Of course she had a book. "Let me tell you," she said. And as the Hogwarts Express carried them toward whatever waited ahead, Harry settled in to listen. Second year. New challenges. He was ready. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, What Remains. The whispers started on the first day back. Harry heard them in the corridors, in the Great Hall, in the common room after curfew. Students huddled in groups, speaking in voices that dropped to nothing when he passed. At first, he thought it was the usual, his reputation, his history, the lingering fear that followed him everywhere. But this was different. "Have you heard?" Hermione pulled him and Ron into an empty classroom 3 days into term. "About the attacks?" "What attacks?" Ron asked. "Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat. She was found last night, hanging by her tail from a torch bracket outside the second-floor bathroom." Hermione's face was pale. She was petrified. Turned to stone. And there was writing on the wall. Writing? "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Hermione shuddered. "In blood, Harry." Someone wrote it in blood. Harry felt the Obscurus stir, not in alarm, but in recognition. Something dark was moving through Hogwarts. Something that resonated with the darkness inside him. "Do they know who did it?" he asked. "No. But there are rumors." Hermione hesitated. "Some people think it's you." Of course they did. Harry Potter, the Obscurial, the boy who carried darkness inside him. Who else would be behind something called the Chamber of Secrets? That's mental, Ron said hotly. Harry was with us all night. We were in the common room until midnight. I know that. But not everyone does. And the fact that you're a Parselmouth doesn't help. Harry blinked. A what? A Parselmouth. Someone who can speak to snakes. Hermione's expression was complicated. It's an incredibly rare ability, Harry. Associated with dark wizards. Salazar Slytherin himself was a Parselmouth, that's how the legend of the chamber began. His heirs were supposed to be able to open it and release the monster inside. I'm not Slytherin's heir. I know that too. But you can speak Parseltongue. I heard you do it, last year, with that snake at the dueling club. Harry remembered the moment, the snake Draco had conjured, slithering toward Justin Finch-Fletchley, and the words that had come out of his mouth without thinking. He'd been trying to tell the snake to stop. He hadn't realized. The whole school saw, Hermione continued gently. And now there's an attack, and writing about the there, and people are scared. They're looking for someone to blame. They always are. Harry's voice was flat. Fine. Let them think what they want. It doesn't change anything. It changes everything. Hermione stepped closer, her expression fierce. If people think you're behind the attacks, they'll turn on you. The Board of Governors will have the excuse they've been looking for. Croaker will, I know what Croaker will do. Harry met her eyes. But I can't control what people think. I can only control what I actually do. So let's focus on that. What do you mean? I mean, let's find out what's really going on. Let's figure out what opened the chamber, and stop it. That's the only way to clear my name, and to make sure no one else gets hurt. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. All right, Ron said slowly. Where do we start? Harry thought about what Hermione had told him. The Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin. A monster, locked away for centuries. We start with history, he said. We find out everything we can about the chamber, what it is, where it might be, what's supposed to be inside. And then we find a way in. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been following Harry around with a camera. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. Justin Finch-Fletchley, the boy Harry had saved from the snake at the dueling club. Each victim was found petrified, frozen in whatever position they'd been in when the attack happened. Each attack was accompanied by whispers, whispers that grew louder, more accusatory, more afraid. Harry ignored them. He had work to do. The research was painstaking. Hermione scoured the library, pulling every book she could find on Hogwarts history, on Salazar Slytherin, on magical creatures capable of petrification. Ron helped where he could, though his contributions were more enthusiasm than expertise. And Harry. Harry listened. Not to the whispers. To something else. A voice, faint and distant, that seemed to come from inside the walls. Kill, let me kill. He heard it first in the corridors near the second-floor bathroom. Then again, near the entrance to the dungeons. And again, in the depths of the castle, where passages twisted and turned in ways that didn't match any map. Hungry, so hungry, let me tear, let me rip. You're hearing voices, Hermione said when he told her. Voices that no one else can hear. That's concerning. It's not madness. It's something real. Something moving through the castle. Harry pressed his hand against a stone wall, feeling the cold seep into his palm. And I think I'm hearing it because of the Parseltongue. It's speaking a language only I can understand. A snake, Ron said suddenly. What if the monster in the chamber is a snake? A really big snake? Hermione's eyes widened. A basilisk. Of course, why didn't I think of it before? A basilisk is a giant serpent, born from a chicken egg hatched beneath a toad. It can live for centuries. And its stare is lethal, anyone who looks directly into its eyes dies instantly. But no one's died, Ron pointed out. They're petrified, not dead. Because no one's looked at it directly. Colin saw it through his camera. Nick is a ghost, he can't die twice. Justin saw it through Nick. Hermione's voice was rapid, excited. They all saw it indirectly, which petrified them instead of killing them. What about Mrs. Norris? Water. There was water on the floor outside the bathroom. She must have seen the reflection. The pieces clicked into place. A basilisk, ancient, deadly, hiding in the walls. Moving through the castle via pipes, which explained the voices Harry heard. And answering to Slytherin's heir, Harry said quietly. Someone is controlling it. Giving it orders. But who? Who could possibly? The answer came to him with sudden, terrible clarity. Ginny, he said. Ron went pale. What? Your sister. She's been acting strange all year, quiet, withdrawn, distracted. Like something's wrong with her but she can't say what. Harry thought back to the glimpses he'd caught of the youngest Weasley. And she has a diary. A black diary that she's always writing in, always hiding. I've seen her. That doesn't mean, where did she get it? Did she buy it? Was it a gift? Harry's voice was urgent. Ron, think. Has she said anything about where the diary came from? Ron's face was a mask of horror and dawning realization. She found it. In her cauldron, at the beginning of the year. She thought someone had put it there by mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Harry felt the Obscurus stir, responding to the danger. Someone planted it. Someone who wanted a vulnerable student to find it. And whatever's in that diary, whoever's in it, is using her to open the chamber. We have to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. We have to find Ginny first. If we're right, she's in danger. The thing controlling her won't want to give her up. They split up to search. Ron took the Gryffindor common room and dormitories. Hermione took the library and classrooms. Harry took the corridors, moving fast, listening for the voice in the walls. Yes, yes, soon, the girl is ready. Harry followed the voice. It led him down, deeper into the castle than he'd ever been. Past the dungeons, past the Slytherin common room, into passages that weren't on any map. The air grew cold and damp, the torches fewer and farther between. Finally, he reached a dead end. A stone wall, unremarkable except for the serpent carved into its surface. A serpent with emerald eyes. Open, Harry said, the word hissing from his lips in Parseltongue. The wall slid aside, revealing a tunnel that descended into darkness. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped through. The Chamber of Secrets was vast and ancient, carved from living stone. Pillars lined the central chamber, each one carved with serpents that seemed to writhe in the flickering torchlight. At the far end, a massive statue dominated the space, a bearded figure with a cruel mouth and empty eyes. Salazar Slytherin, staring down at his domain for 1,000 years. And at the statue's feet, lying motionless on the stone floor, was Ginny Weasley. Harry ran to her, dropping to his knees beside her still form. She was cold, too cold, and pale as death. But she was breathing, barely. Whatever was happening to her, it wasn't finished yet. She won't wake. The voice came from behind him. Harry spun, his hand going to his wand. A boy stood near one of the pillars, maybe 16, dark-haired, handsome in an old-fashioned way. He wore Hogwarts robes, though they seemed faded, insubstantial. And his eyes. His eyes were wrong. Too bright. Too knowing. Too much like the red eyes Harry had faced in the mirror chamber. Who are you? Harry demanded. A memory. The boy smiled, a cold expression, utterly without warmth. Preserved in a diary for 50 years. Waiting for someone to share my secrets with. Tom Riddle. The name came from somewhere deep, a connection Harry didn't fully understand, a recognition that bypassed conscious thought. You know me. Riddle's smile widened. I'm flattered. But then, we have so much in common, don't we, Harry Potter? I'm nothing like you. No. You're a Parselmouth, like me. You carry darkness inside you, like me. You were raised by people who feared and hated you, like me. Riddle's voice was silky, insinuating. We're practically twins, you and I. The only difference is that I embraced what I was, while you're still fighting it. You're Voldemort. The name hung in the air. Riddle's expression flickered, something between pleasure and disdain. I will be. This memory, this fragment of my soul, was created before I took that name. But yes, I am the one who killed your parents. Who tried to kill you. Who will, in time, rule the wizarding world. You won't rule anything. You're just a ghost in a book. For now. But Ginny has been feeding me her life, her magic, her soul. Soon, I'll be strong enough to step out of these pages. Strong enough to continue my work. Riddle gestured at the statue behind him. And I have allies. The creature in these walls, my ancestors' greatest creation, has been waiting for centuries to cleanse this school of the unworthy. Tonight, it will finally feast. The statue's mouth was opening. Harry heard the sound before he saw the creature, a wet, slithering sound, like something massive moving through water. Then the basilisk emerged, its enormous body coiling out of the statue's mouth, its scales gleaming in the torchlight. Don't look at its eyes, Harry told himself. Whatever happens, don't look, kill him, Riddle said in Parseltongue. Kill him slowly. The basilisk lunged. Harry threw himself aside, rolling across the stone floor, keeping his gaze fixed on the ground. He could hear the creature's massive body smashing into pillars, feel the vibrations through the floor. Where are you, little speaker? The basilisk hissed. I can smell your blood. I can taste your fear. Harry's hand found his wand. He fired a spell blindly, a cutting curse that Arcturus had taught him, and heard the basilisk hiss in pain. Insolent child. I will tear you apart. Try it, Harry hissed back. The basilisk lunged again. Harry dodged again. But he couldn't keep this up forever, the creature was too fast, too powerful, and he couldn't even look at it. Unless. He reached inward. Found the darkness. Let it rise. The Obscurus erupted from him in a controlled surge, spreading across the chamber like ink in water. Harry couldn't see through it, but neither could the basilisk. What is this? The creature's voice was confused, uncertain. What magic is this? Harry didn't answer. He was focusing, directing the darkness, feeling for the shape of the basilisk within it. There, massive, coiled, its head swinging blindly, he struck. The Obscurus wrapped around the basilisk's body, squeezing, constricting. The creature thrashed, trying to break free, but the darkness held. Harry pushed harder, feeling the strain in his chest, the effort of maintaining control. Impressive, Riddle said from somewhere in the darkness. But it won't be enough. The basilisk has survived for 1,000 years. Your little shadow trick can't, Harry ignored him. He was reaching deeper now, into the place where the Obscurus lived, drawing on reserves he'd never touched before. The darkness responded, surging with power that felt almost eager. Kill, it whispered. Let us kill. Yes, Harry thought. But controlled. Precise. Just the snake. He focused the Obscurus on the basilisk's head, wrapping darkness around its skull, squeezing with everything he had. The creature screamed, a terrible sound, high and agonized, and then, with a crack that echoed through the chamber, went still. Harry released the darkness. Let it flow back into him. Opened his eyes. The basilisk lay dead, its massive body sprawled across the stone floor. Its eyes were open, but glassy, lifeless. No longer a threat. No, Riddle breathed. His form was flickering now, less solid than before. No, this isn't, you can't, Harry turned to face him. You wanted to know what we have in common. Harry's voice was steady, cold. Here's the difference. You let your darkness control you. I control mine. He walked toward Riddle, toward the black diary lying open on the floor near Ginny's body. Riddle tried to stop him, reached out with insubstantial hands, but Harry walked right through him. The diary was warm. Almost alive. Harry could feel the magic in it, the fragment of soul that animated the memory. He thought about what Arcturus had taught him. About power, and choice, and the difference between tools and weapons. Then he picked up the diary, and he let the Obscurus consume it. The darkness poured through the book like fire through dry leaves. The pages curled, blackened, turned to ash. Riddle screamed, a long, terrible sound, and then he was gone, unraveling into nothing. The chamber was silent. Harry knelt beside Ginny. She was warming now, color returning to her cheeks. Her eyes fluttered open. Harry. Her voice was weak, confused. What, where, it's okay, Harry said. It's over. You're safe. She started to cry. Harry put his arm around her, holding her as she shook, and waited for someone to find them. The explanations took hours. Dumbledore. McGonagall. The Weasley parents, summoned from home in the middle of the night. Aurors from the ministry, taking statements, documenting the scene. Harry told his story again and again, patiently, calmly, answering every question. Yes, he'd found the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, he'd killed the basilisk. Yes, he'd destroyed the diary that had possessed Ginny Weasley. Yes, he'd used the Obscurus to do it. No, he hadn't lost control. No, he wasn't a threat. Yes, he was sure. The Board of Governors convened an emergency session. Harry was summoned, again, to explain himself, justify his actions, prove that he wasn't the monster they feared. He went. He testified. He showed them what he'd done and why. And this time, the vote wasn't close. Unanimous. The board found that Harry Potter had acted in defense of himself and others, that his use of the Obscurus was justified and controlled, and that he should be commended for his bravery. Croaker abstained. His expression, as always, was unreadable. But Harry saw something in those bland eyes. Something that might have been respect. Or might have been a promise of future challenges. Either way, it was over. For now. Summer came too quickly. Harry stood at the Hogwarts gates, watching the carriages roll away, feeling the weight of everything that had happened pressing down on him. 2 years. 2 confrontations with Voldemort, or pieces of Voldemort, anyway. 2 battles that could have killed him. And he'd won. Both times. You're brooding. He turned. Hermione stood beside him, her trunk floating behind her, her expression somewhere between amused and concerned. I'm thinking. Same thing, with you. She moved closer, lowering her voice. Are you all right? Really? Harry considered the question. Was he all right? He'd killed a basilisk. Destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. Saved a girl's life and probably his own. And the darkness behind his ribs was quiet, settled, almost content. I'm okay, he said. Better than okay, maybe. I'm starting to feel like I know who I am. What I'm for. And what's that? Harry looked at the castle behind them, ancient, beautiful, full of secrets and shadows. He thought about the prophecy. About Voldemort. About all the challenges still to come. I'm the one who stands in the way, he said. When the darkness comes, I'm the one who pushes back. Not because I'm good or brave or special, but because I understand it. Because I carry it inside me, and I've learned to make it listen. That's quite a purpose. It's the one I've got. Harry managed a smile. Besides, I have help. Friends who don't run away when things get dangerous. That makes all the difference. Hermione smiled back. Come on. Ron's probably eaten all the chocolate frogs by now. They walked toward the carriages together, leaving Hogwarts behind for another summer. But Harry knew he'd be back. This was where he belonged, in the castle full of secrets, surrounded by friends, preparing for whatever came next. And when Voldemort returned, really returned, in full power, Harry would be ready. The Obscurus pulsed in agreement. The summer at Grimmauld Place was quiet. Harry spent most of it in the library, reading through Arcturus's notes, studying the Black family records for anything that might help him understand what was coming. Voldemort was still out there. Still planning. Still gathering strength. The diary had been one Horcrux, that's what Dumbledore had called it when they'd spoken privately after the chamber. A piece of Voldemort's soul, hidden in an object, designed to anchor him to life even if his body was destroyed. There might be more. Probably were more, if Voldemort was as paranoid as he seemed. Finding them. Destroying them. That was the next challenge. But not today. Today, Harry was resting. Recovering. Letting the darkness settle back into its normal patterns. A knock at the door. Creature's voice, "Young master, you have a visitor." Harry looked up from his book. Who? Director Bones, young master. She says it's urgent. Harry closed the book and went downstairs. Amelia Bones stood in the entrance hall, her expression grave. She held a scroll in her hands, official ministry parchment, stamped with seals Harry recognized. "What's wrong?" he asked. "There's been a development." Amelia held out the scroll. "The ministry has received intelligence about a planned attack. Death Eaters, the ones who escaped after Voldemort's fall, are organizing. They're planning something big." Harry took the scroll, scanning its contents. Names, dates, locations. A pattern of activity that pointed toward something significant. "This is about me, isn't it?" "Partly. They've been tracking your movements, monitoring your abilities. They see you as a threat, to their master's eventual return, to their plans for Wizarding Britain." Amelia's voice was steady. "But it's also about something bigger. The attack they're planning isn't just about you. It's about making a statement. Proving that Voldemort's followers are still dangerous, even without him." "When?" "We don't know exactly. Weeks, maybe. Possibly sooner." Harry looked at the scroll in his hands. At the names of people who wanted him dead, or worse, wanted to use him as a symbol of their power. Then he looked at the darkness waiting behind his ribs. "Let them come," he said quietly. "I'll be ready." Amelia studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. "I believe you will," she said. "But you shouldn't face this alone. I'm going to assign additional protection. Aurors, wards, whatever you need. I appreciate that. But protection isn't what I need." Harry met her eyes. "I need information. I need to know who these people are, what they're planning, where they're vulnerable. The best defense is knowing your enemy. That's a dangerous mindset. It's the only one that works." Harry set down the scroll. "Arcturus taught me that. And he was right." Amelia was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into her robes and withdrew another scroll, smaller, unmarked. "This is everything the ministry knows about the Death Eater remnants. Names, known associates, suspected hideouts. It's classified, sharing it with a minor is technically illegal." She handed it to him. "But you're not really a minor, are you?" Not in any way that matters. Harry took the scroll. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just survive. And when this is over, we'll talk about what comes next. She left. Harry stood alone in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place, the weight of 2 scrolls in his hands and the weight of a destiny on his shoulders. Death Eaters were coming. Voldemort would return eventually. The prophecy hadn't been fulfilled, not yet. But Harry was ready. He'd been preparing for this his whole life, even before he knew it. The cupboard under the stairs. The eruption. The training with Arcturus. The battles at Hogwarts. All of it, building toward whatever came next. We're ready, the Obscurus pulsed. We've always been ready. Harry smiled, a cold expression, nothing like joy, and went back to his reading. The attack came 3 weeks later. Harry was at the Burrow when it happened, spending the last week of summer with the Weasleys, enjoying the chaos and warmth of a real family. He'd let his guard down, just a little. Let himself believe that the warning in Amelia's scrolls might have been wrong. He should have known better. The Death Eaters came at midnight. A dozen of them, appearing with crack after crack of apparition, spreading out around the Burrow like wolves circling prey. Their masks gleamed in the moonlight, silver and sinister, hiding faces that might have been anyone. Everyone down. Arthur Weasley's voice cut through the night. Get to the house. Now. But the house was already burning. Harry saw it happen, a curse that struck the roof and erupted into flame, spreading with unnatural speed. The Weasley children were scattering, running for cover, trying to find each other in the chaos. And the Death Eaters were closing in. Harry didn't think. He reached inward, found the darkness, and let it rise. The Obscurus erupted from him in a wave, spreading across the yard like a living storm. It wrapped around the Death Eaters, confused them, blinded them. Harry heard screams of panic. These wizards had never faced anything like this. Hold together, someone shouted. It's just the boy, take him down and the darkness falls. Curses flew toward Harry. He deflected them with shields of darkness, feeling each impact like a punch to the chest. There were too many, coming too fast, then reinforcements arrived. Aurors, operating in with precision. Amelia Bones herself, her wand blazing with light. They crashed into the Death Eater formation, turning the ambush into a pitched battle. Harry fought beside them. Used the Obscurus to trap enemies, to protect allies, to turn the tide wherever the fight was most desperate. He didn't kill, not if he could help it, but he didn't hold back either. This was what he'd trained for. This was who he was. The battle lasted maybe 10 minutes. It felt like hours. When it was over, 6 Death Eaters were captured and 3 more had fled. The Burrow was a ruin, but everyone, had survived. Harry stood in the middle of the yard, the darkness settling back into his chest, and felt something shift inside him. Not the Obscurus. Something else. Something older. Purpose. Certainty. The understanding that this was just the beginning. Harry. Amelia Bones approached, her robes singed but her expression steady. That was impressive. You may have just saved a lot of lives. They'll be back. This was a test, they were gauging my abilities, seeing what I could do. Probably. But you passed. They won't underestimate you again. Good. Harry looked at the burning house, at the Weasley family huddled together, at the captured Death Eaters being secured for transport. I don't want them to underestimate me. I want them to be afraid. Amelia studied him for a long moment. You've changed, she said finally. Since Arcturus died. Since the chamber. You're not the same boy who stood in the Wizengamot 3 years ago. No. I'm not. Harry met her eyes. I'm something else now. Something they haven't seen before. What's that? Harry thought about the prophecy. About the darkness inside him. About everything he'd learned and lost and gained. "I'm what happens when you try to break someone and fail," he said. "I'm the thing that rises from the ashes. And I'm just getting started." The darkness pulsed in agreement. Amelia nodded slowly. "Then may Merlin help your enemies." "Merlin won't help them," Harry said. "Nothing will." He turned and walked toward the Weasleys, toward the friends who had become family, toward the people he would protect no matter what it cost. Behind him, the night was quiet. Ahead, the future waited. The letter arrived on September 1st. Harry was on the Hogwarts Express, sharing a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, when the owl found him. A black owl, sleek and expensive, bearing a scroll sealed with a symbol Harry didn't recognize. He opened it carefully. "Harry Potter, the Dark Lord who killed your parents is not dead. He's coming back. And when he does, he'll come for you. Not for revenge, because he knows what you could become. You are the only thing in this world he fears. Prepare." A friend. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it, slipped it into his pocket, and looked out the window at the countryside streaming past. Ron was arguing with Hermione about something trivial. Ginny was watching Harry with eyes that held questions she wasn't ready to ask. The train was full of students heading toward another year, another set of challenges, another chance to grow. Normal. Safe. Ordinary. But Harry knew better. Voldemort was out there. Planning. Waiting. And when he returned, when he finally regained his full power, the war would begin in earnest. Harry touched his chest, feeling the Obscurus stir in response. "We're ready," it seemed to say. "We've been ready for years." Yes, Harry thought. "We have." He looked at his friends, his family, really, the people who had stood by him through everything. They didn't know what was coming. Didn't fully understand the storm that was building on the horizon. But they would. Soon enough, everyone would. And when that storm broke, Harry would be standing at its center. Not as a victim. Not as a weapon. As something new, something that had never existed before. A boy who had learned to embrace his darkness without being consumed by it. A wizard who could face the worst the world had to offer and push back. A force that Voldemort had created by accident and would come to regret. Harry smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine, and settled back in his seat. "So," Ron said, breaking off his argument with Hermione. "Third year. What do you think it'll be? More Dark Lords? Another ancient chamber? Giant spiders?" "Please, not giant spiders," Hermione muttered. "Whatever it is," Harry said, "we'll handle it. Together." "Together," Ginny echoed softly. The train rolled on toward Hogwarts, toward the future, toward whatever challenges waited. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Obscurial who shouldn't have survived, the Lord of House Black, the one the prophecy spoke of, was ready. He'd been ready his whole life. Now it was time to prove it. Chapter 6 End.